I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, King Swani. King Swani, what has your son's death got to do with me? You dared to activate the Jinglang bell and call me here. Have you forgotten that this bell can only be used when the demon race is in danger of extinction? The middle-aged man transformed by the Golden Dragon King said very dissatisfiedly. It was the existence of the old Swani in front of him that prevented their noble dragon clan from becoming the only royal family in the Chaos Star Sea, and even weaker than the other side. My son's death is a small matter, but the sacred object of our clan, the Brahma Sage piece, was on him, and it must have fallen into the hands of the human race now. King Swani sat in the lava pool like a stone statue, and said in a deep voice, why he made such a big fuss. What? How dare you let an untransformed demon keep the sacred object of our clan? King Jinjao was furious. The Brahma Sage scroll was said to record the demon clan's first skill, 3 Brahma Sage skills. Although it had been incomplete since ancient times, it was still a symbol of royal authority, equivalent to the token of the head of a human clan. If this thing was lost, it would have a significant impact on King Swani's rule over the 10,000 feet sea abyss. Therefore, King Jinjao was very nervous on the surface, but in fact he was already laughing secretly. My son is stubborn and has not yet transformed. Although his noble bloodline helps him to open his spirit in advance, he is still a little foolish, so he did the stupid thing of stealing the holy object for fun. The mistake has been made, and there is no point in saying more. This king wants to work together with your Jianalang clan to break through Kiyuan Island and drive the human race out of the open sea. King Swani took a deep breath, and the billowing smoke poured into his nasal cavity, which refreshed him. For a moment, his old age faded away, showing the kingly aura of a 10,000-year-old demon king. The human race has been a little ignorant in recent years. It is indeed time to give them a thunderbolt to let them know how powerful our demon race is. Moreover, at this moment, the human race is in civil strife, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This king agrees to send troops. It is true that King Jinjao hates the human race, but the main reason for his sending troops is to take back the Brahma Sage piece, so that he can seize power with this holy object in the future. King Jinjao, I summoned you with the Jinglang bell, not only to ask you to send troops, but also to ask you to do it yourself. King Swani regained his calmness, and said in a deep voice, you old man, do you really think that I'm your subordinate? How dare you order me to do things? King Jinjao was furious, but he knew that it would be bad to tear his face with the other party here, so he just said with a gloomy face, I have fought with the human race's Shenhua cultivator. Unless someone takes the initiative to attack my Jianalang clan, they must not participate in the dispute between humans and monsters. Besides, there is no great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage on Kiyuan Island, so why should I go out in person? The agreement King Jinjao said was true, but that was many years ago. The Shenhua cultivator who was the party involved had long disappeared. The binding force of this agreement on him was almost equal to nothing, so it was just an excuse to refuse. Because of this thing, you must do it yourself this time. King Swani's mind moved, and a palm-sized stone slab emerged from the magma pool and flew in front of King Jinjao. As soon as the stone slab appeared, King Jinjao felt like he had encountered a natural enemy, and his golden pupils shrank. The many human-shaped dragons behind him took a step back, feeling that there was something on the stone slab that could kill them. After King Swani gave King Jinjao a head start, he didn't keep it a secret anymore, and immediately forced a level 6 green shrimp monster to swim over and stretch out its claws to hit the stone slab. The moment that it touched, a trace of purple lightning emerged from the stone slab, and with a bang, the huge green shrimp monster was smashed into ashes. Purple sky divine thunder. King Jinjao immediately recognized what the lightning emitted by the stone slab was, and shouted in horror. Yes, it is this thunder. King Jinjao, do you still remember that poisonous dragon in your clan was seriously injured more than a month ago? King Swani recalled the stone slab and sank it into the magma pool again. King Jinjiao stared at the stone slab until it was completely submerged in the magma. Then he said, "Of course I remember. It took me a lot of effort to save that people from my tribe. From what you said, could it be that this divine thunder slab is related to that people from my tribe? It is said among the human race that the strange phenomenon on that day was the disaster of the falling sun, but we have lived in the chaos star sea for tens of thousands of years and have never experienced such a catastrophe. Although I'm reluctant to believe it, after thinking about it, this must be a man-made disaster, not a natural disaster. This stone slab was found around the place where the sun fell. Although I don't know how this person did it, he must have caused the disaster of the falling sun in order to refine the purple sky divine thunder." King Swanee said with certainty that, after discovering the stone slab with the purple sky divine thunder in the place where the sun fell, he no longer believed that the incident of the falling sun was just a natural disaster. The art of refining the purple sky divine thunder was created by the first generation of the Star Palace Master, but he only deduced it and did not really refine this divine thunder. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the human race today who could surpass his predecessors and accomplish such a feat. That's right. It is said that in order to control the purple sky divine thunder, one must first refine the heavenly eye. King Swanee, the third eye of the thunder whale monster general under your seat, is the most suitable material for sacrifice and refining. Could it be that your son was killed by him? The purpose is to provoke revenge from our demon race. The more King Jinjiao thought about it, the colder his hands and feet felt. In his and King Swanee's opinion, the stone slab should have been broken from a larger stone slab, so the person behind the scenes must have obtained the big head of the stone slab, that is, he had many purple sky divine thunders in his hands. As the first calamity thunder of the heavenly Dao, the purple sky divine thunder is the most restraining monsters and cultivators. Once the person behind the scenes completely controls this thunder, he will surely dominate the chaos star sea, and then they will all be at the mercy of their fate. King Swanee and King Jinjiao didn't want this to happen. 80% of this is true. This king decided to take advantage of the situation and deliberately send the demon general Lei Jing to fight. I will trouble King Jinjiao to ambush in secret and kill the person behind the scenes when he appears. King Swanee's lifespan is not much. Although he still has the strength to fight to the death, he obviously won't use it on this matter. In this way, in order to be safe, King Jinjiao can only take action. Since it is a matter of great benefit to my demon clan, this king is naturally obliged to do it. This matter will be handed over to this king. King Jinjiao was no longer angry at King Swanee's assignment to him this time, but took it all. The divine objects such as Zixio Shenlei cannot be exclusive to the royal family of Swanee. After that, King Jinjiao led his group of human-shaped dragons out of the Crystal Palace. In order to prevent the person behind the scenes from discovering the clues, the matter of sending troops could not be fake, and he had to go back to prepare. After King Jinjiao left, King Swanee was the only demon left in the Crystal Palace. But at this time, he said to the empty hall in a deep voice, "My son, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a human-shaped Swanee walked out of the dark. Its concealment technique was so amazing that it deceived King Jinjiao, who was in the late stage of transformation. "Father, what do you want? The time has come. King Jinjiao has been blinded by the divine thunder. It is a good opportunity to get rid of him. Once this is done, my son, you can come to the front and don't have to hide anymore." King Swanee said with a fierce look in his eyes. It turned out that King Swanee had no successor, and it was King Jinjiao who was hindering him. He relied on the fact that he could not easily leave the Crystal Palace and repeatedly attacked his offspring who had the opportunity to break through the transformation. Fortunately, one of King Swanee's children was born with a mysterious ability to hide, and King Swanee had already discovered something wrong at that time and protected the child in time. Therefore, until today, the monsters did not know that King Swanee had a descendant who was in the early stage of transformation, that is, level 8. Before he finished speaking, the stone slab and a green round mirror floated up from the magma pool. Sky survey mirror. "Father, is it too expensive to use this treasure?" When the human-shaped Swanee saw the green treasure mirror, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but say with regret, knowing something. "It's just a dead thing." This treasure is only symbolic. It's better to let it play its last remaining heat. After all, only this mirror can let you drive the purple thunder. When King Jinzhao fought with the man behind the scenes, whether he won or lost, there would be a time when his mind was unstable. Wang Ge took the opportunity to attack with the purple thunder. As long as he was hit by the purple thunder, even if King Jinzhao had supernatural powers, he would only die. And by taking the Jiaodan of King Jinzhao, plus the last initiation of his father, Wang Ge, you can break through the late stage of transformation in the shortest time, and even the stage of transformation in the future may not be impossible to climb. Since getting the stone slab, King Swanenai has been calculating, and his purpose is to let the royal family of Swanenai dominate the Chaos Star Sea after his death. With the two treasures in hand, listening to the path designed by his father for himself, the human-shaped Swanenai was very excited. He had been hiding for thousands of years for today. However, after being excited, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Father, after the matter is done, how should we deal with the man behind the scenes? Since he has the purple sky divine thunder, he is the enemy of our demon race. We must not let him live. Father has already calculated this matter. My son will just kill the dragon and take the elixir. Father has his own way to let the man behind the scenes destroy himself. After finishing all the instructions, King Swanee couldn't help feeling tired, so he whispered, "Retreat." "Yes, father." As the human-shaped Swanee left the crystal palace, King Swanee slowly closed his eyes, inhaled and exhaled smoke and fell asleep. In the crystal palace, there was only the subtle sound of magma rolling, and outside the crystal palace, tens of thousands of demons were ready to go, and all kinds of weird roars were heard. When these things happened, Luo Hong, the man behind the scenes, had no idea about it. He never thought that he would be targeted by various forces because of an unexpected product. Luo Hong was setting up a formation on a spiritual island thousands of miles away from Xingluo Island. This time, he did not escape thousands of miles away to find a spiritual island, which was unusual. It was because he wanted to refine the nuclear black flame. Originally, Luo Hong could not refine such spiritual flames, but because of the connection created by blood refining, he was able to barely refine the nuclear black flame with a realm less than the early stage of the nascent soul. Of course, this process will be very slow. According to Luo Hong's estimation, he would not be able to refine a trace without 15 to 20 years, and it would take more than 2000 years to fully refine it. Fortunately, he only needs a trace. As long as he refines a trace of nuclear black flame, he can start practicing the Luo forging body art, and eventually form the circulation of the 5 element in his body, and refine the first level of the great 5 element Tang Sheng art. This will be very beneficial for Luo Hong's future formation of the nascent soul. However, Luo Hong still felt that 20 years was a bit too long, so he found an underwater volcano based on the sea map. The unique spiritual environment of the underwater volcano will help Luo Hong refine the nuclear black flame, and it is estimated that it can save 5 or 6 years. However, since a submarine volcano is also a favorite habitat for many sea monsters, Luo Hong cannot go to too remote sea areas, otherwise he will face endless harassment from high-level monsters. In fact, the submarine volcano near this island is not too peaceful. There is a low-level monster called the fire-swallowing bird. This monster can fly and swim, and regards the fire, or ejected from the submarine volcano as food. Although Luo Hong strangled all the fire-swallowing birds he saw after that, there are too many of these monsters in this sea area. They are not large-scale group monsters. Each time they fly over, there are only 3 or 2, and sometimes there are only 5 or 6. Luo Hong can't kill them all. Fortunately, Luo Hong is not alone at this time. The fire-swallowing bird is generally not higher than the 3rd level. Although it is dangerous for Fan Mengai, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, to deal with it, it will not be a problem, as long as he handles it properly with the sharp magic weapon he gave. Master, there are several fire-swallowing birds coming at once, and I'm only one disciple. Isn't it too dangerous? Fan Mengai received a new assignment from Luo Hong not long ago, saying that it was to train her practical ability. He said that, if she was not smart enough, and could not fight, it would be a disgrace to him as a master. It's okay. With this warning formation arranged by the master, you will never be attacked by the fire-swallowing birds. It may be a bit hard at first, but when you are familiar with the rhythm of fighting, a mere fire-swallowing bird will be no problem. Luo Hong did not plan to set up the Skywind Locking Demon Array this time. This place is not remote. The Skywind Locking Demon Array makes too much noise. If sea fog suddenly appears, it will also arouse suspicion. In addition, Luo Hong's retreat this time is not to practice any dangerous secret arts that cannot be stopped once it starts, so he only arranged a simple warning and concealment formation. In this way, it will not attract the attention of high-level cultivators. As for those low-level cultivators, who like to meddle in other people's business, they will be sent away by Fan Mengai. Luo Hong has given Fan Mengai some high-level talismans, which makes it easy to deal with a few scoundrels. Master, I think it's better to proceed step by step. If I start with such intense actual combat right away, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to meet Master's expectations. Fan Mengai said aggrievedly. In her understanding, actual combat training should start with disciples in the sect learning from each other. How can you let people fight to the death with monsters of the same level right away? You still say that I'm not smart. Master is really a devil. Step by step. This is how we train our disciples, and nothing has ever happened. Luo Hong is not a devil, and he can't force his disciples, so he comforted him. Master, I dare to ask, how many people are there in our sect? Fan Mengai finally asked the doubts that had been buried in her heart for many years. Ahem, besides you and me, you also have Master Han. It was your Master Han's idea to use monsters to train in actual combat. Disciple, you should learn from him. Luo Hong smiled awkwardly and said, Disciple, complete the homework assigned by the master. After the homework is completed, the master will give you a magic weapon. Hearing this, Fan Mengai's embarrassment disappeared, and she agreed, as if she was afraid that Luo Hong would regret it. Well, this temper of not getting up early without benefit is something she has learned without a teacher. Chapter 227 Fan Mengai's homework. In the following years, the master and the apprentice spent their time in peace. Luo Hong silently refined the nuclear black flames on the seabed, while Fan Mengai took medicine and practiced on a nearby deserted island, killing the intruding fire-swallowing birds. Because of the elixir given by Luo Hong, Fan Mengai's practice speed was far slower than when she was on the Blood Moon Island, but she was also steadily advancing towards the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation building. As for the fire-swallowing birds that always came to harass her, Fan Mengai had to rely on the life-saving talismans given to her by Luo Hong in the first few battles, but later she was able to kill them with just the sword tactics. She did not waste the fire-swallowing bird corpses she obtained. Referring to the refining experience given by Luo Hong, she comprehended the refining technique on her own. Although Fan Mengai had no talent in refining, she finally reached the level of a primary refiner with the endless supply of monster materials feeding, and was able to refine some ordinary magic tools. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed quickly. One day, Fan Mengai woke up from her practice, and the alert formation sensed that many people had broken in. Strange, how come there are more monks passing by here in the past few months? Fan Mengai stood up after finishing her practice, muttering to herself. Originally, there might not be a group of monks passing by here in a year, but in recent months, this is the third group of monks that has triggered the warning formation. Fortunately, these monks came and went in a hurry and did not cause any trouble to Fan Mengai. However, the situation this time was obviously different. This group of monks actually rushed straight to the island. Fan Mengai's face changed. After carefully sensing with the help of the formation, she confirmed that there were no giant and stage monks in this group of monks. They are just some foundation building stage and key refining stage monks. There is no need to trouble master. Fan Mengai released the jade token that she had been holding in her palm. This was the communication jade token that Luo Hong left for her, which could be used to call for help in an emergency. Brother Gongsun, there is a spiritual island ahead. Our magic power is almost unsustainable. Why don't we go to the island to rest for a while? 5 miles above the island, a handsome man that Fan Mengai had met once suggested with a pale face. No, that group of monsters have done something to us. We must meet up with Senior Liu as soon as possible, otherwise we will be in danger if they catch up. Gang Sinyu's magic power is also running out, and he is gritting his teeth to hold on, but he knows very well how powerful the monsters chasing them are. Although there is no trace of these monsters behind them at this time, as long as they stop for a moment, the other party will catch up. But, Senior Sister Song, Xia, who is now a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, is flying with the arm of a middle-aged woman. The woman's abdomen is bulging high, and it is obvious that she is pregnant. Before Xia can finish speaking, the woman screams in pain. "Xiaoying, how are you?" Gang Sinyu immediately asked anxiously. "Senior brother Gangsun, senior sister Xiaoying has already had a miscarriage. If she continues to fly, she and the baby in her belly will not be able to save their lives." Xia wiped the sweat on Song Xiaoying's forehead with her sleeve, gritted her teeth, and transferred her remaining little magic power to the other party. "Husband, Song Xiaoying just wanted to force a smile to comfort everyone, but her eyes went dark and she fainted. "Xiaoying. Hey, everyone, come with me to the island to practice temporarily. After you recover your magic power, you can continue on your way. Don't be greedy." Gang Sinyu had no choice but to lead everyone to the rocky forest on the island. Fan Mengai, who was waiting here, wanted to ask these people about their purpose immediately, but when she saw that the one leading them was the former Uncle Gangsun, she hesitated for a moment and did not show up. Look at their attire. They are disciples of the Huajian sect. Why are they with Xia and the others? It turned out that not all of these cultivators were acquaintances of Fan Mengai. In addition to the Qingling sect disciples wearing green clothes, half of them were Huajian sect disciples wearing white orchid clothes. Xingluo Island is not large, but it is not sparsely populated. In order to compete for limited resources, the relationship between the various sects is quite tense. When Fan Mengai was in the Qingling sect, every time she met the same sect on the island, she would always have a dispute. Of course, it was mainly a dispute between young people, and generally they just wanted to let the other party lose face. It seems that they seem to be being chased by something. Master is still in seclusion. I'd better not make trouble. I think they will leave after they recover their magic power. Fan Mengai was surprised to meet an old friend, but she didn't feel too happy. Instead, she was worried that Gang Sinyu and others would cause trouble. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, a group of black spots flew over the horizon. Gang Sinyu, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, immediately discovered the abnormality. He immediately reminded everyone, "They are chasing us, run." "Uncle Gangsun, there are only 5 or 6 level 2 monsters. With so many of us, is it necessary to keep running?" A young disciple of the Huajian school seemed to be angry because of the chase. Looking at the black spots on the horizon, he said bitterly. In fact, what he said made some sense. After all, apart from Song Xiaoying who couldn't take action, there were 5 foundation building cultivators present, plus 6 key refining disciples. If they worked together to deal with 5 or 6 level 2 monsters, they would have a great chance of winning. The cloak swallows are not easy to deal with. We can't waste time with them. Gang Sinyu frowned. He was the oldest among the group and the one with the highest cultivation. As soon as he spoke, the fighting spirit that had just risen in the group was immediately extinguished. Brother Gangsun is right. The most important thing for us now is to meet with Senior Liu. We can't fight too much. Fang Yin, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building from the Huajian sect, echoed. "Hey, why are these level 2 monsters so smart?" Fan Mengai, who was in the dark, received the message from the warning formation at this time and couldn't help but mutter to herself. At the same time, a sense of badness slowly rose in her heart. Not long after Gang Sinyu and his group flew up, they were surprised to find that there were another 5 cloak swallows who had already circled around them and formed a double team with another group of cloak swallows. Once they were caught by these 2 groups of level 2 monsters, it would be almost impossible for them to defeat them, and if they tried to break out in a scattered manner, half of them would be killed or injured. So when asked what to do, Gang Sinyu suddenly pulled out his magic weapon and said in hatred, "Kill them. Don't let the group of cloaked swallows in front hold you back. Follow me." Everyone knew that the situation was urgent, so they didn't waste any words and each used their magic weapon to instantly kill the cloaked swallows that blocked their way. Gang Sinyu's response was very reasonable. Just when Fan Mengai thought they would leave with trouble, a surprising scene happened. The magic weapons used by the crowd to fight with more people were avoided by the cloaked swallows. They seemed to be dancing on the edge of a knife, but Fan Mengai, who was watching, could see clearly that these cloaked swallows dodged very easily. Although Gang Sinyu and his team's attacks were only a finger away each time, they could not cross this short distance. After 2 rounds of attacks, many disciples panicked and changed their attack methods, either casting talismans or casting spells. The Huajian sect disciple who had just called for a fight shot a fireball that hit a cloaked swallow, but before he could be happy, the monster rushed out of the flames and flew past him with a whoosh. The disciple was stunned for a moment, and the intense pain made him realize that his right arm had been cut off. He immediately hugged the broken arm and screamed, "This monster is not easy to deal with." Fan Mengai saw it clearly from below. The cloaked swallow that rushed out of the fireball was completely unharmed. There was a layer of whirlwind surrounding its body, which could not only speed up its escape speed, but also help it resist the 5 element spells. I'm afraid that to hurt this monster, at least a low-level intermediate spell must be used. Chapter 228, News of the Beasttide. The broken-armed Huajian sect disciple immediately aroused the ferocity of the other cloaked swallows, and 3 of them successfully broke through the siege and rushed towards him. The others were too late to rescue him and could only watch the Huajian sect disciple being torn to pieces by the demon swallow's wing blades. Gang Sinyu and others were unable to do anything about these second-level cloak swallows for a while because they lacked magical weapons that could attack a large area. After a while, another key refining disciple of the Huajian sect died. Because of Xiao's protection, the Qingling sect had not suffered any casualties, but as the number of people decreased, casualties were only a matter of time. Brother Gangsun, another group of cloak swallows is about to kill us. Let's break out separately. Fang Yin saw the death of 2 disciples in the sect, and there was no regret on his face, but he was full of panic in his heart. Once they broke out separately, basically none of the key refining disciples of the 2 sects would survive. But in order to save his own life, Fang Yin could no longer care about many things. Gang Sinyu glanced at the pregnant Song Xiaoying, and then at the younger disciples who formed a sword formation, and tried their best to protect themselves. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brother Fang, I have a magic weapon that can help us escape, but it takes time to activate it. During this period, please protect me." Apart from Gang Sinyu, Fang Yin was the only cultivator present who had reached the middle stage of foundation building. Only he had the energy to rescue the others at this time. Magic weapon? Brother Gangsun, just cast the spell. I will definitely protect fellow Daoist Song. Fang Yin's spirits lifted. The senior Liu they were going to meet was the elder of the giant stage of the Huajian sect. If all the disciples in the key refining stage died, he would have a hard time explaining it. If Gang Sinyu really had a way to save everyone, that would be the best. After making the decision, everyone rushed towards the chaotic stone forest from where they came. As soon as he landed, Gang Sinyu sat cross-legged, took out a talisman with a blue-red small sword painted on it, and kept chanting, while frantically infusing magic power into it. When the others saw Gang Sinyu take out the talisman, they could not help but feel relieved, and they surrounded Gang Sinyu and took a defensive stance. But at this time, the 2 groups of cloaked swallows had also joined forces. After circling over everyone's heads, they suddenly shot out a wind blade together, and then dived down at the same time. After fighting with the cloaked swallows for several times, many people were familiar with their attack methods. In addition, now they were standing on the ground, they only had to concentrate on defending their heads. Therefore, the first round of scattered dive attacks by the cloaked swallows did not achieve any results. But what everyone did not expect was that after these demon swallows brushed past everyone's magic weapons, they did not fly up immediately, but went straight to Gang Sinyu in the center. "Husband, be careful." Song Xiaoying was the first to react and sacrificed her own protective magic weapon, King Guan Dao, to cover Gang Sinyu in it. The others knew that the talisman in Gongsun Yu's hand was their lifeline, so they also used their own methods to protect his safety. Unexpectedly, the cloaked swallows that flew halfway suddenly folded and instantly split into 3 groups, attacking the people who had just cast a spell to rescue Gongsun Yu. This wave of surprise attacks came too cleverly, just when the attacked had not yet regained their strength. The 3 unlucky people targeted by the cloaked swallows were a key refining disciple from the Huajian school and the Qingling sect, and the pregnant Song Xiaoying. In a flash, Fang Yin rescued his own disciples. As for Song Xiaoying, who Gongsun Yu entrusted to him, Fang Yin believed that there was a female foundation building cultivator from the Qingling sect beside her, and she was not completely defenseless, so it should not be difficult for her to withstand a round of attacks. However, Xia had just advanced to the foundation building stage, and she had previously consumed a lot of mana to help Song Xiaoying stabilize her fetal ki. The protective measures she hastily used lost their power, so that she was easily broken through by the 3 cloaked swallows. At this time, the fetus in Song Xiaoying's belly happened to move, disturbing her magic power and causing her spell to fail. Suddenly, Song Xiaoying felt a burst of despair in her heart. Seeing the cloaked swallows getting closer and closer, she closed her eyes with a sad face. After a few swoosh sounds of breaking through the air, there were several screams of the monsters dying. Song Xiaoying, who did not feel the expected pain, opened her eyes in surprise and saw 6 red short swords less than 1 foot long, flexibly forcing the last cloaked swallow into a dead corner and then killing it with 1 sword. On the other side, the 3 cloaked swallows that attacked the Qingling sect's key refining stage disciples also suffered the same fate. Seeing such a difficult monster being easily killed, everyone couldn't help but guess that there was a giant and senior who rescued them. But following the direction of the 12 red short swords escaping back, everyone found that the person who attacked was actually a young-looking female cultivator, whose cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building stage. Although this level of cultivation was already the best among everyone, it was really far from what they expected. The tragic death of their kind further aroused the ferocity of the cloaked swallows. The remaining 4 immediately turned around and rushed towards the newly revealed Fan Mengai with a sharp whistle. Sister Fan, be careful. After the incident of giving the pill and leaving the letter, Xia knew that Fan Mengai was not dead. Seeing the familiar female cultivator who rescued them, she immediately guessed her identity. After a flash of joy on her face, she reminded them in a hurry. In Xia's opinion, Fan Mengai was able to easily succeed just now because of the sneak attack. It was impossible to face the cloaked swallows head on with a flying sword alone. However, Fan Mengai seemed not to hear it and did not give in at all. She pointed her sword with extreme ease, and the red short swords around her flew out like butterflies flying through flowers. The cloaked swallows moved very fast in a short distance, which was more than 1 level faster than Fan Mengai's flying sword. Unfortunately, the flying sword controlled by Fan Mengai showed a flexibility far beyond that of the cloaked swallows. Once the cloaked swallows fell into the sword net, they could no longer escape. They could only be constantly reduced in space and finally killed by the flying sword. So, after a dazzling sword dance, the remains of the cloaked swallow fell from the sky. Fan Mengai retracted her sword finger, and the 12 flying swords flew back to her back, forming a circular sword circle. Fang Yin and others were stunned, wondering why the gap between the 2, who were both foundation building cultivators, was so big. Sister Fan, is that you? Perhaps it was because the fighting power displayed by Fan Mengai was too shocking, and Xia's heart was shaken a little. Xia, now is not the time to reminisce. Fan Mengai looked at the black shadow flying at high speed in the distance, and said solemnly, it's a level 4 cloak swallow. Fang Yin also sensed a strong demonic aura at this time. After seeing the enemy clearly, he couldn't help but shout with cold hands and feet. The level 2 cloak swallow tormented them so badly, how could they deal with the level 4 cloak swallow that was more than 10 times stronger than it? No wonder it is so smart. It turns out that there is a level 4 leader. The speed of the 4th level cloaked swallow must be extremely fast. If Fan Mengai encountered it alone, she would not take the risk, and would use a middle level high level talisman given to her by Luo Hong to kill it directly. But in front of others, using such a high level talisman would inevitably attract attention. Fan Mengai has always kept Luo Hong's words, my master has many enemies, in mind. So, after pondering for a moment, Fan Mengai took out 12 wind controlling talismans and attached them to the hilts of each flying sword. I will entangle it, Daoist Gongsun, you take the opportunity to give it a fatal blow. After Fan Mengai said this, she controlled the flying sword to escape. With the blessing of the wind controlling talisman, the speed of the flying sword reached a level that was invisible to the naked eye. 12 red lines cut through the sky and surrounded the 4th level cloaked swallow with a wingspan of nearly 10 feet from all directions. The sharpness of the red flying sword has been tested by its kind with their lives, so the 4th level cloaked swallow will not fight hard. It dodges and moves to approach Fan Mengai while continuously releasing wind spells to prevent the red flying sword from forming a sword net. It is not easy for Fan Mengai to control the ultra high speed flying sword. In fact, if her spiritual awareness is not far superior to that of the same level, she can't do it at all. After a while, Fan Mengai's forehead was sweating. Fortunately, a crisp sword sound came to her ears at this time. A blue-red lightsaber about 10 feet long flew out of Gongsun Yu's hand, exuding amazing power, and slashed towards the 4th level cloaked swallow. Fan Mengai also urged the flying sword fiercely at this time, not hesitating to sacrifice its spirituality in order to trap the 4th level cloaked swallow for a moment. The sword light flashed, and the 4th level cloaked swallow was cut into 2 pieces. After a mournful cry, it fell from the air. The crisis was resolved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xia immediately walked to Fan Mengai with a happy face, and said with a sweet smile on her round face, Sister Fan, thank you for your foundation building pills. Xia was able to build a foundation with the help of those pills. Sister Fan, why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Everyone thought you were eaten by a monster, and were sad for a while. Xia said with a little complaint. She was the one who cried the most sadly at the beginning. Fan Mengai was slightly stunned, and then she remembered that her master had erased the memories of Xia and others, so it was not surprising that there was such a misunderstanding. There is no need to mention the old things. Why were you chased by monsters and mixed up with the monks of Huajian sect? Seeing that Fan Mengai didn't want to mention it, Xia didn't force it. In fact, from Uncle Wen's strange attitude towards this matter, she had already guessed that Sister Fan had her own difficulties, so she never had any resentment. But when asked about her recent situation, the joy on Xia's face disappeared instantly, and she said with a little cry, Sister Fan, Uncle Wen has passed away, and Kingling sect is gone. Fan Mengai was shocked and asked anxiously, what happened? Are my junior brothers and sisters still safe? Fan Dao, have you been practicing in this island? You didn't even know about the monster attacking the island. After Gongsun Yu took back the talisman, he helped Song Xiaoying walk slowly and asked in surprise. The spiritual energy of this small island is not very good. As a very powerful mid-stage foundation building cultivator, how could he be willing to live here? There are many fire-swallowing birds around this island. I have been hunting monsters and practicing swordsmanship here for many years. I don't know anything about the major events that happened on Kiyuan Island. Please help me, Dao Gongsun. The monster attacking the island is very important. If it is true, I must report it to the master later. Fan Mengai thought secretly. The beast tide happened 7 or 8 years ago. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I heard a thing or two from the monks who escaped from Kiyuan Island. It is said that one day, without any sign, tens of thousands of monsters rushed out from the abyss of the sea, rushed to Kiyuan Island in one breath, surrounded Blackstone City, and attacked it non-stop. Although there are several large formations on the island for protection, and there are thousands of monks and many Yuanying stage seniors guarding it, but there are also many extremely terrifying transformed monsters among the monsters. There are 3 dragons that are more than 100 feet long. Therefore, it only took a few days for the monsters to break through Blackstone City. At that time, except for a very small number of monks who were able to escape in the chaos, the rest of the human monks were all killed on the spot. After turning Blackstone City into ruins, these monsters began to sweep the islands around Kiyuan Island. Only then did we know that the monsters were planning to completely wipe out the human forces in this offshore area. At this point, Gongsun Yu closed his eyes in pain. took a deep breath and continued. The leader of the attack on Xingluo Island was a giant thunder whale with a body length of 1,000 feet. With just one collision, it destroyed the island protection formation, and with a violent thunder, it killed many giant cultivators including Uncle Wei. Seeing that things were impossible, I fled with the disciples of Kingling sect. But those monsters refused to give up, and they hunted down human cultivators like us everywhere. We have been hiding for these years, and after several dangers, the original team was also dispersed. After hearing this, Fan Mengai was unable to recover for a while. She really couldn't imagine that in just a few years, the Kiowan Island cultivation world, which was expected to become the second in SYNOPSIS, would be destroyed. 7 or 8 years ago. Doesn't it mean that the beast tide broke out a few years after my master and I arrived here? Fan Mengai sighed. At this moment, she understood why Kingling sect and Huajian sect had reconciled their past grievances. At present, the human cultivators can only survive the encirclement and suppression of monsters by uniting against the outside world. Mengai, we are going to a stronghold built by Yuanying Senior. It's not safe for you to stay here alone. Why don't you go with us? Song Xiaoying looked at Fan Mengai in front of her. Although she felt very unfamiliar, she couldn't be fake in saving her just now, so she invited her. No, this person has a mysterious origin. It's hard to guarantee that she is not a spy of the demon clan. We can't trust her easily. Just when everyone was having a good time, Fang Yin suddenly raised an objection, and the Huajian sect disciples led by him immediately gathered around him. Brother Fang, what are you talking about? How could Sister Fan be a spy of the demon clan? Sister Fan and I grew up together. Xia frowned, put one hand on her waist, and pointed at Fang Yin with the other hand, showing her domineering power. Humph. You can say it yourself just now. This woman has been missing for many years, and now she suddenly appears on this deserted island. She is so suspicious. Fang will never agree to let her go with us. Fang Yin was not to be outdone, and his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Fan Mengai. You. Xia wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fan Mengai. She didn't know what excuse to stay. She was secretly happy in her heart, but she said helplessly, Xia, don't say anything. I have something else to do here, so I won't go with you. Mengai, it's too dangerous. You can't stay here. Song Xiaoying urged her urgently, and winked at Gongsun Yu. Fan Mengai was about to refuse again, but she saw the head of the 4th level cloaked swallow that was cut in half moved, and then its yellow beak opened, and a huge eye appeared. Not good. Fan Mengai instantly realized what this was, and immediately pushed Xia beside her away, and controlled a flying sword, to shoot at the bird's beak. Chapter 229 Where is my apprentice? Fan Mengai's movements were not slow, but she was still a step late. Before the flying sword pierced the eyeball, an invisible spiritual impact was released. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, Fan Mengai's eyes flashed like a revolving lantern. That was after Luo Hong killed a multi-eyed monster that blocked the road. She couldn't help asking, Master, why do you always use fireball to deal with the remains? Luo Hong turned his head and said to her, because only enemies who are burned to ashes are good enemies. Master, I have failed your teachings after all. With the last thought, Fan Mengai fell to the ground. The red flying sword that was about to pierce the target suddenly fell powerlessly, but the big eye in the bird's beak exploded by itself after releasing the spiritual impact. Although Fan Mengai was the main target of the strange eyeball, the others were not feeling well under the aftermath, and they all held their heads and screamed. The parasitic eye beast, it turns out that this thing is tracking us. Gongsun Yu stretched out his hand and pressed it on his forehead, where veins were bulging. He barely regained consciousness and said with difficulty, the parasitic eye beast is a rare parasitic monster. It only appears in the body of a high-level monster. It relies on the essence and blood of the high-level monster it parasitizes to survive, and will actively help the high-level monster it parasitizes to find prey. Once the high-level monster it parasitizes dies, the parasitic eye beast will also die. However, before it dies, it will use a magical power that can only be used once in a lifetime. That is, the spiritual consciousness impact. Sister Fan, how are you? After Xia recovered, she immediately checked Fan Mengai's condition. Seeing that she was bleeding from both ears and unconscious, she was immediately very anxious. "Husband, don't worry about me first. Go and see if Mengai is okay." When Fan Mengai pushed Zia away, Gang Yu also subconsciously blocked in front of Song Xiaoying, so she was not greatly affected. Gang Yu sighed in his heart. The strength of the parasitic eye beast is linked to the strength of the demon beast it parasitizes. Since the cloaked swallow is at level 4, the parasitic eye beast's dying attack is probably as powerful as a cultivator in the giant stage. Fan Mengai is afraid. Alas, I didn't expect that we would have to say goodbye forever just after we met again. Thinking of this, Gang Yu stretched out his hand and put it on Fan Mengai's wrist, and his heavy expression suddenly changed. Fan Mengai is still alive. Gang Yu took out a healing pill for her to take without saying a word, and then asked Zia to help her stand up, and he put his palms on her back to transfer magic power to help her refine the medicine. After a busy time, a trace of blood color returned to Fan Mengai's pale face. "Brother Gangsun, how is Sister Fan?" Zia asked Gang Yu nervously, who was finishing his work. "She is not seriously injured, but her soul is injured and needs to recover on her own. I'm afraid she will be in a coma for a long time." Gang Yu frowned. If Fan Mengai is left here, it would be a waste of time. "Brother Fang, Sister Fan almost died. Do you still think she is a spy?" Zia said angrily to Fang Yin and others who were still rubbing their temples. "Humph, although she is not a spy, she has no good intentions. She has been on the island all the time, but she did not save the disciples of our Huajian sect." Seeing that the cultivators of Qingling sect were united in hatred of the enemy, Fang Yin's tone weakened, but he blamed Fan Mengai for not taking action earlier, causing two key refining disciples of their Huajian sect to die tragically. "Brother Fang, there is no need to say more. Since we have confirmed that fellow Daoist Fan is not a spy, we of Qingling sect must take her with us. Instead of arguing here, we might as well leave here quickly." Although Gang Yu was casting a spell to activate the talisman at the time, he knew clearly that Fan Mengai had saved his wife, so he had always been clear about whether to take Fan Mengai with him. "Brother Gang is willing to guarantee it, so I have nothing to say. We can't stay here for long. Let's get on the road quickly." Fang Yin bowed his hands with an ugly face. No one wanted to stay on this island for a long time, so as soon as they reached a consensus, Zia carried Fan Mengai on her back and flew away from the island with everyone. At the same time, Luo Hong, who was concentrating on refining the nuclear black flame in the underwater volcano, knew nothing about this. In fact, including the jade token, Luo Hong gave Fan Mengai many means to communicate with him, and even if she was seriously injured, Luo Hong would feel it, but he missed the part of the damage to her consciousness. Therefore, he had no idea that his beloved disciple had been abducted. The breath of the corpse of the 4th level cloaked swallow made the fire swallowing birds dare not approach. In addition, after 10 years of hunting by Fan Mengai, their number was already small, so the remaining fire swallowing birds gave up this foraging ground and further hid Luo Hong in their bones. Just 3 months after Fan Mengai was taken away, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and he stretched out a finger in front of his eyes with a happy face. I saw a trace of black and red spiritual flames floating faintly on his fingertips. After finally refining a trace of nuclear black flames, Luo Hong couldn't help but want to test its power, so he blew on it gently, and suddenly a magic ball wrapped in fire power passed through the water avoiding formation, and entered the sea water. This magic ball, that looked like a bubble, slowly floated out 100 feet, and suddenly burst open, and the fire power in it was released instantly. In an instant, countless seawater was vaporized by high temperature, forming a violent steam explosion. Listening to the boom explosion, Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction. Unlike Han Laomo's dry blue ice flame, his nuclear black flame is different from the sun's true fire in color, but its main characteristic is also extremely high temperature. As for whether there are other characteristics, it still needs to be explored. There is a lot of movement on the sea surface. I guess it scared Fangirl. Luo Hong put away the nuclear black flame and thought of the pale expression on his apprentice's face and couldn't help but smile. However, after Luo Hong meditated for a while to restore his mana, He didn't receive any message from Fan Mengai, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Should I praise her for being knowledgeable and able to sit still, or should I blame her for not knowing how to respect her teacher? Forget it, don't think about it. Now that I have the top spiritual flame, the next step is to practice the Luo forging body art. The spiritual environment here is just right, so I might as well refine the first level of the great 5-element Tang Sheng art before coming out. Thinking of this, Luo Hong calmed down the excitement of successfully refining the nuclear black flame and began to practice the Luo forging body art that he had already mastered. After one cycle, Luo Hong's body was covered with a thin layer of black-red spiritual flames, and the 5-element of spiritual energy began to transform his body greatly under the mysterious rules. The energy value in the physical examination table, which had been stagnant for many years, began to slowly climb, heading towards a qualitative change point. The feeling of being stronger all the time made Luo Hong deeply intoxicated, and soon he fell into a state of nothingness and selflessness, ignoring the passage of time. The sun rose and set, spring went and autumn came, and 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, a towering water column burst out from the calm sea surface, and Luo Hong finally ended his more than 20 years of seclusion and broke out. Feeling the terrible power in his every move, Luo Hong couldn't help laughing. In fact, because of the help of the nuclear black flame, the time to refine the first level of the great 5-element Tang Shengju was 2 years earlier than Luo Hong expected. When the great 5-element Tang Shengju was refined, Luo Hong clearly felt that his body had crossed a great realm and immediately triggered the strange phenomenon of spiritual energy rolling back. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into his body, and his body was like a dried sponge, absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without rejection. This process was so wonderful that when Luo Hong came to his senses, he found that his cultivation had jumped to the peak of the late stage of Jianden, which is often called the false infant realm in the world of immortal cultivation. At that time, Luo Hong wanted to leave the retreat with satisfaction, but then he found that, after mastering the nuclear black flame, his speed of refining 1 yuan heavy water beads increased by dozens of times. Originally, when the cultivation reached the late stage of Jianden, all 108 acupoints could be opened, so Luo Hong calmed down again and frantically refined 1 yuan heavy water beads with the help of nuclear black flame. It only took 2 years to fill all the acupoints, and his life-saving magic weapons in Heizu was also perfected. At this point, the way of essence and the way of God have reached the limit of the current stage. The last level in front of Luo Hong is the infant stage. After relieving the pleasure in his heart, Luo Hong was ready to take his silly apprentice away from here. In order to form a baby, the 5 evils gathering spirit array is indispensable. Obviously, what Luo Hong has to do next is to retrain the 5-element flag. There is no need to worry about the spiritual flame for refining magic weapons. Luo Hong was thinking about where to get various auxiliary materials, and suddenly his face rose. His sight moved to the spiritual island not far away, and he used his spiritual sense to carefully explore it. Where is my apprentice? Where is my graceful apprentice? Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the worst result. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his spiritual sense spread out to scan the surrounding sea area for hundreds of miles. There is no ambush. It seems that it is not a betrayal. The connection generated by the forbidden magic in the soul is still there, but the induction is weak. Girl Fan is either very far away from me, or has been seriously injured and dying. What happened? Fan Mengai knew too many secrets of Luo Hong. Although Luo Hong trusted her, it was too easy for a cultivator to torture her. Under soul searching, low-level cultivators had no secrets from high-level cultivators. Therefore, Luo Hong's idea has always been to not allow Fan Mengai to venture out alone before she forms a pill. Just when Luo Hong was at a loss, several figures entered his range of consciousness. Luo Hong's eyes flickered a few times, and then turned into a blue rainbow light, fleeing in the direction of the intruder. Above the sea, 2 Jianden cultivators were taking turns to control a long, flat yellow spiritual boat to escape. Hundreds of feet behind them, a huge blue dragon was chasing them, spewing a string of Gishu Gangloi from its mouth from time to time. The yellow spiritual boat in front was blown up like a small boat in a storm, and it could capsize at any time. Brother Lu, it's no good. The two boats can't get rid of this dragon. Rather than the two of us being exhausted and both being swallowed by this dragon, it's better for me to stay and try my best to block it. The grey-robed old man behind the yellow spiritual boat showed a resolute look in his eyes, and he was willing to sacrifice himself to fight for a glimmer of life for his companions. Okay. Brother Gao's contribution. Lu will definitely report to the Holy Lord. Lu Zhengai, who was controlling the yellow spiritual boat, did not hesitate or be polite at all, and immediately agreed. After the two exchanged glances, the old man surnamed Gao resolutely jumped off the spiritual boat, sacrificed his life magic weapon, and rushed towards the blue giant dragon. HMPH. Want to run? Stay here. The blue giant dragon didn't even look at the old man surnamed Gao, who was determined to die. He had already chased him to a distance that was enough to intercept him, and immediately opened his mouth and shot out a thick lightning. Lu Zhengai controlled the spiritual boat to avoid it, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the lightning passed over him and actually spread out an electric net. Seeing this, Lu Zhengai's pupils quickly dilated, and his crazy warning spirit told him that he would die if he forced his way in, but it was too late to turn and avoid. In desperation, Lu Zhengai could only jump off the boat to escape. Looking at the spiritual boat that had lost its spiritual power due to the electric net, Lu Zhengai couldn't help but show despair, but soon he also resolutely sacrificed his magic weapon. The blue giant dragon was very happy after successfully destroying the two people's escaped treasures, and it was about to swallow the old man surnamed Gao, who was closer with a swing of its tail. At this moment, a clear male voice sounded in this world. Three fellow Taoists, have you seen my disciple? She should be cultivating in a small island hundreds of miles away from here, but now she is nowhere to be seen. Do you have any news? Who is sneaking around? Come out. The blue giant dragon glanced around and immediately found Luo Hong, who was not hiding. Late giant and stage. You, a late giant and cultivator, dare to meddle in my business. You are looking for death. Because he didn't notice Luo Hong approaching, the blue giant dragon thought that some powerful person had come and scared him. But when he saw the cultivation level of the person, he immediately became furious. If other transformed demon cultivators knew that he, a blue dragon at the initial stage of transformation, was frightened by a mere late giant and cultivator of the human race, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? So as soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and shot out another lightning. However, Luo Hong flashed and instantly appeared dozens of feet away, easily avoiding the lightning. I'll ask again, who has the information I need? Luo Hong asked calmly with a gloomy face. What a weird escape technique. The two men and the dragon thought of it at the same time. When Lu Zhengai saw that Luo Hong was very skilled in escaping, his eyes flashed, and he immediately took out a token from his sleeve, threw it to Luo Hong, and said loudly, my fellow Taoist, as long as you send this token to Nanli Island, all your requests will be met. Luo Hong was immediately tempted. He certainly knew that Kiyuan Island had become a paradise for monsters and Blackstone City had become a ruin. He thought that these two people were from the new forces after the reshuffle. If he could use the power of this new force, it would no longer be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to find someone. Haha, don't waste your energy. This uncle has devoured hundreds of low-level cultivators of your human race in this sea area, and your disciple must be among them. Seeing that Luo Hong's escaping technique was weird, the blue dragon knew that if the other party was determined to escape, he would most likely not be able to catch up. In order to prevent Luo Hong from escaping with the jade token, he deliberately spoke to anger Luo Hong. My disciple is good at flying swords, and his swords are very agile. Are you sure you ate them? Luo Hong frowned and asked. If what the dragon said was true, Fan Mengai was very likely to have been killed by it. Eat them, eat them, eat them all, whether they are agile or not. The blue dragon shouted impatiently. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, and the huge dragon head suddenly sank. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Killing the Dragon and Interrogating. Lang Jiao was shocked and used his spiritual sense to scan, and found that it was the late giant and cultivator who suddenly appeared and stood on his head. He was immediately furious and used his demonic power. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of blue ice. Obviously, this layer of ice was Lan Jiao's innate magical power. He wanted to freeze Luo Hong to death. However, these extremely cold ice quickly dissipated when they approached Luo Hong's body and could not cause any harm to him at all. Since my apprentice died in your mouth, please pay with your life. Luo Hong's tone was cold and his expression was grim. After he finished speaking, a black light flashed around his body, and 1,000,000 pounds of pressure was immediately applied to Lan Jiao's crown. The sudden huge force made it impossible for Lan Jiao to fly away, and he was pressed from midair to the sea. With a loud bang, the dragon fell into the sea. However, because of the black spiritual light on the sea surface, the blue dragon did not break through the sea level and fall into the sea, but was hit by a copper wall and iron wall, and was instantly severely injured and unable to move. A mere human junior dared to humiliate me like this. Damn it. Damn it. The blue dragon quickly woke up from the dizziness, spitting out dragon blood while struggling hard. The 4 dragon claws suddenly exerted force to support the dragon body, and the dragon head struggled to lift up. The limit of the power of a transformed dragon demon body is about 1,000,000 catties. Feeling the slight ups and downs under his feet, such an idea flashed through Luo Hong's mind, and then he slightly raised his right foot and stepped lightly. With a bang, the blue dragon finally raised his head a foot, but was smashed back again. This kick also cracked the protective spiritual light on the blue dragon's head, not only cracking his skull, but also shaking off the demon power he secretly accumulated. On the other side, while Luo Hong was fighting with the blue dragon, the old man surnamed Gao had already joined Lu Zhengai. Seeing the amazing scene of a late giant and cultivator overpowering an 8th level dragon, the two could not help but stare in amazement, and they deeply suspected that Luo Hong was some Yuanying senior who had hidden his cultivation. Brother Lu, do you think this person is very similar to the person in the portrait given by the young master? After staring at Luo Hong's face for a while, the old man surnamed Gao suddenly changed his expression and sent a voice message to Lu Zhengai beside him. Lu Zhengai was still wondering what kind of magic power Luo Hong used at this moment. He was stunned when he heard it. After taking a closer look, he sent a voice message with surprise and joy. Indeed, I'm afraid that the person the young master has been looking for in the outer sea for 20 years is this person. This person is powerful, not the two of us can fight him, and the young master is in a critical situation now. We must not be impulsive. Seeing that Lu Zhengai was a little eager to try, the old man surnamed Gao immediately reminded him in a solemn voice. Brother Gao is right. The most important thing right now is to rescue the young master. This person seems to have encountered difficulties. We might as well take this opportunity to make friends with him. After rescuing the young master, we can gather people to deal with this person. Lu Zhengai looked at the level 8 blue dragon that was stepped on by Luo Hong and immediately dared not have any more delusions and decided to pretend to be submissive. That's right. The old man surnamed Gao nodded slightly and transmitted the voice. On the sea, the blue dragon that was stepped on by Luo Hong no longer had an arrogant arrogance. But even though it was bleeding from its mouth and nose, the blue dragon did not mean to beg for mercy. Instead, it became more and more ferocious. It even ignored the broken skull and wanted to raise its head. I'll ask you one last time. Is there any news about my disciple? Luo Hong asked in a deep voice. I said I ate it, so I ate it. The blue dragon was filled with hatred, thinking that Luo Hong was some great cultivator who was hiding his cultivation and was teasing him here. Even if he died, he would not surrender and lose the pride of the dragon clan. Stubborn. Luo Hong didn't care about the blue dragon's mental journey. Since this dragon was useless to him, let him die and make some contribution. It just so happened that Luo Hong had planned to practice the jade dragon good again. The dragon bones of the 8th level blue dragon were excellent materials. He stepped hard and burst out with strength, instantly shaking the blue dragon's brain into a paste. After taking out a soul collecting bottle to collect the blue dragon's dragon soul, Luo Hong slapped the treasure bag on his waist and collected the entire body of the blue dragon, leaving it for future extraction and skinning. Then, Luo Hong flew towards the two giant cultivators. Humph. He was somewhat self-aware and didn't take the opportunity to escape. Being forced to the front by Luo Hong, Lu Zhengai and the others were very nervous. The other party was a terrifying existence that could suppress the dragon. At such a close distance, he might be able to kill them both easily. Dao Ao's magical powers are amazing. Lu admires you. May I ask where your master is and what your name is? Lu Zhengai bowed respectfully and put his attitude very low. Luo Hong took out the jade token that the other party had just thrown, put it in front of him, and looked at it for a while, then said lightly, I'm just a casual cultivator, and not worth mentioning. But I'm very interested in the young masters you two just mentioned. Can you introduce them to me? Luo Hong sneered and stared at the two. Lu Zhengai and the old man surnamed Gao were shocked and tried to control their expressions. After looking at each other, they were both confused. Then the old man surnamed Gao said, Dao Ao, why are you talking like that? We didn't say anything about the young master. Haha, you two are really cunning. Unfortunately, Zuo's spiritual sense is a little stronger than you two. Zuo heard everything you planned just now. Luo Hong pinched his thumb and index finger, made a tiny gesture, and chuckled. Run separately. At this point, the two finally couldn't pretend anymore. They really didn't expect that they would be eavesdropped by cultivators of the same level at a distance of hundreds of feet. With Lu Zhengai's roar, the two of them fled without hesitation. HMPH. It's a waste of effort. Luo Hong's face darkened, and a white aura flashed around him. He instantly appeared beside the old man surnamed Gao. You. The old man surnamed Gao saw through some of the mysteries of Luo Hong's escape technique, and his eyes widened. Luo Hong made a move like lightning, and with a single blow of his hand knife, he split the aura of the old man surnamed Gao's body protection, and hit him in the back. Suddenly, the old man surnamed Gao fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings, spitting blood. After killing one person, Luo Hong's figure disappeared in the white aura again. After several consecutive flashes, he caught up with another person, and also severely injured him with a single hand knife. In order to find out the origins and purpose of these two people, Luo Hong did not kill them. After seriously injuring them, he took them to the spiritual island. After casually placing a few restrictions on the two people to ensure that they could not escape and commit suicide, Luo Hong threw them on the beach, and then flashed to the outside of several stone houses on the island. These stone houses were the residences he built for Fan Mengai. They were part of the alert formation. In order to catch the tongue, Luo Hong had not carefully explored them. There might be clues to Fan Mengai's whereabouts in the stone houses. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong explored the inside and outside of these stone houses. A lot of floating dust had accumulated in the house because the spirit stones of the dust removal formation were exhausted. Although the refining furnace was extinguished, the materials inside had turned into a pile of charred waste due to excessive fire forging. It can be seen that Fan Mengai had left the island for some time and left in a hurry without taking time to clean up the house. It seems that she encountered an emergency and was forced to leave the island. She should not have been conscious when she left, otherwise she could easily send a message to me. In this case, she should have been ambushed and lost consciousness and then taken away. This group of people is probably not for money, and they are also in a hurry, otherwise they would not have plundered the stone house. After Luo Hong muttered to himself, he had a guess in his mind. According to the situation in the offshore in recent years, there should be a group of cultivators being chased by monsters, and they happened to pass by this island, and then Fan Mengai rescued them, but she was injured and unconscious. The rescued cultivator didn't know the situation, so he took her with him on the road. In other words, as long as he finds the place where the cultivators gather, Luo Hong can find his apprentice. As for how to find the gathering place of the cultivators, it naturally depends on the two giant cultivators. When Luo Hong returned to the beach, the two were unable to move because of the restrictions and had been submerged by the rising tide. Fortunately, they are cultivators, otherwise they would have died before Luo Hong came back. Throwing the two people ashore, Luo Hong asked with his hands behind his back, "There are many young masters looking for Zuo. Which one do you two belong to? Tell me as soon as possible, unless you want to taste the taste of soul searching." Ahem. Taoist Zuo misunderstood. "We have no ill intentions," Lu Zhengai said, after coughing out a few mouthfuls of seawater. "That's right. The young master has always emphasized that, as long as we look for your whereabouts, we won't do anything unnecessary. In fact, because we have been searching for years without success, we have essentially given up the search. This time we met you by accident." The old man surnamed Gao covered his chest and explained. "Don't talk nonsense to Zuo. Just tell me, are you from Cheyenne Luo sect or Yuji Island?" Luo Hong asked impatiently. "We are Xingang monks." Lu Zhengai nervously told his origins. Chapter 231 Creation of Thunder Liquid. Xingang? So Luo Hong originally guessed that the two sides of the anti-star alliance who were so actively investigating him should be the righteous and evil forces, represented by the Cheyenne Luo sect of the righteous path and the Liuji Island of the evil path. Behind these two forces are the great cultivators of the late Yuanying period, and only they can have the spare energy to track him down when the war is in full swing. Especially when Shanren, the young master of Liuji Island, he should be the one who wants to find Luo Hong the most. After all, it was him that Luo Hong pretended to be in the Zushan Palace. It is not a good feeling to be blamed for something that happened to you when you are sitting at home, not to mention the relationship between Luo Hong and the ancient demon general, when Shanren, who practiced the Liuji true demon art, must be very concerned. But Luo Hong did not expect that it was the Xingang who was at a disadvantage in the war, who was willing to brave the beast tide to track him down in the open sea. What's more, it was Ling Yuling, who had a good relationship with him, who was in charge of this matter. Strange, in the original timeline, Ling Yuling did not seem to show such a great interest in the Zushanding. What went wrong? Although Luo Hong admired Ling Yuling very much, if she had any bad thoughts, Luo Hong would not show mercy. Fortunately, according to what these two people said, Ling Yuling seemed to have other hidden reasons for tracking him down. Although Luo Hong has now surpassed the nascent soul realm in the way of essence and the way of God, and is considered to be quite powerful, and is confident that ordinary nascent soul cultivators cannot do anything to him, he is not so arrogant as to think that he can withstand the pursuit of the entire Chaos Star Sea alone. He has offended the Anti-Star Alliance to death, but the Star Palace still has a chance to turn around. Luo Hong does not want to extinguish this opportunity unless it is absolutely necessary. Needless to say, Ling Yuling will not tell these two people the real purpose of looking for her. Luo Hong pondered for a moment and said, "From what you two said before, fellow Daoist Ling seems to be in danger. Tell Zuo the details." The old man surnamed Gao and Lu Zhengai immediately avoided their eyes, obviously unwilling to answer the question. Luo Hong was not surprised by this. The two of them called Ling Yuling the young master directly. Obviously, they were not ordinary Xingang monks. Their loyalty was completely understandable. You two really misunderstood. Zuo and Ling Daoi are good friends. We were able to escape from the whirlpool of the inner star sea thanks to Ling Daoi's great help. If she is in danger, I will definitely not stand idly by. Luo Hong said in a gentle tone. You dare to say that the young master suffered a lot because of what happened back then? Hearing this, the old man surnamed Gao hollowed out Luo Hong without caring about his own safety. So that's why it was because I used Ling Yuling's power to teleport to the outer sea that the timeline changed. Luo Hong was enlightened at once, and after making such a guess, he said in a deep voice, I believe you are also very clear about Zuo's difficulties. If you really value the safety of fellow Daoist Ling, tell Zuo her whereabouts. Lu Zhengai exchanged glances with the old man surnamed Gao again. In fact, he already believed 80% of Luo Hong's words in his heart. After all, the other party could get what they wanted, as long as they forcibly searched their souls. There was no need to interrogate them so troublesomely. However, after hesitating for a while, Lu Zhengai said, this is a serious matter. We can't just listen to your one-sided words. If you are really sincere, please take us to Nanli Island. You two really don't understand the situation. You have no room to refuse now. Luo Hong's tone was stern, staring at the two of them with great displeasure, and said, from the situation just now, you should have the task of reporting the news and asking for help, but you are now seriously injured. The only reinforcement you can ask for is Zuo. You have no choice. That's why we have to ask. Lu Zhengai wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Luo Hong. Zuo can't take you to Nanli Island. Because Zuo doesn't trust Xingang, but Ling Daoi are alone. Luo Hong would not go to Nanli Island openly. If he was besieged by Yuanying period cultivators, it would be troublesome. After a long silence, Lu Zhengai let out a long sigh and said solemnly, I understand. If you really want to save me, please go to Xingluo Island immediately. Xingluo Island? If Zuo remembers correctly, Qiuan Island has become the lair of monsters. Xingluo Island is so close, it must be very dangerous. Why would fellow Daoist Ling go there? Luo Hong frowned, and suddenly felt that something was very strange. A distance of 3,000 miles can be reached in a few hours for high-level monsters. Therefore, Xingluo Island can be said to be right under the eyes of monsters. Any mistake will attract tens of thousands of monsters to besiege. Ling Yuling is of such a high status. Why would she go to such a dangerous place? It's a long story. We followed the young master to Qiuan Island to track down the whereabouts of you and another fellow Daoist Hun, but not long after, a beast tide broke out and hit Qiuan Island. The beast tide was not simple. It was the joint efforts of the Swanee royal family and the Jianalang clan. Because it happened suddenly, there was no time to mobilize manpower. Soon the monsters broke through the Blackstone city, and countless cultivators were killed and injured. We fought to the death to protect the young master and save him from the siege. Lu Zhengai paused at this point. Whenever he thought of that battle, he felt like he had survived a disaster. Because there is a teleportation array on Qiuan Island that connects to the inner star sea, the monsters can only launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, when the various forces in the inner star sea gather manpower, the monsters will suffer heavy casualties in attacking Blackstone City. After encountering a major change, the young master was looking for a hidden place to stay and planning to rebuild a long-distance teleportation array to connect to the inner star sea. At the same time, he sent people to track a demon general who belonged to the Wanzhangxi Abyss. Over the next 10 years, we have been working hard to rebuild the teleportation array. But just a few months ago, the senior brother who was tracking the demon general sent back news that the demon general showed signs of undergoing a thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation? Aren't all the demon generals in the Sea Abyss transformed demon cultivators? Why do they have to endure a thunder tribulation? Luo Hong couldn't help but wonder. Because the true form of that demon general is an ancient three-eyed thunder whale. In addition to the thunder tribulation of transformation, this demon has to experience a thunder tribulation every 10,000 years. Every time it passes through it, the magical power of its third eye will be greatly increased. More importantly, after safely passing the tribulation, a drop of fortune thunder liquid will flow out of its third eye, which can greatly increase the strength of the physical body, whether it is a human or a demon, and even has the magical effect of increasing the success rate of forming a baby. After hearing the news, the young master considered for a long time, and finally decided to lead people to sneak into Xingluo Island. I'm sure you can guess what happened later. The whole thing was actually a trap set by the demon beast, and the purpose was to attract high-level cultivators who coveted the fortune thunder liquid. In the melee, the young master ordered a dispersed breakout, and the two of us were chased and killed by the blue dragon all the way until we met you. After Lu Zhengai explained the cause and effect, he looked at Luo Hong nervously, waiting for his decision. So, it is highly likely that fellow Daoist Ling has fallen into the hands of the monster. According to the monster's current attitude towards cultivators, her chances of survival are extremely slim. Luo Hong frowned. The cultivators defeated by the monster always had only one ending, being devoured. Ling Yuling was probably already dead. No, the young master must still be alive. As long as we are alive, the young master must still be alive. The old man surnamed Gao retorted excitedly. We too have restrictions imposed by the two saints. Once the young master dies, we will also die immediately. Therefore, Since we can still talk to you now, the young master must still be alive. Lu Zhengai explained lightly. Then things are really getting more and more strange. Luo Hong touched his chin and pondered. Chapter 232, 5-element escape technique in the dragon encirclement. This matter was very strange, and Luo Hong felt something was wrong, but before thinking about it, he had to confirm whether what the other party said was true. After throwing the jade card back to Lu Zhengai, Luo Hong took some of the restrictions on the two of them and said lightly, "Unseal the message hidden in the jade card. If the message in the jade card is consistent with what you said, Zuo will spare your lives." Lu Zhengai was a little surprised. The jade card contained the young master's password, which was hidden under the restriction array. If it was not known in advance, even a Yuanying stage cultivator would not be able to find it, but the other party only got it for a while, and actually found it out. However, despite being surprised, Lu Zhengai happily unsealed the jade card with a secret technique. After all, he did not lie at all. After hearing the password in the jade card, Luo Hong nodded slightly and basically determined that what the two said was true. But in this way, there is a huge contradiction in the logic of the whole matter. According to the two subordinates of Ling Yuling, they went to Xingluo Island to take risks in order to snatch the fortune thunder liquid after getting the news of the thunder whale's tribulation. Although this move is extremely risky, it is not a pure suicide, because there cannot be too many monsters around when there is a thunder tribulation. Otherwise, the monsters around will be affected by the monster spirit, and not only the risk of the person being tribulated will increase greatly, but also the monsters around will be implicated and struck by thunder. Thunder tribulation is not something that can be crossed or not crossed. The way of heaven also needs face. You either don't trigger the thunder tribulation, but once it is triggered, you must go through it. Thunder tribulation is very powerful and cannot be faked. The monsters use it as a trap, and the risk they take is really greater. The most important thing is that the risk is not proportional to the benefit. Risking the possible death of a monster general, most of the monks below the nascent soul stage are attracted. After all, the most valuable thing about the thunder liquid is that it increases the success rate of forming a nascent soul. The effect of strengthening the physical body is not attractive to ordinary monks, unless they are monks practicing body refining techniques. The monsters here are very strange. In casting a large net to catch small fish, Ling Yuling and their purpose does not seem to be that simple. The creation thunder liquid is actually the most attractive to a late giant and cultivator like me who has practiced the body refining technique, but for a young master of a powerful force like Ling Yuling, there is no need to risk her life for it. Unless, in addition to the creation thunder liquid, she has something else that she must get from the thunder whale. If so, the monster may also be using this thing to catch a specific big fish. Although Luo Hong himself is the #1 suspect, he thinks about it and doesn't think he will take the risk and go deep into the monster's belly just to grab a drop of creation thunder liquid. Who is this big fish in the center of the storm? Luo Hong muttered to himself. He first suspected that something went wrong with Han Lao Mo, but calculating the time, Han Lao Mo should still be practicing in seclusion in Wu Dao. Moreover, with Han Lao Mo's temperament, it is even more impossible for him to be fooled. After hesitating for a long time, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he released the restrictions on the two people and said, "Zuo will go to Xingluo Island to investigate. I will rescue Ling Dao as appropriate. You two can do whatever you want." After that, Luo Hong turned into a blue rainbow and flew into the sky and actually fled towards Xingluo Island. He made this decision mainly because of the attitude of the blue dragon towards Lu Gao and the others. The dragon didn't want them to go back for help. Either the monsters on Xingluo Island couldn't withstand the counterattack of the monks, or there was a special situation, and the monsters on Xingluo Island didn't want the news to be leaked. At present, the monks in the outer sea were simply unable to fight the monsters head on, so Luo Hong basically believed that it was the latter. In addition, he could confirm that Ling Yuling was not dead, so Luo Hong felt that the risk was within controllable range. The change of Xingluo Island was a variable that did not exist in the original timeline. Luo Hong went there not only to rescue Ling Yuling, so that he could use the power of Xingang in the future, but also to find out the source of the change of Xingluo Island to avoid affecting himself. Of course, if there is a chance, it would be even better to get the Fortune Thunder liquid. Luo Hong can have such confidence and be sure that he can save himself from the storm, all because of the derived magical powers. After refining the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju. After practicing the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju to the first level, the most significant effect is of course to improve Luo Hong's physical strength, which tripled Luo Hong's energy value, making him have a huge force of more than 1 million catties in his every move. With the blessing of the Zhenhe Pearl and his own magic power, the power of Luo Hong's full strength attack can reach millions of catties. It is no longer an exaggeration to say that the power of a punch can cause a mountain to collapse. The peak strength of an 8th level dragon is only 1 million catties. Luo Hong is several times stronger than him, so naturally he can rub it at will after getting close to it and suppress the dragon's head. However, although the strength has been doubled, this is not the biggest gain of Luo Hong. After refining the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju, the weakness of physical cultivation has always been obvious. That is, if there is no superb escape technique, no matter how strong the physical strength is, it is difficult to exert. Luo Hong had never encountered an enemy whose physical strength was stronger than his, but he still used magic weapons and spells to fight against the enemy. That's why. But the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju is worthy of being a famous magic skill in the ancient capital. The moment he cultivated the first level, Luo Hong's wood spiritual root was cultivated in his body. Under the circulation of the 5 element, his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly strengthened several times. Because he has the 5 element spiritual root, Luo Hong can freely transform his magic power into the magic power of the 5 element. He immediately took out the 5 element ring from the treasure bag. He deliberately obtained this treasure from the Zushan Palace, not to be a pair with Han Lao Mo. At that time, he was attracted by the magical power of the 5 element ring that could teleport, and wanted to study it. Over the years, Luo Hong has achieved results, but he was previously unable to simulate the flow of its spiritual energy due to his own limitations. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, Luo Hong has easily found the corresponding meridians and simulated the spiritual energy flow of the 5 element ring, so that he can also teleport like the 5 element ring. The effect of this teleportation ability is very amazing. The distance of teleportation is related to the mana that Luo Hong can mobilize. In other words, the upper limit of the distance of a single teleportation is determined by the mana that Luo Hong can mobilize instantly, and the upper limit of the mana that can be mobilized instantly is determined by the cultivation level. In short, as Luo Hong's cultivation level increases, the distance of a single teleportation will increase significantly. Now, Luo Hong can teleport a maximum of about 50 feet at a time, which is not much different from Han Lao Mo's thunder escape technique. However, Luo Hong's 5 element escape technique can be performed continuously. As long as the physical body can withstand it, he can teleport multiple times. This is really too consistent with the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju. This escape technique is simply tailor-made for the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju. Luo Hong has reason to suspect that this escape technique is originally the skill of the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju. The jade slip of the technique that Luo Hong obtained from the old patriarch of the Qian family was not the complete version of the Great 5 Element Sage secret. The other party himself did not have a complete version. He only deduced how to practice to the first level of the Great 5 Element Sage secret, based on the secret techniques of the 5 families. The subsequent magical skills and techniques were all missing. In order to obtain the subsequent magical skills and techniques, Luo Hong would definitely go to Wushan after returning to Xianan. Putting these later stories aside, it was precisely because of the 5 element escape technique that Luo Hong was able to kill the transformed blue dragon so easily. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the blue dragon's carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. With the magical power of the 5 element escape technique, Luo Hong could overwhelm others when advancing and retreat without getting hurt. As long as he was careful not to step into a trap, he would be safe on this trip. Just as Luo Hong was flying rapidly to Xingluo Island, a spectacular scene of dragons gathering around Xingluo Island was presented. Among these various dragons, all of which were hundreds of feet long, a middle-aged man in a golden robe who was extraordinary and mighty, stared at Zingluo Island under the thunder clouds with a deep look. The 10,000-year thunder tribulation of the three-eyed thunder whale is very different from the ordinary thunder tribulation. It is not only extremely powerful, but also can last for more than a month. However, the thunder tribulation is not very powerful at the beginning. King Jinjiao knew this, so he boldly gathered all the dragons of the dragon clan above level 7 around Zingluo Island and set a trap. Otherwise, even if he didn't care about the life of the thunder whale, he would not dare to take the risk of the dragon clan. The thunder tribulation is getting stronger. We can't stay here for long. Has Landao come back? King Jinjiao looked at the tribulation cloud that began to drop thunderballs and asked with an unpleasant face. Report to the clan leader. Brother Lan has not returned yet. But with Brother Lan's cultivation, even if those two people have exquisite magic weapons, it is only a matter of time before he catches up and kills them. Behind King Jinjiao, a human-shaped dragon covered with red scales replied, well, order all the tribesmen to retreat 1,000 miles away and surround this island secretly. Never let the human race discover the secret of this island. The Golden Dragon King stared at a huge door that was opened 100 feet on the island. The ancient demon tribe text on the door reminded him of a demon tribe legend, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and said, yes, tribe leader. The red-scaled dragon took the order and left. At this time, a bald man wearing green scales flew forward and patted his chest and said, tribe leader, this place must be unoccupied, so let me stay and monitor the human cultivators who escaped into the door. Bixio, you can stay, but you must remember that you can only watch from a distance and never approach the robbery cloud. Otherwise, even if you are a transformed thunder dragon, you can't withstand a few robbery thunders. The Golden Dragon King ordered solemnly. Bixio understands. Tribe leader, don't worry. The green-scaled man patted his chest and assured. Then, including the Golden Dragon King, many dragons near Zingluo Island began to retreat under the power of the robbery thunder. After retreating thousands of miles away, the sense of being locked in the dark slowly dissipated. The dragons under his command were scattered everywhere, and King Jinjiao was alone guarding the hundreds of miles of sea. He looked at the looming robbery clouds in the sky and said to himself, this time, the demon clan Holy Land that has disappeared since ancient times appeared. Could it be that the person behind the scenes also calculated it? Among the two groups of cultivators who broke into the island, there is no one above the nascent soul stage. I guess the person behind the scenes either didn't fall for it or hid his cultivation and mixed in with many giant unstage cultivators. It happened to appear in the Demon Clan Holy Land when I was closing the net. This is too coincidental. I'm afraid that only the person behind the scenes who can create the wonder of the falling sun can know such a secret. He must be among those two groups of cultivators. But what is his purpose in entering my Demon Clan Holy Land? There is no doubt that King Jinjiao set up this game for the purpose of ambush and kill the person behind the scenes, guessed by King Swanee. To this end, he mobilized almost all the high-level combat power of the Jianalang clan. On that day, not long after the Thunder Whale's 10,000-year thunder tribulation began, a cultivator fell into the net. Although he did not sense the existence of cultivators above the nascent soul stage, the Golden Gyro King did not dare to be careless as long as he thought of the boiling sea. So, when the net was closed, he still did not show up, but released several level 7 dragons to test Leng Yuling and others. Under the siege of many level 7 dragons, these cultivators seemed very panicked and soon fell into a disadvantage. However, just when most of the cultivators were captured by the dragons, a black iron gate suddenly appeared on the island. The moment it opened, it actually sucked all the cultivators and dragons on the island except for the Thunder Whale who was undergoing the tribulation into the gate. After the shocking incident, the Golden Gyro King immediately sent dragons to investigate, and found that, although the gate could still be entered, it was limited to dragons below level 8. First, because of the unknown situation, and second, the thunder tribulation was getting more and more severe. The Golden Gyro King could only retreat to the outside of the island and observe the situation. As a result, all the dragons and monks who entered the gate showed no signs of coming out after a few days. When the thunder tribulation is over, this 20 years of waiting will come to an end. After the Golden Dragon King made up his mind, he splashed into the sea and did not notice that the reflection on the sea surface in the distance was slightly different. After leaving the spiritual island, Luo Hong flew for several days. Because he was on guard against the sneak attack of monsters, his flight speed was not very fast, so he was still some distance away from Xingluo Island. Suddenly, Luo Hong's consciousness sensed several breaths. He subconsciously thought that they were a group of monsters, but after a careful sense, he found that they were actually a group of monks, and they seemed to be heading to Xingluo Island. The leader is actually a Yuanying stage cultivator, and he is practicing magic, so he is definitely not from Xingang. Haha, in that case, why not let them clear the way for me? The monsters set up traps, and naturally deliberately spread the news of the Thunder Whale's tribulation. These cultivators were either reinforcement called by the cultivators who had already landed on the island, or unlucky people who wanted to rob the creation Thunder Liquid without knowing the situation. No matter what their purpose was, it did not prevent Luo Hong from using them to clear the way, so he slightly deflected his escape light and approached them. In this way, Luo Hong followed them all the way to the sea thousands of miles away from Xingluo Island. Before they flew for long, several huge water columns exploded on the sea surface, and several level 7 dragons emerged from the sea, and without saying a word, they launched a fierce attack on this group of demon cultivators. Luo Hong had actually discovered these level 7 dragons that had quietly gathered, but he had no intention of helping them at all. When did the dragons become so rampant? We just encountered an 8th level blue dragon the day before yesterday, and now there are several 7th level dragons blocking our way. Could it be that the Dragon Clan is behind the Xingluo Island incident? Encountering a sneak attack by several 7th level dragons, casualties soon occurred among the demon cultivators. 2 fire dragons entangled the Yuanying stage demon cultivator, and the remaining 3 7th level dragons fought against the larger number and killed the giant unstage demon cultivators. It looked like it wouldn't be long before, except for the Yuanying stage demon cultivator who was able to escape, the rest of the giant unstage demon cultivators would die in the mouths of the dragons. Just as Luo Hong was hesitating whether he should secretly help him, the Yuanying stage demon cultivator actually fought for his life. Chapter 233 The Opportunity of the Yellow Bird. The dark green poisonous fog rolled out from the body of the Yuanying stage demon cultivator and immediately covered the 2 red dragons that were fighting with him. The dark green poisonous fog was very toxic. After the 2 red dragons were poisoned, their strength was greatly reduced, and the situation immediately became precarious. Seeing this, the other 3 level 7 dragons hurriedly abandoned the giant unstage demon cultivator who was suppressed by them, and turned back to support. The Yuanying stage demon cultivator relied on the poisonous fog to fight 5 level 7 dragons alone, and even had the upper hand. However, Luo Hong saw clearly that this person's poisonous fog magical power was a double-edged sword, and the blood vessels in his neck were gradually turning blue. Obviously, he himself could not be completely immune to this kind of fierce poison, and if it lasted for a long time, his body would probably be necrotic. Just when Luo Hong thought that those giant unstage demon cultivators would take the opportunity to launch a counterattack against these dragons, they actually crossed the battle group without hesitation and fled to Xingluo Island. What was even more strange was that the Yuanying stage demon cultivator was not angry at all, as if this was a countermeasure that had been discussed in advance. Luo Hong frowned slightly. The choice of these demon cultivators was very strange. They were obviously going to the island to rescue a very important person, but it was reasonable that the giant unstage demon cultivators should desperately cover the Yuanying stage demon cultivators. After all, after rescuing people, they would be surrounded and killed by the dragons on the way back. If the Yuanying stage demon cultivator was determined to take people to escape, even the 8th level dragon would not be able to stop him. But now the situation is reversed. Could it be that the giant unstage cultivators are more useful than the Yuanying stage cultivators on the island? After a few flickering glances, Luo Hong also quietly bypassed the battle group and secretly followed the group of giant unstage demon cultivators. After flying for a while, Luo Hong saw the calamity clouds that kept dropping thunderballs, and immediately understood why those dragons were ambushing so far away from the island. It turned out that the thunder calamity was not over yet. But in other words, if they are scattered over 1,000 miles, any cultivator who approaches will be besieged by multiple dragons, so the total number of dragons in ambush must be quite a lot. Luo Hong had a deep impression of the patriarch of the dragon clan in the Chaos Star Sea. It was the Jyadon that the Golden Dragon King selflessly contributed that completed Han Leomo's 5 element of spiritual roots, and it was because of the dragon scale fruit he found that Han Leomo embarked on the fast track of the body training. With so many dragons gathered in this sea area, the Golden Dragon King was most likely sitting somewhere, and Luo Hong suddenly felt guilty. It's okay to be afraid, because that is a level 10 Demon King, which is a few points stronger than the ordinary late nascent soul cultivator, and only the transformation god cultivator can suppress him. If Luo Hong faced him head on, he would definitely be killed instantly. To put it bluntly, Luo Hong is now fighting against a Yuanying level warrior, relying on his huge strength, and he must sneak attack, teleport over and kill him with one punch. Otherwise, once the Yuanying level warrior is prepared, there are many ways to prevent him from exerting his huge strength. Of course, the opportunity to sneak attack is also thanks to his Yuanshan in the 4th deviation realm. By the way, spiritual consciousness has always been the weak point of monsters. As long as the innate magical power of monsters does not involve Yuanshan, their spiritual consciousness will be weaker than that of cultivators of the same level. In this way, my spiritual consciousness should be slightly stronger than that of the Golden Dragon King. After understanding this, Luo Hong's courage suddenly grew. He has the 4 symbols moving talisman, a treasure for escaping. At worst, he will teleport away as soon as the Golden Dragon King appears. Well, the risk is controllable. Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he threw out a yellowish brown stone tablet, and continued to follow the group of giant and demon cultivators. There was no obstacle along the way, and soon the group of demon cultivators approached within 50 miles of Xingluo Island. Luo Hong's nose was filled with the smell of burnt air, and the dull roar of whales could be heard from time to time. Even a fool could see that the thunder tribulation on the island was not simple. As a cultivator marked by the heavenly Dao, Luo Hong subconsciously used the key condensation technique to the extreme. Because of the previous speculation, Luo Hong began to observe carefully as soon as he approached Xingluo Island, trying to find any abnormalities. Unexpectedly, after just a glance, he found a huge black iron gate standing between 2 green mountains. The door of the huge gate opened, revealing a huge black demonic energy vortex. Needless to say, as long as this thing walks in, it will definitely be teleported to some dangerous place. However, when the group of giant and stage demon cultivators saw the huge black iron gate, they immediately pointed excitedly and accelerated their escape speed. It seems that the huge gate is their target. These demon cultivators seem to know a lot about this gate. It seems necessary to catch one to search the soul. Just as Luo Hong was choosing the object of soul search, a strong demonic energy broke into the range of his spiritual consciousness. Another level 8 dragon. It seems that he is the last guard left by the dragon clan. With a loud rumble, or thunder exploded not far in front of the group of giant and demon cultivators, and the bald-headed Bixio with green scales appeared. Oh no, it's the transformed demon cultivator. You guys hurry up, Brother Wu, and I will hold him back. Among the 6 giant and stage demon cultivators, the 2 leading late giant and demon cultivators took the initiative to meet Bixio, and the remaining 4 scattered and rushed towards the black iron gate from different directions. HMPH. Don't even think about leaving. Bixio smiled grimly, and with a rumble of thunder, he ignored the 2 demon cultivators who took the initiative to meet him, and instantly moved to the top of a demon cultivator who wanted to bypass him. A large green scale hand grabbed down with crackling lightning, and the demon cultivator's body shield was instantly broken like paper. The demon cultivator only had time to scream before his head was shattered, and he was electrocuted into a charred corpse falling from the air. After killing one person, Bixio's body flashed with lightning, and he disappeared instantly. Soon after, another scream was heard. It's actually an 8th level thunder dragon, and it can also use the thunder escape technique. This is not easy to deal with. Luo Hong, who was hiding in the sea, looked serious. He calculated the intervals between the opponent's use of the thunder escape technique, and wanted to find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Not long after, the 4 middle-stage giant and demon cultivators all died at the hands of Bixio. He stopped and prepared to get rid of the last 2 little bugs who dared to resist him, but saw that the 2 of them had joined forces to perform some secret technique, bypassing him and quickly escaping towards the Zingluo island covered by the robbery cloud. Good guy. It turns out that these 2 demon cultivators used the other 4 as bait from the beginning. How dare you fool me? Bixio was furious. After a loud bang, he teleported dozens of feet away. After flying for a while, he teleported dozens of feet away again. The 2 who were fleeing only heard the thunder coming closer and closer, and they did not dare to look back, but just focused on flying away. Finally, after a thunder that almost exploded in their ears, one of the demon cultivators could not bear the pressure and shouted, "Brother Wu, think of a way. It's almost there. As long as we fly under the calamity cloud, this dragon will not dare to use its magic power at will." Another demon cultivator shouted. He was speaking to the other party as well as to himself. However, at the edge of the calamity cloud, Beelin's figure suddenly appeared beside them, and dazzling lightning was brewing in his mouth. Now, Luo Hong, who had been waiting for a long time, disappeared in an instant. Chapter 234, Wrath of the Robbery Cloud. The 2 giant and demon cultivators sensed the terrifying spiritual waves in the lightning, and their eyes were bloodshot, and they shouted in their hearts, "My life is over." However, at this moment, Luo Hong's figure appeared out of thin air behind Bixio. As soon as he appeared, he immediately punched Bixio's back of the head, and his fist was wrapped in a thick black light. There was no doubt that this was a full-strength attack with the help of the power of the Zenhei Pearl. The next moment, with a sound of bone cracking, Bixio's human body was smashed and flew out, just hitting the Wu demon cultivator, just like being hit by a small mountain, and the man's body exploded instantly. Luo Hong, who had achieved success with 1 punch, did not have any joy on his face, because the blow he had been waiting for a long time, although it hit the opponent's vitals. At the last moment when Luo Hong's fist landed on Bixio, the opponent's body stretched strangely, causing his right shoulder to move to the original position of the back of the head. Luo Hong didn't know that this was a unique magical power of a transformed demon cultivator. After he transformed into a human form, which could stretch and compress the human body within a certain range. At this moment, Bixio, whose right shoulder was hit by a devastating blow, opened his mouth wide with black smoke coming out, and was terrified. At that moment, Bixio's spiritual sense suddenly sensed the threat of death. In a hurry, he chose to sacrifice his right shoulder, and use the opponent's attack to distance himself, so that he could use the thunder escape technique to escape. Now that he successfully distanced himself, he looked back and found that the opponent was just a cultivator in the late stage of Jinden, and he couldn't help but doubt for a moment. However, when the opponent disappeared in a white light, Bixio didn't dare to take the risk. The lightning around him was agitated, and he moved out with a rumble. Before the lightning faded, Luo Hong's figure appeared beside Bixio. Seeing that he failed to catch him, he used his spiritual sense to capture the opponent's breath, and immediately moved again. "I will chase this dragon and never let him distance himself." After Bixio escaped, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and treat the injury on his right shoulder, but he saw that the other party almost did not stop and used the unknown escape technique again. Bixio, who was still unable to move immediately used his innate thunder control technique to lay a spherical electric net around him. As long as Luo Hong appeared in it, he would be attacked by thunder. However, Luo Hong had already expected that the other party would use magic to seal the space around him. After all, this was the only way to protect himself after seeing his methods. Therefore, when Luo Hong appeared, he did not appear in the spherical electric net, but was 5 or 6 feet away from Bixio, and a dark mirror appeared in his hand. However, before Luo Hong could activate the power of the dazzling magic mirror, there was a blast above his head. It turned out that the man in the dragon had run under the robbery cloud in the tense chase, and both used their magic powers. At this moment, a red thunder fell from the robbery cloud, splitting into 2 halfway, striking Luo Hong and Bixio respectively. Sensing the astonishing spiritual pressure in the red thunder, Luo Hong hurriedly turned from offense to defense and used all his strength to support the lightless shield for defense. Bizarro, who was standing by, did not dare to neglect it either. With a thought, he gathered the spherical electric net around his body to the surface of his body and cast a set of thunder armor. The red thunder struck down, and the part of the lightless shield that was hit suddenly lit up with a scorching light like a red-hot iron, but at least it survived. Bizarro's situation was slightly better. The red thunder did not penetrate his thunder armor. At this moment, he was staring at Luo Hong with murderous eyes. It was obvious that Luo Hong's disadvantage in dealing with the thunder robbery made him want to kill him. However, before the two of them could make the next move, the explosion sounded above their heads again. This time, a red thunder was struck separately. How could it be? Exclamation mark. How could the thunder robbery come so fiercely when they were just implicated? Exclamation mark. Bixio not only survived the tribulation himself, but also had the experience of protecting the same dragons during the tribulation several times, so he was familiar with the thunder tribulation. For those like them who broke into the range of the tribulation cloud halfway and used magic and spells recklessly, the tribulation cloud would only send down a tribulation thunder to warn them. If they retreated in time, the tribulation cloud would not make things difficult for them. Otherwise, it would impose severe punishment. But looking at the current situation, the tribulation cloud had no intention of giving them a chance at all and actually planned to kill them right away. Bixio felt something was wrong, and regardless of his hatred with Luo Hong, he immediately withdrew and retreated violently, trying to leave the range of the tribulation cloud. Unfortunately, Luo Hong thought the same thing. Realizing that the tribulation thunder was powerful, he fled out of the tribulation cloud at the same time. However, although Luo Hong and Bixio did not use their magic again, the tribulation cloud still did not give them a chance to breathe and sent down two thicker red thunderbolts. This thunderbolt directly melted through Luo Hong's lightless shield, and the red thunderbolt, which had greatly reduced its power, shot straight at Luo Hong's body. Just when Luo Hong thought he was going to be seriously injured, the red lightning suddenly changed direction and shot into his forehead. Luo Hong only felt a slight burning sensation on his forehead, but he didn't feel any discomfort. On the other hand, Bizarro's scales were charred in many places after the lightning struck, and his right shoulder was injured, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the man in the dragon had reached the edge of the calamity cloud, and they would be able to escape from the range of the calamity cloud in a short time. But at this time, something strange happened again. The calamity cloud seemed to be stimulated by something, and it quickly rolled up and expanded its range. And as if it was angry, it sent down several thick red lightning bolts towards the man in the dragon. Although most of the red lightning bolts went towards Luo Hong, the remaining ones still made Bizarro suffer a lot. The thunder armor on his body was completely shattered, and his right arm, which was originally drooping, was broken into two. It was extremely miserable. Hearing the thunder roaring like the sky above, Bizarro finally realized the problem. He shouted at Luo Hong with great resentment, "You hurt me." Then, more red thunder poured down from the top of his head, and the 8th level thunder dragon was actually shattered by the thunder. After Luo Hong's lightless shield was broken, he didn't have time to use other means of self-defense before several red thunders approached him. But just like before, these red thunders deflected before they approached him and all sank into his forehead. Although Luo Hong didn't understand why, he also realized that this change was due to the purple thunder in his Nuwan palace. Without the purple thunder, I'm afraid I would have followed the footsteps of the 8th level thunder dragon, but it was also because of the purple thunder that the robbery cloud had this change. At this time, the robbery cloud was expanding towards the direction of Luo Hong's flight, obviously not wanting to let him go. After another wave of red thunder, although Luo Hong was still unscathed, his body, especially his head, was burning abnormally. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise he would have died from his head being roasted. Since the robbery cloud had already revealed its killing intent, Luo Hong did not need to restrain himself from using his magical powers. With a 5-element escape technique, he caught the spirit of the thunder dragon holding the gyro down. Luo Hong found that, even if he tried his best to fly and teleport, he could not catch up with the speed of the expansion of the robbery cloud. It seems that running away is useless. After saying that, Luo Hong turned around and fled towards the Black Iron Gate on Xingluo Island. The surviving demon cultivator saw Luo Hong and the Thunder Dragon fighting each other, so he bypassed the two and persevered towards the Black Iron Gate. Finally, when he was about to arrive, he heard a thunder explosion behind him. Looking back, he saw a figure almost wrapped in thunder approaching him rapidly. Daoyao, don't come over here. The demon cultivator didn't know why the robbery cloud took such good care of him, but he knew very well that, if the other party approached, he would be dragged down by the aura. Luo Hong had already used the refined nuclear black flame to protect himself, but he still felt that he was about to be melted by the high temperature. He didn't care about the demon cultivator shouting at all, and just wanted to escape into the Black Iron Gate. Seeing this, the demon cultivator didn't care about much. He risked being struck by lightning, and used the secret technique that consumed his essence and blood to speed up his flight. Finally, he escaped into the Black Iron Gate before Luo Hong approached him. Another wave of red thunder was absorbed by Luo Hong's eyebrows. At this time, the robbery cloud paused for a moment without any signs, and then a thick bright orange thunder fell. The power of this thunder far exceeded the red thunder. Although it was still absorbed by his eyebrows, Luo Hong felt a burning pain from the inside to the outside. He desperately used his magic power to protect his head and heart, so he didn't faint. Finally, before the next wave of thunderbolts descended, he escaped into the evil vortex of the Black Iron Gate. As Luo Hong had guessed beforehand, this gate had the function of teleportation. As soon as Luo Hong entered it, he was teleported outside the robbery cloud. He could not sense the breath of the Sky Stealer, and the robbery cloud gradually returned to normal. The whale's cry, which had just slowed down, sounded again. After a slight dizziness, Luo Hong appeared in a huge magic array. After appearing, Luo Hong immediately used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was only the breath of a demon cultivator, he sat down cross-legged and began to practice Qigong to heal his wounds. When the demon cultivator in the late Giant stage saw that this strange cultivator who could chase the 8th level Thunder Dragon and blast him was also teleported, he immediately became alert and sacrificed his magic weapon to fight to the death. The demon cultivator knew that with the opponent's magical power, it was useless to escape. However, to his surprise, this powerful strange cultivator seemed to have been seriously injured by the thunderbolt. His body was charred, and he sat down to heal his wounds without caring as soon as he appeared. What a good opportunity. This person has an unknown origin, but his magical powers are extremely powerful. In this demon clan holy land that can only be entered by those with a cultivation level below the nascent soul stage, he will be a great threat. I must take this opportunity to eliminate him. A fierce look flashed in the demon cultivator's eyes, and the dark green flying knife floating in his palm spun around, about to shoot at Luo Hong, who was meditating with his eyes closed. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and his cold eyes made the demon cultivator's movement stagnate. Then, in his horrified eyes, Luo Hong slowly stood up, and the charred skin on his body fell off as he stood up, revealing the white skin underneath. Ahem, are you here to save people too? The demon cultivator's face froze, and he forced out a smile. Although he stopped offering the flying knife under pressure, he did not put away the magic weapon, and remained on guard. You are practicing the magic technique, so you should be a cultivator affiliated with the Anti-Star Alliance, right? Luo Hong asked in a cold tone with a fierce look on his face. It wasn't that Luo Hong wanted to play along with this person. In fact, Luo Hong had originally planned to search this person's soul, but his injuries were far from being healed as he looked on the outside. After practicing the Great 5 Element Sage Art to the first level, the original 5 secret magic powers not only did not disappear, but were also greatly strengthened. Because the 5 element flowed in his body, the Chanking art no longer needed to consume Luo Hong's vitality, and the speed of repairing physical injuries was also accelerated several times. But no matter how fast it was, it could not make the almost burnt body completely recover in an instant. In fact, Luo Hong was on guard when he noticed that the demon cultivator was here. Because he could freely control the 5 element in his body, Luo Hong did not need to sit down to heal his injuries. Standing or walking, as long as he did not use his magic power recklessly, it would not affect the effect of the magic power. Luo Hong deliberately sat cross-legged and repaired the injuries on the surface of his body first, just to make the demon cultivator misunderstand that he was fine and delay time. The aggressive posture at this time was also for this purpose. Fellow Daoist, you must be a cultivator from the Crossing Palace, and you were summoned suddenly, right? Otherwise, you should know that our young masters have joined forces this time. The demon cultivator took 2 steps back, looking suspicious. Joining forces? The password I received did not mention joining forces. Are you lying to me? Luo Hong took 2 steps closer, took out the communication jade token, and used it to start transmitting the password, successfully delaying the time for about 10 breaths. Ahem, I guess the situation was urgent at the time, and the young master of your palace did not have time to explain in detail. In fact, our 2 families met a few days before we went to the island and decided to join forces. After all, the demon clan here is powerful, and if we want to seize the treasure, it is reasonable for us cultivators to put aside our past grudges and join forces. Seeing that Luo Hong had some faith, the demon cultivator did not continue to retreat, so as not to appear guilty. HMPH. If that's the case, how do you explain this black iron gate? You guys are desperately trying to rush in, but don't tell me that you know nothing. Luo Hong's injuries have mostly healed, so he no longer hesitates and asks directly to the crux of the matter. I'm just following orders. The Yuanying elder has told me that the young master will arrange for us to do things after we come in. I just don't know if I'm the only one who breaks in now. Will this delay the young master's important matters? Oh, by the way, I haven't thanked you for saving me from the hands of the Thunder Dragon. The demon cultivator thought he had escaped a disaster, and after explaining, he suddenly bowed his hands to thank him. Haha, you're welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hong's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind the demon cultivator. The fist force exploded in his dantian on his back, instantly shattering the golden elixir. The demon cultivator turned his head and stared at Luo Hong with eyes full of resentment. He wanted to say something, but his throat was full of blood, and he could only vomit blood when he opened his mouth, and he couldn't say a word. Really, you don't have to be polite, because you're going to return it soon. Luo Hong said indifferently, and put his palm on the head of the demon cultivator, performing the soul-searching technique. After a while, Luo Hong slowly opened his eyes. The man just said that he knew nothing about this place, and it turned out to be a lie. It turns out that this place is the legendary holy land of the demon clan. The young master mentioned by this person is the true descendant of the 6-path saint Wen Xianren. And from this person's memory, Wen Xianren is the mastermind who made the Black Iron Gate appear in the world, and the robbery of the creation Thunder Liquid is just a cover. However, this person really doesn't know Wen Xianren's real purpose. Luo Hong pinched out the demon cultivator's insane soul, and muttered to himself. Chapter 235 Wen Xianren. Standing in the teleportation array, Luo Hong looked around. Behind him was a dark wall, faintly emitting spiritual energy. Obviously there was a ban hidden in it. In front of him was a long passage, filled with demonic energy, illuminated by the fluorite on both sides, presenting a green scene. Luo Hong didn't think this broken place was a good place. Fortunately, although his spiritual sense was suppressed, it was far less powerful than the Zushan Palace. Luo Hong tried his best to explore, and captured several breaths at the end of the sensing range. After pondering for a moment, Luo Hong waved his sleeves, rolled up a spiritual wind, changed into the clothes of a demon cultivator, and took out a mask from the treasure bag, and put it on. Before leaving, Luo Hong ejected a small fireball, and burned the corpse of the demon cultivator. At this moment, in the depths of the demon clan's holy land, 2 groups of cultivators were blocked by a colorful and disgusting crystal wall. Ling Yuling, the target that Luo Hong wanted to rescue, was among them. However, she was not like Wen Xianren, who stood out from the crowd and made people recognize him as the leader at a glance. Instead, she quietly sat cross-legged with several giant unstage cultivators. The leader of Xinjiang was a gentle gentleman with a refined temperament and a gentle personality that made it difficult for people to feel hostile. In the inner Star Sea, Xinjiang and Nixing League were fighting fiercely, but here, the young masters of the two families could sit together in peace. You should know that the number of people in Nixing League far exceeded that of Xinjiang. It was really hard to imagine if you didn't see it with your own eyes. It seemed that it was a certain agreed time. The gentleman in white clothes, the jade bone brocade fan in his hand, stood up and said slowly, "Brother Wen, we have been trapped here for 10 days. Where are the reinforcement you mentioned?" Before going to the island, this young master had already confirmed the existence of the entrance to the demon clan's holy land and sent people back to Nanli Island to gather strong reinforcement. Brother Ling might as well wait for a few more days. Wen Shanren still sat cross-legged, without even opening his eyes, and replied proudly. Wen Shanren came to Kiowan Island a few years earlier than Ling Yuling. At first, he was naturally looking for Luo Hong, who pretended to be him, and caused a lot of trouble to Liuji Island. However, later he accidentally got the clue of the demon clan's holy land, so he traced it all the way, and finally found the specific location of the demon clan's holy land. But at this time, the beast tide had erupted for many years, and the holy land was covered by the formation. When it was unsealed, it would cause strange phenomena. Wen Shanren never found a chance to start until he accidentally received the news that the Thunder Whale Demon General would cross the tribulation on Xingluo Island. He decided to take a risk for something in the demon clan's holy land. The result was naturally that he ran into the Xinjiang monks led by Ling Yuling. When they first met, the two sides almost fought each other. Fortunately, they knew that they were deep in the demon clan's territory and maintained maximum restraint. Ling Yuling came here because she was sure that Luo Hong needed the third eye of the three-eyed thunder whale. When she received the news that the thunder whale was crossing the tribulation, she suddenly realized it. She had always thought that Luo Hong was involved in the battle between humans and demons in order to lure out the three-eyed thunder whale so that she could find an opportunity to kill the whale and take its size. Now she understood that Luo Hong had calculated the day when the three-eyed thunder whale would pass the tribulation, and there was no need to spend a lot of effort to plan a battle between humans and demons. Of course, this was all Ling Yuling's wrong speculation due to wrong information, and Luo Hong said that he was very innocent. But Ling Yuling herself believed that Luo Hong would definitely appear this time, so she brought people to Xingluo Island to take risks. Interestingly, after the two groups met, they both claimed that they came for the Fortune Thunder Liquid, but in fact, neither of them had a real purpose. In this way, both sides believed that the other's purpose did not conflict with their own, and under the pressure of the monster beast, they naturally joined forces temporarily. Unfortunately, the monster clan was also making arrangements on Xingluo Island, and they had almost the same misunderstanding with Ling Yuling. Therefore, the two groups of cultivators were attacked by more than 10 level 7 dragons as soon as they took advantage of the thunder tribulation to go to the island. If Wen Shanren had not unsealed the gate of the Holy Land in time, they would probably have been swallowed by the dragons. However, this incident also caused heavy casualties among the cultivators on both sides. On the Xinjiang side, including Ling Yuling, a total of 8 cultivators above the giant stage were dispatched. Aside from Lu Gao and the other two who broke out to seek help, there were only 4.5 people left. The half-person was a literal half-person. The Nixing alliance was not much better. A total of 10 cultivators above the giant stage came, but now there are only 6 left. The remaining people were injured in order to cover Wen Shanren to unseal the gate of the Holy Land, and they were not in the best condition. But even so, the strength of the Nixing alliance was enough to annihilate the Xinjiang side after paying a small price. However, now it is a situation of peaceful coexistence. It is not that Wen Shanren does not want to destroy the young master of the Xinjiang in front of him, but that he cannot. Before, he sent people to ask for help, not because he expected the demon clan to ambush, but because he knew some of the conditions in the demon clan Holy Land, and knew that there would be such a crystal wall blocking the way. It takes enough high-level monks to break the crystal wall. Wen Xianren originally brought enough people, but the appearance of Ling Yuling and his group left him with insufficient manpower, because he originally planned to attack the Xingan monks the moment he was teleported to the demon clan's holy land. Taking advantage of the short dizziness after the teleportation, coupled with a deliberate plan, this sneak attack will surely inflict heavy damage on Ling Yuling and his group, but the opponent's dying counterattack will inevitably cause a few casualties. It is precisely because of this plan that when Xianren asked for help in advance without noticing the ambush of the Jiao clan. Unfortunately, the appearance of the 7th level Jiao Longs disrupted Wen Xianren's plan. He is now seriously short of manpower, and there is an ambush of the demon clan outside. I don't know how many people who come to help can break in. In order to avoid being trapped here, Wen Xianren can only suppress the murderous intent in his heart. In other words, as long as the number of reinforcement that arrive meets his psychological expectations, he will attack Ling Yuling and his group, otherwise he can only continue to join forces. Although the gentleman in white knew that it was not appropriate to just wait for the enemy's reinforcement to arrive, they had no way to break the crystal wall, so they could only remain unchanged in the face of change. Fortunately, the identity of the young master was not exposed. Even in the worst case, the young master could still have a glimmer of hope. The gentleman in white thought so. The people Ling Yuling brought with her to the sea this time were all cultivators secretly trained by the twin saints of the stars. These cultivators have been brainwashed since childhood and are extremely loyal. With the protection of the prohibition, they can be said to be the dead soldiers in Ling Yuling's hands. Just as everyone was secretly on guard, crisp footsteps came from the green passage. Everyone turned their heads and saw a cultivator wearing the magic clothes of the Anti-Star Alliance and a mask covering his face. Wen Xianren immediately stood up and frowned and asked, "Why are you the only one here?" Luo Hong saw through Wen Xianren's identity at a glance. Although he had never seen him, his temperament was too recognizable. "Young master, there is an 8th level thunder dragon blocking the way. Except for me, no one else can get through." Chapter 236 Breaking the Formation and Sword Key. The Jiao Long clan has always been xenophobic. Only those who can mobilize multiple 7th level Jiao Longs can naturally be Jiao Longs above the transformation level. Brother Wen, now that your reinforcement are almost gone, there is no need to hide this method of breaking the formation anymore. The gentleman in white chuckled with a bit of mockery and swish opened the jade fan and waved it twice happily. Wen Xianren's plan failed, and he was mocked by the young master of the Star Palace. He was full of anger in his heart. He looked at Luo Hong with a rather unhappy look, and ordered without hesitation, "You, take off the mask." Luo Hong was slightly stunned, thinking that Wen Xianren looked arrogant, but also very cautious. Fortunately, because he was recognized by Lu Gao and the others before, I was prepared this time. Luo Hong stretched out his hand to take off the mask, revealing a face of a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and no characteristics. This was his face after he used the magic Dao Zuan Gong to change. As long as he didn't use all his strength, the cultivators in the nascent soul stage would never be able to see through it. Because of this profound skill, Luo Hong's cultivation level was only the middle stage of Jiandan. The Nixing Alliance was a large and powerful organization, and there were countless Jiandan cultivators in the magic world. The demon cultivator whose soul was searched by Luo Hong had never met Wen Xianren. After coming to the outer sea, he sat alone in a corner and was not familiar with the other Jiandan demon cultivators present. Sure enough, after Luo Hong took off his mask, Wen Xianren just frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What's your name? What's your job? Why have I never seen you before?" "My young master, I'm Luo Hong, responsible for managing the underground market of Songhai Island. I haven't moved for many years." Luo Hong put on the mask again and said according to the memory of the demon cultivator. Wen Xianren was a little confused when he heard it and remembered that there was such an outer island. "Brother Wen, you called this man here, why don't you trust him? Hurry up and break the formation. Do you want to be trapped here to death?" The gentleman in white couldn't help but urge Wen Xianren when he saw that he was dragging his feet. "Humph. This young master doesn't need Brother Ling to teach me how to do things. Don't you see how powerful this formation is? It's not something that can be broken just by saying it. when Shinran's attention was successfully diverted by the gentleman in white. After a majestic rebuttal, he pointed his sword at the mottled crystal wall, cast a golden blade spell, and said solemnly, "This formation is an ancient strange formation, wild monster devouring soul formation, which can only be broken by violence, but it can devour spiritual energy. Sporadic attacks not only cannot weaken the formation, but will enhance the power of the formation. Therefore, if we want to break the formation, we must make a concerted effort, gather all our strength, and attack together." When everyone saw the golden blade swallowed by the mottled crystal wall, they knew that what Wen Shinran said was true. If it is really a wild demon soul devouring formation, the color of the crystal wall is a little wrong, Luo Hong thought secretly. While Wen Shinran was talking to the gentleman in white, Luo Hong had already found Ling Yuling in the crowd. Looking at the gentleman in white, he immediately understood the other party's arrangement. Luo Hong was not in a hurry to contact Ling Yuling. He looked at the mottled crystal wall in front of him, trying to figure out some tricks. From the teleportation formation at the entrance to this place, this so-called demon clan Holy Land gave Luo Hong the feeling of only one word: big. The mottled crystal wall in front of him blocked the entire passage, which was hundreds of feet long and wide. Luo Hong and others stood below like ants. "Brotherling, this is a deal. Let's use our magic weapons together, and attack the crystal wall with all our strength. Don't hold back. If we can't break this formation in one fell swoop, the crystal wall will become stronger after absorbing the spiritual power of our attack." When Shinran had discussed the matter of breaking the formation with the gentleman in white, except for the half of Xingdang, the rest of them stood up. "We will not hold back, but after all, Brother Wen is the main force, and I'm waiting to see Brother Wen's magical power," the gentleman in white said modestly, with a smile on his face, and his true thoughts could not be seen. When Shinran's method of breaking the formation was very rough. That is, 11 people stood in a row and sacrificed magic weapons to attack an area on the crystal wall. After everyone stood still, Wen Shinran ordered to attack the crystal wall area in front of him. Just as everyone sacrificed their magic weapons and gathered their magic power, Luo Hong said in a calm tone, "Young master, in my opinion, it should be easier to attack the blue area together." "Oh, Luo protector, you also understand the formation?" Wen Shinran asked in surprise. If this person can really understand the ancient formation, then his attainments in the way of formation can be regarded as extremely extraordinary. Why would such a talent be sent to guard the isolated island outside? In fact, Wen Shinran originally brought a formation master with him on this trip, but he unfortunately died in the mouth of a dragon. I only have a little understanding. As far as I know, the crystal wall formed by a normal wild monster devouring solar ray should be topaz colored. The crystal wall in front of me is mottled in color, mostly because of the disorder of the internal spiritual energy, so the solidity of different color areas should be very different. The wild monster devouring solar ray is an earth-based formation, and earth can overcome water, so the blue area on the crystal wall should be a relatively weak point. Luo Hong faced the crystal wall, explaining to everyone while still thinking. Why is the spiritual energy disordered? It should be said that such a large formation will not have such problems. However, Wen Shinran and others did not have much attainment in formations, so they did not have the doubts that Luo Hong had now. After listening to his clear and logical explanation, they agreed to change the attack area and were about to start immediately. Luo Hong did not say anything to stop him. Although he felt that something was wrong, he could not find the answer just by looking at the surface of the formation. At this moment, 11 giant stage cultivators sacrificed their magic weapons at the same time, and the colorful treasure light illuminated the dim green passage. Following Wen Shinran's order, everyone shot out the magic weapons in their hands, or above their heads, and simultaneously blasted at the blue area pointed out by Luo Hong. Amid the rumbling sound, spider web-like cracks appeared on the crystal wall of the blue area, and they expanded rapidly, followed by a sound of glass breaking. The entire blue area shattered, and a gap 2 people high was broken in the crystal wall. However, behind the broken gap was not the green passage that everyone expected, but a layer of white light film. At this point, although it was a bit unexpected, everyone could only make a concerted effort and continue to blast at the white light film with their magic weapons. But strangely, the white light film did not have any protective ability, and all the magic weapons shot by everyone passed through without any hindrance. Just as everyone was surprised, the white light film lit up and shot out dense white sword energy. Not good. Sensing the amazing spiritual pressure in the white sword energy, Wen Shanren shouted, retreated as fast as possible, and sacrificed the magic weapon for protection. The rest of the people also sensed the fatal threat, and almost at the same time, chose to retreat and use self-protection methods. Everyone's reaction cannot be said to be slow, but two of them were unlucky and shared more white sword energy than others. The self-protection methods they hastily used were not powerful enough, and they were soon cut into several pieces with screams. These white sword energies came and went quickly and calmed down after a few breaths, but they made everyone very embarrassed, and the crystal wall that was originally blasted was also restored during the raging of the sword energy. Luo Hong had the lightless shield to protect himself, so he was naturally not afraid of these sudden sword energies. Compared with the sharp sword energy that had already subsided, the angry eyes cast on him now were more troublesome. Protector Luo, explain it. Wen Shanren said very unkindly. The two dead were his men. My eyes have been inflamed these 2 days, and I can't see things clearly. It's really uncomfortable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Fusion Array. As Wen Shanren shouted, the remaining 4 demon cultivators surrounded Luo Hong. They would surely surround and kill Luo Hong, as long as Luo Hong's explanation did not satisfy him. Facing such a situation, Luo Hong was not panicked at all. For him, except for the treasure that Wen Shanren might have as a substitute, he could easily kill the others. However, Wen Shanren obviously had important information about this place, so now was not the time to turn hostile. So that's how it is. This is a fusion formation. Luo Hong pretended to be amazed and did not show any fear in the face of a possible encirclement. Fusion formation? Guardian Luo, make it clear. If we can't break the formation, we will all be trapped here to death. Wen Shanren saw that Luo Hong did not show any guilty conscience, and his tone slowed down immediately. Of course, he could be so reasonable, because among the cultivators present, only Luo Hong had studied the formation deeply and had the possibility of breaking the formation. Master, please forgive me. I was too excited. I have only seen the concept of fusion array in books, but never seen it in real life. Master, you should remember what I just said. The spiritual energy in this wild monster swallowing array is disordered. Luo Hong bowed his hands and apologized, and then explained the secrets of the array in front of him. Fusion array, I have heard of it. It is said that it requires extremely high attainments in array arrangement to merge the two arrays, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, and form an unsolvable array. The gentleman in white smiled slightly. 2 people from Wen Shanren's side suddenly died, and the strength of both sides was equal. Is it really unsolvable? Wen Shanren's face changed, and he asked anxiously. He was the young master of the Anti-Star Alliance. He was going to lead the entire Chaos Star Sea in the future. He had a bright future. How could he be trapped here and die? This made him anxious. I'm afraid this person has never experienced any fierce battles. Luo Hong shook his head secretly, but still said respectfully on the surface, to set up an unsolvable formation, it is not enough to fuse 2 formations. Moreover, the way this formation is fused is extremely rough, and it will not cause spiritual energy disorder normally. I just took a quick glance, and if I'm not mistaken, the white light film behind the crystal wall should be from the Horn Sword Gang formation. This formation is a purely offensive formation, and the Horn Sword Ki it stimulates is so great that even giant and cultivators like us will find it difficult to defend against it. At present, the owner of this place has fused the Wild Monster Devouring Soul formation with the Horn Sword Gang formation. The offensive spiritual energy absorbed by the outer crystal wall is no longer used to strengthen the crystal wall, but to strengthen the Horn Sword Ki. Therefore, as soon as we break through the crystal wall, we will be attacked violently by the Horn Sword Ki. The greatest beauty of this fusion formation is that it can strengthen the attacker's power and return it back. Wonderful. It is really wonderful. Protector Luo, you have said so much. Is there any way to break the formation? When Shinran listened patiently and asked immediately. There is a way. After all, the two formations are not perfectly integrated. Theoretically, there should be many loopholes. However, my ability is limited. I can only try my best. I dare not guarantee that I can break the formation. Luo Hong said very modestly. He was willing to stand up at this time, not for the sake of showing off, but because he did not want these demon cultivators who could protect him from disasters to be lost here in vain. After all, in the current situation, as long as he can withstand the strangulation of the Horan sword energy, he can break through the crystal wall. Luo Hong believed that when Shinran had the ability to do so, although it would probably cost some price, he still wanted to take his men in with him. Obviously, the road behind the crystal wall was not easy to walk. Okay, as long as a Luo protector can break the formation, this young master will definitely transfer you back to Liuji Island. When Shinran promised at the right time. When Luo Hong pretended to thank him, he keenly sensed a hint of murderous intent, the source of which was Ling Yuling, who was hiding her identity. Do you regard me as a threat? Although when Shinran's specific purpose is still unclear, it is certain that what he wants is in this demon clan holy land. And now from Ling Yuling's performance, she also has a certain understanding of this place, and it is even possible that she has guessed what Wen Shinran wants. Luo Hong thought silently, walked to the crystal wall, stretched out his palm, and pressed it on its surface, and immediately felt his mana being slowly sucked away by it. Luo Hong did not tighten his mana for this reason, but took the initiative to input his mana into the crystal wall. At this time, Luo Hong could clearly feel that his mana was being divided and absorbed, but he also clearly felt the flow of spiritual energy in the crystal wall. It was really a mess. I think the person who arranged this fusion formation at the beginning only had a half understanding of the secret art of setting up the formation. In this way, after exploring everywhere for 5 or 6 hours, Luo Hong basically figured out the veins of the flow of spiritual energy in the crystal wall, and had a method to break the formation in his mind. Returning to the center of the crystal wall, Luo Hong flipped his palm, and took out dozens of formation flags of different sizes. Luo Hong's mind moved, and 5 formation flags soared into the air, flying to the center of the formation he had selected in advance, 1 inch away from the crystal wall, and suspended vertically. The remaining formation flags were cast in the same way. After repeating 8 times, there were 8 small circles surrounded by formation flags and a large circle surrounded by all the formation flags on the crystal wall. After doing this, Luo Hong stopped casting spells, but took a pill and sat cross-legged, as if he was practicing to restore his magic power. Although when Shinran was anxious, he also knew that breaking the formation could not be rushed. If this unexpected formation master still couldn't work, he would have to consider whether to give up this plan. Everyone waited for another 2 hours before Luo Hong slowly stood up and took out 8 more formation flags, but these 8 formation flags were obviously of higher quality than the ones he had taken out before. After standing up, Luo Hong no longer hesitated, and with a thought, he made the 8 formation flags fly to the middle of the 8 small circles. Then, Luo Hong changed the spell in his hand, and all 6 flags in a small circle, after a burst of white light, were all sunk into the crystal wall, leaving only the flags outside. After dealing with one, Luo Hong urged the spell again, causing the flags in circles to sink into the crystal wall one after another. This process must be done in one go, otherwise if it takes too long, the flags will be drained of their spiritual energy by the crystal wall, and the formation will be declared a failure. When Shinran saw that Luo Hong's method was effective, and his face was lifted. At this time, a red-haired demon cultivator beside him suddenly said in doubt, "This formation looks so familiar." Haha, of course it's familiar, Brother Wang. This is simply a sand-forming tower formation, an ordinary formation that almost every large formation will have. What? I thought that Luo Protector used some clever means, but it turns out that he just set up a sand-forming tower formation. 1 or 2 demon cultivators said sourly. Hearing this, Wen Shanren's face sank, and even the 4 people from Xingang couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Luo Hong. Because everyone knows the Gathering Sands into Towers array, this array has a single function, and has always been set up in the island protection array. When the array is attacked, the low-level monks on the island can gather at the center of the Gathering Sands into Towers array to output mana to strengthen the array. However, if it really comes to a critical moment that requires all the monks on the island to be dispatched, the mana of the low-level monks will not last long, so this array is not very practical. Fortunately, the cost of setting up is not high, so basically every island protection array will be equipped with a Gathering Sands into Towers array. How can such a simple and unconventional array break the powerful array formed by the fusion of 2 ancient arrays? Everyone began to doubt, and when Shanren's eyes gradually became grim, Luo Hong ignored everyone's discussion. It is not easy to set up a Gathering Sands into Towers array in the crystal wall. This time he showed his real ability. Chapter 238 The Treasure That Decides the Victory. As the last circle of formation flags sank into the crystal wall, Luo Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the formation was complete, and there was no need to worry about the crystal wall absorbing and destroying the formation flags. Turning around, Luo Hong saw the questioning eyes of the crowd, and did not argue, but just said, "My method is complete. Next, please send mana to each main formation flag." Everyone knew about the formation of gathering sand into a tower, so they naturally understood what Luo Hong meant, but they doubted whether this would really work. This place was filled with evil spirits, and the only way to restore mana was to rely on elixirs. Every failure actually increased the possibility of everyone being trapped and dying here. Fortunately, everyone had no other choice but to give it a try with full of doubts. Because there were 9 cultivators present, and Luo Hong had consumed a lot of mana in setting up the formation, he stood behind everyone with his hands behind his back and commanded, "Don't send too much mana at first. Everyone, try to keep up with the increase in sync to avoid disrupting the balance of the formation." As soon as the voice fell, the cultivators on both sides shot out a beam of mana light from their fingers and poured it into the main formation flags they had chosen. As soon as they received the large amount of mana from the 8 giant and stage cultivators, each formation flag circle began to emit circles of spiritual waves. The 8 spiritual waves collided and intertwined with each other, and soon spread to the entire crystal wall. "Everyone, keep your mana output steady. This formation has been broken," Luo Hong reminded with a little excitement. The 8 people who were outputting mana looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what Luo Hong was doing. They were far from trying their best. Outputting this level of mana was a fantasy, even breaking an ordinary formation. How could they shake the ancient formation? They even said that the formation had been broken when the crystal wall was not only standing still, but also showing signs of increasing spiritual energy. Fortunately, the crystal wall changed in time, otherwise someone might have given up halfway. There were sounds of sharp objects scraping against metal, which were very scattered at first, but soon became dense. The crystal wall also began to tremble slightly, and everyone was refreshed when they saw this. They followed Luo Hong's words and maintained the output of mana. After a few breaths, the crystal wall soon changed from a slight tremor to a huge tremor, and then countless cracks appeared on the entire crystal wall. The white sword light from these cracks showed that it was the Horan sword energy that attacked the crystal wall. After the cracks appeared for a breath, with a boom, the entire crystal wall collapsed, and the fragments did not fall down, but turned into light spots and disappeared in mid-air. But at this time, countless Horan sword energy also broke through the blockade of the crystal wall, pouring towards everyone like a flood. When Shinran and others were shocked and immediately stopped transmitting mana and used life-saving methods. At this moment, Luo Hong pinched his fingers and shouted, "Open!" The white sword river split into 2, brushing against the huge passageway where everyone rushed to the back. After the sword river rushed past, the shocked people saw that the crystal wall in front of them had completely disappeared, leaving only a white light film and dozens of formation flags standing on the white light film. The gentleman in white stared at the white light film for a while, then suddenly waved his jade fan and knocked it on his palm, praising, Control the formation with the formation. Break the formation with the formation. Daoist friend is really good. Luo Hong was speechless for a while because of his praise. Good guy, I'm your enemy. However, this person's eyesight is really good, worthy of being a substitute for Ling Yuling. All complex secret techniques actually evolved from simple to complex, and the fusion formation is like this. When a formation master usually sets up a large formation, he often inlays some small formations in the large formation to have various functions. The connection of the aura of the small array with the large array can actually be regarded as the simplest fusion array. If the aura of the two large arrays can be connected, it is a fusion array with practical value. The difficulty of the two is hundreds or thousands of times different. The perfectly fused array runs like jade, seamless, but if it is just roughly fused, there will be loopholes, which also gives Luo Hong an opportunity to take advantage of. Although the array arranged by Luo Hong is only an extremely simple gathering sand into a tower array, this array can be widely used precisely because of its strong compatibility. With the help of the characteristics of this array, Luo Hong successfully passed through the loophole and integrated this array into the fusion system of the two large arrays. In this way, everyone can bypass the dead cycle of absorbing attacking aura and rebounding attacks of the fusion array. Luo Hong asked everyone to transfer mana, which was actually to directly provide aura for the Horn Sword Gang array behind the crystal wall. The array here is undoubtedly a dead array without anyone controlling it, so after absorbing the aura, the Horn Sword Gang array will stimulate the Horn Sword Key according to the original setting. The crystal wall in front was not destroyed, so naturally, these Horn Sword Key could only hit the crystal wall. The wild monster devouring soul array absorbed the spiritual energy in the sword key and sent it to the Horn Sword Gang array. With the continuous output of mana by everyone, the number of sword key stimulated by the Horn Sword Gang array increased, and the power became stronger. After several rounds of this cycle, the surging Horn Sword Key would naturally destroy the entire crystal wall. As soon as the wild monster devouring soul array withdrew from the fusion system, Luo Hong could exert more influence on the Horn Sword Gang array through the gathering sands into a tower array, thus being able to control the Horn Sword Key to a certain extent. When Shinran was obviously not interested in the specific process of Luo Hong breaking the array, but he was well versed in the method of commanding the demon cultivators. Seeing that the array was broken, he threw a jade bottle to Luo Hong. Protector Luo, you have done a great job in breaking the formation this time. This young master will give you this bottle of barrier removing pills made by the ancestor himself to help you break through the late stage of the Dan formation as soon as possible. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. I'm willing to serve you at your service. Luo Hong immediately grabbed the medicine bottle and bowed to thank him. Although this barrier removing pill is useless to Luo Hong himself, he can keep it to send Fan Mengai to do things in the future. Young master, those dragons have been rushing in for a long time. We should chase them immediately to prevent any changes. Seeing Luo Hong's success, the other demon cultivators were unhappy. The red-haired demon cultivator couldn't help but advise immediately. We can't delay any longer. When Shinran nodded slightly and ordered everyone to cross the white light film and advance into the depths of the demon clan's holy land. After Ling Yuling and his group passed the white light film, they stopped and talked to each other through voice transmission. While Luo Hong followed when Shinran forward, he eavesdropped on the voice transmission of Ling Yuling and others and found that they had a disagreement. Young master, when Shinran is ruthless. If he hadn't lost his men by accident, he would have killed us long ago. We can't follow him anymore. We should find a way out. The gentleman in white tried his best to persuade him. No. If I'm right, the thing Wen Shinran wants will determine the outcome of the war between our Crossing Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance. Even if it's extremely dangerous, we must not let him succeed. Ling Yuling said in a tough manner. Her expression was serious and serious. Obviously, she was not exaggerating. The gentleman in white and others, including Luo Hong who was eavesdropping, were all shocked by the news. Luo Hong stole a glance at Wen Shinran who was walking in the middle of the crowd, and immediately understood why he was willing to risk being besieged by tens of thousands of monsters to break into Xingluo Island. If he really made such a great contribution, after the 6 Paths of the Supreme Saint was released, there would be no obstacles for him to succeed as the leader of the Anti-Star Alliance except for his cultivation. I understand your difficulties, but I still want to ask you to put your own safety first. Especially be careful of the formation master named Luo who suddenly appeared. With such a serious situation, the gentleman in white had to compromise and could only follow Ling Yuling's wishes. This person is indeed worthy of attention. I will be careful. Fu Hufa, take 1 Hufa, we will follow. Ling Yuling nodded deeply and asked someone to take 1 Changguang, who was only half injured, to follow Wen Shanren and others who had not yet gone far. Chapter 239. He's here. Young master, the people from the Star Palace are following us. The red-haired demon cultivator glanced back and reported. It's better if they follow us. Then we can use that treasure to destroy them. A fierce look flashed in Wen Shanren's eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Hong remained calm on the surface. After thinking for a while, he asked curiously, young master, can those dragons here come in? I thought they were just guarding outside. This is the holy land of the demon clan. It's not strange that dragons can come in. When this young master opened the gate of the holy land, the cultivators and dragons on the island were teleported in. However, after those dragons came in, they rushed to the depths of the holy land like crazy and didn't care about us at all. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Wen Shanren valued Luo Hong. If it was someone else, he would not answer so patiently. It must be a great treasure that can have such a great attraction to the 7th level dragons. Unfortunately, we have been delayed in front of the crystal wall for so long, and the treasure may have been obtained by those dragons. Luo Hong shook his head and sighed, looking very regretful. Haha, it is not easy to get the treasure. Even if those dragons can directly pass through the crystal wall and lead us by a few days, the treasure must belong to this young master. Wen Shanren smiled confidently, not taking the 7th level dragons who were ahead by 10 days into consideration. Seeing that Wen Shanren was so easy to talk to, Luo Hong wanted to talk more, but heard the red-haired demon cultivator snorted coldly and said in a yin-yang tone, why does Protector Luo ask so many questions? Does the young master have to explain to you what he does? No, I'm just curious for a moment. Luo Hong hurriedly lowered his head to apologize, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No problem. It's inevitable for a formation master like Luo Hufa to be curious. The people from Xingang are following us. Stop talking and hurry up. Wen Shanren said with a smile. He really didn't like his subordinates to ask too many questions when doing things. Besides, the goal this time was very important. All the demon cultivators responded and quickened their pace. Although there was no prohibition in the passage, the speed of flying was too fast. If there was a trap halfway, they would probably fall into it. Anyway, Wen Shanren was not in a hurry, so everyone walked to hurry up, which gave Luo Hong time to think. Judging from Wen Shanren's description of the performance of the dragon, after entering the holy land of the demon race, the treasures in the holy land were mostly related to the instincts of the demon beasts. Just like Xiaojin suddenly disobeyed orders, swallowed and absorbed the neutrons in the nucleus that had been raised to spirit, and turned himself back into a meat egg. A large number of level 6 and 7 monsters smelled the scent of Han Laomo's colorful grass, and swam over to offer the monster pill. Once the monster's instinct is touched, they will go crazy, lose their reason, and become reckless. Xiaojin's case was based on blood induction, while Han Laomo's colorful grass touched the monster's instinct to reproduce. Since this place is called the Holy Land of the Monster Clan, the treasures here must not be like Xiaojin's, which is only for a clan, but like the instinct of reproduction, it is universal and attractive to all monsters. In this way, the treasures here can either strengthen the monster body, improve its intelligence, or purify its blood. In addition, based on Wen Shanren's calm performance, the place where the treasure is located should be protected by powerful means. Wen Shanren probably found out what the method was in advance and made some preparations, so he was confident that he could use the restriction to kill Ling Yuling and his party. In other words, I will pay more attention to Wen Shanren later, because he is the key to my treasure and rescue. Not long after thinking about the result, Luo Hong and Wen Shanren and others came to a towering black stone staircase. These wide stone steps, each with a height of more than 10 feet, are obviously not prepared for human cultivators, but standing below, you can vaguely hear the painful roar of the dragon, which obviously means that this black stone staircase is not friendly to the demon race. Before and after arriving at the black stone steps, Wen Xianren smiled contemptuously at Ling Yuling and his party who came behind and flew up to the first stone step. After seeing his shoulders sink slightly, he continued to jump and jumped to the 5th floor. The other demon cultivators also flew up and jumped to the first black stone step, and Luo Hong was no exception. As soon as he stepped onto the stone steps, Luo Hong felt his shoulders sink slightly, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on him. This burden certainly couldn't do anything to Luo Hong, but he still pretended to stumble. The red-haired demon cultivator seemed to be waiting for Luo Hong to make a fool of himself. Seeing that Luo Hong had suffered a loss, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he also knew that this trip was related to the young master's important matter, so he didn't do anything excessive. After laughing, he continued to climb up. Luo Hong's eyes flickered at this time, and his face showed obvious anger. After tapping the stone wall in front of him to vent his anger, he seemed to decide to swallow his anger and follow him. Ling Yuling and his group under the black stone steps, after a brief eye contact, also imitated the demon cultivator and jumped onto the stone steps. After feeling the pressure on their shoulders, everyone's faces changed. This staircase is so long, and the pressure will obviously increase the higher they go. The injured Guardian one will definitely not be able to hold on. Young master, don't worry about one's broken body. Wan Changguang was also a decisive person. He immediately realized that everyone was in trouble because of him. Without saying a word, he cut off his heart meridian and his soul escaped from his body. Wan Hufa, you. Ling Yuling had promised Wan Changguang that she would use elixir to help him rebuild his body after he returned, but now she could only help him find a better person to possess. Only when a cultivator reaches a nascent soul stage can his soul remain in the world forever. Ling Yuling hurriedly put Wan Changguang's soul into the soul raising box, and then heard the gentleman in white exclaim. Ling Yuling looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the gentleman in white touching the stone wall with his hand. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the stone wall? Ling Yuling walked closer, and saw that there was a finger-long crack on the stone wall in front of the gentleman in white that was slowly spreading. The gentleman in white could find this crack because of the extremely subtle sound it made when it spread. Young master, be careful. Maybe this is a hidden trick left by the cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance. The gentleman in white didn't believe it when he said this, because there was no spiritual fluctuation near the crack, so it should just be a simple crack. But the gentleman in white had just tested the hardness of the black stone. Even if he pressed it with all his strength, he couldn't leave any mark. How could there be no movement if the other party could crack it? Ling Yuling had her own judgment. She didn't act nervous just because she was facing a threat. As soon as she took another step closer, she saw that the crack spread faster, and then a piece of stone fell down with a rustling sound, revealing the engraving of a rune. Ling Yuling's expression froze immediately, and she subconsciously touched the Xiangxiang rope wrapped around her waist, muttering, "He's here." Chapter 240 Trap. The engravings in front of him, which looked like they were carved by a knife or an axe, were the main forbidden runes for refining the Heavenly Fragrance Rope. The Heavenly Fragrance Rope was a magical instrument that Ling Yuling had painstakingly refined, so when he saw the runes, he immediately connected the two together. Young master, who is here? The gentleman in white immediately became alert and looked around. Don't be alarmed, Guardian Bay. This crack is a secret code left for me by someone from the Nixing Alliance. At least here, we are friends with this person, not enemies. After explaining, Ling Yuling stared at the runes and fell into deep thought. Since the other party had the ability to leave engravings on the black stone wall, why didn't he just leave the word Zuo instead of using runes as a roundabout method? There might be another deep meaning behind it. This person must have left the talisman to conceal his tracks. He must be the last one left in Wen Xianren's group. Therefore, this should be the work of the formation master named Luo Hong. Thinking about it carefully, Luo Hong's whereabouts are indeed suspicious. This person dared to impersonate someone else. I'm afraid he has killed all of Wen Xianren's reinforcement. The gentleman in white felt a slight chill on his back. Who would have thought that the harmless formation master would have such cruel means? Wen Shanren was afraid that he would fall into his hands this time. If this person didn't have some tricks, how could he have survived the investigation by us and those thieves? Oh, that's right. Brother Zuo has always been cautious and careful in doing things. Now he took the risk to leave a talisman, which must be something important. The talisman he left is related to the Xiangxiang Suo. Xiangxiang Suo. Ling Yuling muttered to herself, and her mind kept associating. Finally, after a huge spider web flashed, her eyes lit up and she said, Brother Zuo left the talisman to remind me that this place is a trap. The more Ling Yuling thought about it, the more she felt that it was right, and she nodded repeatedly. Trap? The gentleman in white was startled, and then tried to jump down the black stone steps. However, the moment he approached the edge, an indescribable huge force hit his shoulder, causing him to half kneel on the ground. White Protector, how are you? Ling Yuling asked in shock. Nothing. The gentleman in white blushed, and felt a sharp pain in his shoulders. After a breath, he took a step back and slowly stood up. Young master, this is indeed a trap. We have no choice but to move forward. After the test just now, everyone understood that once they set foot on this black stone staircase, they can only move forward and not retreat. Ling Yuling shook her head slightly, looked at Wen Shanren who had already jumped to the 9th floor, and said in a deep voice, the restrictions here still leave us a way out. The one we really need to worry about is Wen Shanren. The descendant of the 6 paths climbed up the black stone steps without hesitation. He should have checked the situation here in advance. With the power of the Anti-Star Alliance, it is not difficult to find some treasures that can restrain the restrictions here. I'm afraid that this young master Wen wants to use the restrictions here to kill us. But young master, according to the situation here, this black stone step should be a test for the demon race in the Holy Land. Since it is a test, there must be a reward. The treasure that Wen Shanren is looking for is very likely to be at the top of this stone step. The gentleman in white frowned and said, he actually had one more sentence to say. The demon race believes in the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest more than the human race. The test they set must be very cruel. It is not a good idea for them to stay. Wen Shanren is well prepared, and it is indeed very difficult, but we also have an insider, so we just need to be careful, and it is unknown who will win. Let's follow him, and don't get too close until the last moment. Ling Yuling's eyebrows gathered, and she made a decision. Young master, the people of Crossing Palace seem to be scared. The red-haired demon cultivator saw Ling Yuling and his group staying on the 1st floor without moving, and was afraid that Wen Shanren's plan would fail, so he reminded them. It's better to be scared, then there is no need for this young master to take action. Once you climb this difficult road, there are only 2 endings, reaching the top or death. There is no third way to go. If they stay on the 1st floor for a long time, they will suddenly bear the heavy pressure of the restrictions on the 100th floor, and they will definitely die at that time. Haha. Wen Shanren laughed happily. He easily killed the young master of Crossing Palace this time, proving that he was destined to lead the Chaos Star Sea. A group of demon cultivators smiled apologetically, flattering Luo Hong so much that she felt sick. Okay, next, we are going to embark on the real Kyanjin Road. All of you must use up your mana. Wen Shanren paused and looked serious. He flew up to the 10th floor. The red-haired demon cultivator and others also looked serious. They adjusted their luck and then jumped up to catch up. Luo Hong frowned slightly and learned from these demon cultivators to gather their mana and jumped up to the 10th floor. Suddenly, a pressure far exceeding the 9th floor fell on his shoulders. Luo Hong was about to pretend that his shoulders were slightly depressed, but it was obvious that the red-haired demon cultivator and others were almost unable to straighten their waists. He paused for a moment and bent his waist. Fortunately, Luo Hong arrived at the 10th floor one step later than them and reacted in time, so he did not arouse the suspicion of Wen Shanren and others. No wonder Wen Shanren said that the 10th floor is the real Kyanjin Road. This sudden increase in strength is too exaggerated. Luo Hong thought to himself. Each of the first 9 levels only added 1,000 pounds of force, and the 9th level was only 9,000 pounds. Logically, the 10th level should be 10,000 pounds of force, but the weight on Luo Hong's shoulders has now reached 100,000 pounds. It has increased tenfold. If you don't prepare in advance and rashly climb up, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Presumably, this is the tomb that Wen Qianren prepared for Ling Yuling and the others. Luo Hong's mind turned rapidly, and he understood a lot at once. After reaching the 10th floor, Wen Qianren no longer led them to climb up, but sat down here with the demon cultivators, and took medicine to restore their magic power. Guardian Luo, the road behind is even more difficult to walk. We need to restore our magic power, but Xingang is watching us covetously. I'll have to trouble you to protect us. The red-haired demon cultivator smiled and ordered, before entering into meditation. Luo Hong turned to look at Wen Qianren. Seeing that he did not object, she felt something was wrong, but she said calmly, since it is the young master's order, I will obey it. Ling Yuling and his party were always paying attention to the movements of Wen Qianren and others. Seeing that he suddenly stopped to meditate on the 10th floor, they all became alert. Young master, Wen Qianren seems to be sure that we will catch up. There must be a reason. Standing on the 8th floor, only 20 to 30 feet away from the 10th floor, the gentleman in white worriedly transmitted his voice. It's nothing more than the restriction here. Since it is a test from the demon clan, how can they be so lax? There must be a mechanism to urge people to climb up. Wen Qianren can guard it carelessly. This mechanism may cost us lives. Ling Yuling was not surprised by this. Since she had fallen into a trap, she had expected this situation. So she said with a glance, delay is not good for us. If he wants to fight, then fight. We also have a chance to win. Chapter 241. They are all old acquaintances. Young master, since we have decided to fight, we should take the initiative and jump 2 levels in a row, taking advantage of their rush to seize the initiative. The gentleman in white also knew that it was time to fight, so he advised. The environment on the Blackstone steps is special, and the magic weapons used will also be under heavy pressure, and they cannot cross levels. So if you want to fight, you can only fight at the same level. Similarly, if you want to avoid fighting, you just need to ensure that you are at a different level from the opponent. But Wen Qianren came prepared, and the way to avoid fighting was obviously not feasible. No, the chance of winning this battle does not lie with you and me, but with a formation master. Fighting for such a little advantage, the risk is too great. After we reach the 9th level, we might as well take elixirs to enhance our combat power. Remember, this battle focuses on defense, not attack. Ling Yuling was just tempted, but thinking of the warning left by Luo Hong, he decided to be cautious. When Ling Yuling and his party reached the 9th floor, Wen Qianren opened his eyes, glanced at the Xingang cultivators who were taking the elixir below, and said coldly, "Humph, you are smart, but you can't change the overall situation. Protector Luo, don't you think so? The Xingang people are naturally no match for the young master." Luo Hong said with a flattering smile. "Young master, they are coming up soon. Shouldn't this person be dealt with as well?" As he spoke, the 3 red-haired demon cultivators had formed a semicircle, forcing Luo Hong to the stone wall, and cast spells such as soundproofing to prevent him from passing on information to the outside. "Young master, what do you mean by this?" Having his breath locked by the 3 mid-stage giant and demon cultivators, Luo Hong asked in a trembling voice, his eyes wandering around everyone's faces, looking very flustered. "What do you mean? This guardian will tell you." Although this guardian has not met the Taoist friend from J Island, I have seen him from afar. "Guardian Luo, you look very different from what I remember." The red-haired demon cultivator was very satisfied to tell how he saw through Luo Hong, with a sick smile on his face. Hearing this, Luo Hong immediately regained his calm expression and smiled slightly. "I see. Luo thought my acting skills had regressed, but it turned out to be a coincidence. But since you are the only one who noticed something wrong, how did you tell young master Wen?" Luo Hong's consciousness has been locked on them, not to mention transmitting sound. Even any subtle movements cannot escape his eyes. "Do you think I will tell you all this? I'm not interested in knowing who you are." Wen Qianren smiled coldly, turned around proudly and said, "Get rid of him as soon as possible." In fact, the red-haired demon cultivator was a loyal servant who had been with Wen Shanren for nearly 100 years. There was no need to say anything, just a look would do. So, from the beginning, Wen Shanren and Luo Hong were competing in acting. Haha, I was tricked. Luo Hong secretly laughed at herself. Wen Shanren and his demon cultivators were indeed cunning and treacherous. Even the conversation just now was actually them delaying time, just to prevent Ling Yuling and others from hearing the sound of the fight. Seeing that Ling Yuling and others had already jumped into the air, Wen Shanren also sacrificed a bamboo leaf flying knife that looked like jade but not jade. The three red-haired demon cultivators finally stopped worrying and attacked. Just as the three magic weapons that looked like jade but not jade shot at the same time, Luo Hong's eyes condensed and he disappeared in a white light without any signs. The three red-haired demon cultivators were shocked. They looked at Wen Shanren at the first moment and saw Luo Hong's figure behind him, while their young master was still in the posture of offering the bamboo leaf flying knife. Luo Hong used the 5-element escape technique to teleport behind Wen Shanren, and his right claw, which had been prepared long ago, suddenly reached out to the opponent's stanchion. In a flash, Wen Shanren had no idea that Luo Hong, who he had regarded as a dead man, could actually launch a fatal attack, so he had no time to react. Luo Hong's right claw easily penetrated Wen Shanren's protective spirit shield, and in front of him was Wen Shanren's fragile body. However, the moment Luo Hong touched Wen Shanren's skin, the opponent disappeared out of thin air, and Luo Hong's attack, which was determined to win, was empty. Although it was a bit regrettable, this was a result that Luo Hong had expected. He stood up straight and turned to the breath that his consciousness had already captured. Master Wen, I wonder how many treasures you have that can save your life. Luo Hong's face was full of smiles. Because of his full strength attack, his mysterious skill of changing appearance was forced to reveal his true appearance. It's you, Zuo Bufan. Wen Shanren glared, not caring about the jade pendant on his waist that was turning into ashes, and said in shock. Being delayed by Luo Hong, Wen Shanren and others missed the perfect opportunity to sneak attack Ling Yuling and the other four. No matter how careful they were, without knowing it in advance, they could not have thought that the pressure on the 10th floor would increase tenfold more than expected. Therefore, when Ling Yuling and the other four just climbed to the 10th floor, they knelt on the ground in embarrassment. But seeing that Luo Hong was already on the verge of a fight with Wen Shanren and the others, he soon stood up with all his strength. Their magic weapons are not affected by the restrictions here. Fellow Daoist-ling, you should protect yourselves. Luo Hong stood in front of Ling Yuling and his group, reminding them without turning his head. At this time, Wen Shanren also recovered from his shock, straightened his clothes, and said with a proud face, Brother Zuo, you should worry about yourself. How many times can you use your teleportation method? Young master, are you okay? The red-haired demon cultivator came late and asked nervously. Waste. Hurry up and use the talisman that this young master gave you. Wen Shanren's voice transmission was silent, but Luo Hong heard it clearly. As far as Luo Hong knew, Wen Shanren had at least one secret technique of using his own limbs to replace death. So he made a decision immediately and disappeared suddenly. Wen Shanren said powerful words, but in fact he had been staring at Luo Hong's movements. Just now was the first time, since he was born, that he felt death was so close to him. Because of this, he scolded the red-haired demon cultivator and urged him to use the most powerful method. At this moment, when he saw Luo Hong disappear again, a thick purple cloud surged out of Wen Shanren's body and wrapped him tightly. The demonic energy within dozens of miles began to stir and suddenly poured into the purple cloud like a river into the sea. Unfortunately, Wen Shanren's amazing trick was in vain, and Luo Hong did not regard him as a target at all. His figure appeared behind the red-haired demon cultivator, and Luo Hong pointed at the back of his head, instantly pouring force into his brain, not only turning his brain into a paste, but also killing his soul in the Niwen Palace. The other two demon cultivators were shocked when they saw this, and they didn't care about their young master. They retreated violently while offering their protective magic weapons. However, the pressure of 100,000 pounds made their movements much slower than normal. Luo Hong didn't even need to perform the 50 escape techniques, but only relied on the strength of his physical body to perform secular light skills, and he caught up with the two like a ghost and easily killed them. While Luo Hong was killing the 3 red-haired demon cultivators, the purple cloud around Wen Qianren had absorbed a lot of demonic energy and turned into a very dense grey fog. Then the grey fog dispersed, and 6 ancient demon phantoms several feet tall appeared behind Wen Qianren, who looked grim. Luo Hong couldn't help but laugh. These are all old acquaintances. Chapter 242. Wen Qianren runs away. Since Luo Hong's escape technique was too amazing, Wen Qianren used his best tricks. As soon as he made a move, these 6 phantoms of ancient demons were the supreme magical power in Wen Qianren's 6 extremes true demon art, the 6 saints Dharma images. However, with his cultivation level, he could only condense phantoms, otherwise they would be several times more powerful. Although they were just phantoms, a single one could fight against a cultivator in the late Jiandan stage. When the 6 joined forces, they could deal with a cultivator in the Yuanying stage with their 6 magical powers. The 6 extremes true demon art is known as the #1 magic skill in the Chaos Star Sea, and it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Zuo Bufan, you can force this young master to summon the 6 extreme saints, which is quite capable. Go to hell. In order to condense the saint's phantom, Wen Qianren needs to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Although the demon energy here is also a kind of spiritual energy, it is extremely turbid. Forcibly absorbing it will not only damage the meridians, but also pollute the magic power, which is greatly detrimental to future practice. Knowing the consequences, Wen Qianren was naturally furious at Luo Hong for forcing him to fight so hard. Therefore, after summoning the 6 extreme saints, he immediately ordered them to rush forward and kill Luo Hong. Facing such a dangerous situation, Luo Hong was not panicked at all. He calmly scanned the 6 ancient demon phantoms. He saw that their appearance was exactly the same as the 6 ancient demons suppressed in the Zushan Palace. He immediately knew that the 6 extreme true demon skills were left by the 6 demons. After Wen Qianren gave the order, the 6 ancient demon phantoms each used their magical powers. One of them had 2 horns on his head and a slender figure standing beside him, and the other 5 pounced on Luo Hong together. The first one to take action was an ancient demon phantom with black scales all over his body and huge eyes. His eyes gradually lit up, and it was obvious that he was going to use some magical power. Luo Hong was very familiar with this. He knew the power of the dazzling magic light, but he didn't want to experience it at this time. So, Luo Hong flipped his palm and grabbed a black round mirror. With his magic power, he saw a black magic light shooting out, covering the black scaled phantom. Luo Hong uttered the word collect lightly, and the black scaled ancient demon phantom flew into the round mirror uncontrollably. At this time, if Wen Qianren could see the scene in the round mirror, he would find that the ancient demon phantom he summoned was being pressed to the ground and bitten by an ancient demon that looked exactly like it. While Luo Hong was collecting the ancient demon phantom, the other 4 ancient demon phantoms had already approached. The dazzling magic mirror disappeared from Luo Hong's palm, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind a more familiar ancient demon phantom. Wen Qianren's face had just shown a trace of panic due to the loss of an ancient demon phantom, but it immediately turned into a happy expression. Sure enough, he was fooled. Brother Zuo, be careful, brother Zuo, be careful, this demon is a powerful demon, you must not get close to the enemy. Ling Yuling had been paying attention to the battle situation. Seeing Luo Hong teleport behind a red-haired ancient demon phantom, she immediately reminded him. Luo Hong couldn't help but feel moved when he heard this. It was not because of the powerful demon, but he had already seen through that this was a trap set by Wen Qianren. After all, before he collected the black-scaled ancient demon phantom, the other ancient demon phantoms relied on each other, and only the powerful demon was left alone. The intention of using himself as bait was too obvious. What moved Luo Hong was actually Ling Yuling's attitude. He was right. There was a lot of room for maneuver between him and Ling Yuling. After a moment of distraction, Luo Hong saw that the head and forearms of the powerful demon were twisted 180 degrees. It was the same for him, whether he was in front or behind. Luo Hong had an excited smile on his face. He knew that this was a trap set by Wen Xianren, but he still jumped in. He just wanted to have a good fight and exert the limit of his current physical body. So facing the foreclaws of the great power demon, Luo Hong chose to punch him head on. In an instant, Luo Hong threw 4 punches, hitting the foreclaws of the great power demon. Only 4 crack sounds were heard, and the forearms of the great power demon twisted at a terrifying angle, and were actually broken by Luo Hong. Haha, not broken? What a sandbag. The feeling of punching and kicking was so refreshing. Luo Hong was about to add another knee kick to the face, making the face full of flowers, but his brows suddenly frowned, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a white shadow flashed from where Luo Hong was before, and the claws stretched out from his 10 fingers, swung into the air. What are you doing? Luo Hong appeared above the white shadow's head, and his right leg, which was originally bent, suddenly stepped down. The white shadow's escape speed was extremely fast, and if it missed a hit, it would withdraw and retreat. But Luo Hong's eyes flashed with silver light, and the white shadow's movement paused for a moment, and was actually kicked by Luo Hong. This white shadow was obviously not good at physical strength. After being kicked, its body was torn into pieces, and turned into starlight and dissipated. What kind of monster are you? Wen Xianren was almost crazy. This person could not only fight against the powerful real demon with his physical body, but also defeat the Saint Venerable Dharma image with one blow. Is this really the physical strength that can be achieved by human power? Although the magical power of the 6 extreme Dharma images is powerful, it also has fatal flaws. Because the condensed Saint Venerable Phantom contains part of the cultivator's cultivation, every time one is lost, the cultivator will lose some cultivation. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Wen Xianren lost 2 Saint Venerable Phantoms. He hurriedly recalled the remaining Saint Venerable Phantoms. If Luo Hong killed 2 more of them, he would fall from the late Giant stage to the middle Giant stage. Monster? Haha, I'm Zuo Bufan, known as the Extraordinary Boxing Saint. Thinking of the boast that Zuo Leo had made to him, Luo Hong took a step and performed King Gong, rushing towards the rapidly retreating ancient demon phantom. Performing the 5-element escape technique on this 10,000-pound road puts far more pressure on the body than in normal conditions. Otherwise Luo Hong would have dodged 5 times a second and blasted Wen Xianren into pieces. At this moment, the spell in Wen Xianren's hand changed, and the retreating ancient demon phantom suddenly turned around and immediately opened his mouth to spit out grey demon flames. The 3 fire pillars merged into a raging fire wave and hit Luo Hong fiercely. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a thin layer of black and red spiritual flames appeared on his body. He rushed into the fire wave without dodging. What surprised Luo Hong and Wen Xianren was that, as if he had encountered excellent nutrients, as soon as Luo Hong rushed into the grey fire wave, the nuclear black flames on his body surface rose, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. Just a flick made Wen Xianren, Ling Yuling and others dry their mouths and tongues, as if they had fallen into a flaming devil's domain. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "So that's it." After saying that, the look in Wen Xianren's eyes suddenly changed. It was the look Luo Hong used to look at the alchemy tool man. Seeing that the 3 ancient demon phantoms' innate magic flames not only could not suppress Luo Hong, but also helped his magical powers, Wen Xianren couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, he felt that Luo Hong, who was wrapped in black and red magic flames and chasing the ancient demon phantoms, looked more like an ancient demon. Although he still had some powerful means in his hands, Wen Xianren didn't think there was any chance of winning. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still sacrificed a battle armor made of the same material as the bamboo leaf flying knife, and took the initiative to cast a spell to remove the 6 extreme Dharma images. Zuo Bufan, this young master will remember you. After leaving a cruel word, Wen Xianren threw out a talisman to cover the rear, and flew up to the 11th floor. When the countless golden light needles in front of the lightless shield dissipated, Luo Hong discovered that Wen Xianren had jumped to the 15th floor in one breath, as if he was completely unaffected by the heavy pressure restrictions on the black stone steps. Luo Hong didn't want him to run away, and didn't want him to take away the treasure at the end of Kaienjin Road. Just as he was about to chase him, he suddenly thought and teleported in front of Ling Yuling. Chapter 243 5-Element Transformation. Ling Yuling was already under the protection of the white robed gentleman and others, and Luo Hong was equivalent to jumping into the encirclement. Protect the young master. The white robed gentleman and others were shocked. Although they surrounded Luo Hong, they felt surrounded instead. They felt that the person in front of them was like a flood and a beast, extremely dangerous. Fellow Daoist Ling, you should know what's up there, right? Luo Hong ignored the three people who were facing a great enemy. Now that time was running out, he asked directly. Yes, I'm indeed waiting. Brother Zuo, I can walk by myself. Amid Ling Yuling's exclamation, Luo Hong hugged her waist with one hand. No, he lifted her up, propped up the lightless shield, to send the three people who were about to attack flying, and stepped on the ground, and jumped 3 floors to catch up. Although Ling Yuling was so ashamed and angry that her face was flushed, she also knew that the situation was urgent. She did not move at the moment, but gathered her magic power and prepared to bear the pressure of the ban. But the expected pressure did not come. After the 10th floor, each floor will increase the pressure of 10,000 pounds. Luo Hong knew that Ling Yuling would not be able to bear it, so he held up the lightless shield and took up her share. In other words, Luo Hong was bearing double the pressure at this time, but he still climbed the black stone steps dozens of feet lightly. However, when Shinran once said that this road of 10,000 pounds has a total of 100 floors. According to the current trend, to reach the top, one needs to have a force of 1 million pounds, which is equivalent to the physical strength of an 8th level dragon. If Luo Hong was alone, it would be no problem, but now he needs to use some means to bear the pressure of Ling Yuling. Although he can borrow another 1 million pounds of force from the Zhenhe Pearl, it can only be used for instant bursts, not to resist the pressure generated at all times. The only remaining means is the change of the Black Dragon. Speaking of which, after refining the first level of the Great 5-Element Tang Shengju, this fighting secret technique related to the ice skin and jade bone method should also have some changes, and it is a good time to try it now. Luo Hong did what he thought, and the mana in his body began to flow. But he didn't expect that, as soon as the mana entered the meridians that needed to flow through the Black Flood Dragon transformation, the 5-element of spiritual energy that he had refined in his limbs and bones suddenly surged out, and the mana consumption suddenly increased several times. Luo Hong was not surprised but happy. He stopped at the 22nd floor and tried his best to extract mana from the golden elixir. After a few breaths, when the mana in Luo Hong's golden elixir was almost sucked out, the magical power was finally completed. I saw that layers of white scales appeared on Luo Hong's body, except that there was no tail behind him, and his neck was not a dragon's head, but a whole piece of pure white crystal armor. It was no different from a human-shaped white dragon. This is definitely not the Black Flood Dragon transformation. Sure enough, I have just started practicing the Great 5-Element Tang Shengju. Luo Hong felt the overwhelming power in his body that was almost doubled, and his heart was excited. However, this method also has disadvantages, because the 5-element of spiritual energy in the body condensed into armor. Luo Hong can no longer perform the 5-element escape technique. Moreover, after the magic power is released, some of the 5-element of spiritual energy will be consumed, and it will take a lot of time to replenish it in the future. But at this time, these are irrelevant. Luo Hong hugged Ling Yuling's willow waist tightly, looking up at Wen Shinran who had jumped halfway, and the smile under the crystal armor gradually became abnormal. Ling Yuling was shocked by Luo Hong's magical power of controlling the 5-element of spiritual energy to condense the armor. Although she didn't know how powerful this magical power was, she could control the power of the 5 elements so easily, which was almost only a hair's breadth away from the magical power of controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the transformation period. Therefore, there is no need to think too much to know that this magical power is not simple. On the other hand, Brother Zuo can have such means. It is very likely that he has the 5-element of spiritual roots. Ling Yuling remembered clearly that when they met in Suyuan's Hay before, Brother Zuo was only a 4th grade spiritual root, which means that Ling Yuling was secretly delighted by this unintentional discovery, and she keenly noticed that Luo Hong's temperament had changed drastically. Her face suddenly changed, and she said anxiously, "Brother Zuo, don't." But Luo Hong just wanted to try his best now. He squatted slightly, and then his legs suddenly exerted strength. With a loud boom, the stone steps, where Luo Hong stood, collapsed on a large scale. Because there were still restrictions in these rubbles, they could cross different stone steps. Therefore, the three gentlemen in white who were struggling to climb below and wanted to rescue their young master saw a scene like a landslide. When Shinran, who had reached the 50th floor, heard this huge movement and couldn't help but look back. What came into view was a white figure flying rapidly. The other party actually jumped more than 20 layers in one breath under the increasing pressure. He only needed to jump again to catch up. At this moment, when Shinran felt a strong sense of defeat, his spiritual sense clearly told him that the other party was a monster that he could never defeat. If he fought back, he would only die. Ah, bastard. When Shinran just yelled helplessly and then recognized the reality, he took out a jade bottle and poured the scarlet blood on the black stone steps. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, a magic circle appeared under Wen Shinran's feet. Then a white light flashed, and his figure disappeared. Almost at the same time, Luo Hong and Ling Yuling fell heavily to the place where Wen Shinran had stood. With a thought, he took a drop of blood. After a little investigation, he found that this blood was a kind of demon blood that he was very familiar with. See Ape King? The blood of this demon beast can actually let Wen Shinran escape. Luo Hong frowned, regretting the loss of an important tool. I know why. Brother Zuo will put me down first. Ling Yuling finally saw the opportunity to end this shameful posture and immediately suppress the nausea in her stomach. This won't do. Luo Hong silently said in his heart that the longer he maintained this state, the greater the loss of the 5-element power would be. If he wanted to explain, he would have to wait until he reached the top of the Kyanjin Road to explain. So, just as Ling Yuling finished speaking, she saw the scenery in front of her rapidly retreating. Although the further back he went, the fewer levels Luo Hong could jump over at a time, but there were only about 100 levels. So soon the two of them caught up with the level 7 dragons that had arrived here 10 days ago. After 10 days of hard climbing, most of them had reached the 97th level, and a few had even reached the 98th level. It stands to reason that when they arrived here, these dragons would bear more than 900,000 katas of pressure. However, the power of the restriction showed signs of decline after the 70th level, and the pressure on each level was less than 10,000 katas. Therefore, these dragons actually only bore about 800,000 katas of pressure. But even so, these dragons that had not yet reached level 8 were still struggling, and they had to spend a long time accumulating physical strength for each level they climbed. One of the green dragons that had climbed to the 98th floor had just caught its breath and felt that it could do it again. It struggled to prop up its body and stretched out its claws to climb to the edge of the 99th floor. At this moment, a white figure fell from the sky and landed on the claws of the green dragon. There was no doubt that the green dragon had broken its bones. He howled miserably and saw a human cultivator who looked a bit like the transformed one, carrying a dizzy human cultivator and walking down from his claws. At this moment, the 7th level green dragon, whose intelligence was not high, had great doubts in his mind. Am I a fake dragon? Luo Hong didn't have time to care about the mental journey of a 7th level dragon. He jumped up and finally reached the top of the Kyanjin Road. At this point, there was no more restriction and pressure. Luo Hong dispersed the white scale armor, gently put down Ling Yuling and said, "Fellow Daoist Ling, we are here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 244, Heavenly Loophole. After landing on the ground, Ling Yuling didn't bother to tidy up her messy hair. She bent over and retched twice. Fortunately, she had been fasting for many days before, so she didn't make a fool of herself. When Ling Yuling took a breath, Luo Hong looked around the top of Kyanjin Road. He saw that the ground was full of reliefs of various monsters, all of which were lifelike and fierce. The most eye-catching thing was the huge black stone lamp in the center. Because the lamp was more than 10 feet high, Luo Hong couldn't see the situation in the round plate on the top of the lamp from below, but he could sense the obscure fluctuations of spiritual energy. Obviously, there was still a flame burning in the lamp plate. I didn't expect the legend of the spiritual demon lamp to be true. Ling Yuling's voice suddenly came from behind. She had already arranged her appearance. After sighing, she bowed to Luo Hong and said, "Thanks to Brother Zuo's help, we were able to stop Wen Shanren's wolfish ambitions. I sincerely thank you on behalf of the Xingang." Zuo did not do this to please Xingang, but just to save you. Luo Hong chuckled and threw out the message jade card. Ling Yuling's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes dodged. She finally suppressed the random thoughts in her heart, and said with a little panic, "Brother Zuo met Protector Gao and Protector Lu. Are they okay?" "Not very good. They both took a palm from Zuo, and should still be healing on the deserted island. However, these two subordinates of fellow Daoist Ling are really loyal. Zuo took a lot of effort to get the whereabouts of fellow Daoist from them," Luo Hong said with some admiration. "Haha, it's their good fortune to be able to save their lives in front of Brother Zuo." Ling Yuling recalled Luo Hong's killing of fellow cultivators, as powerful as slaughtering pigs and dogs, and couldn't help but cast a complicated look at him. It's incredible that this person can be a casual cultivator, and now he is the first Chindan cultivator in Chaos Star Sea in the cultivation city. Wait, since Brother Zuo came to Xingluo Island because he met two guardians who broke through and asked for help, doesn't that mean Brother Zuo has no plan for the Thunder Whale from the beginning to the end? Ling Yuling, who almost realized that he had made a big misunderstanding, couldn't help but ask awkwardly, "Brother Zuo, didn't you come here for the matter of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder?" "Purple Sky Divine Thunder? What is that?" Luo Hong was a little confused. He had never heard of the name of this divine thunder, but he didn't think Ling Yuling would be aimless, so he couldn't help but guess. Could it be that the purple thunder that was forced to stay in Minuan Palace was the Purple Sky Divine Thunder she mentioned? "Brother Zuo, do you really know nothing?" Ling Yuling was unwilling to believe that she had been performing a one-man show, so she stepped closer and asked again. "Zuo really knows nothing about this thunder." Luo Hong was also very depressed. The other party did not ask about the whereabouts of the Zushanding, but kept asking about the Zizaro Divine Thunder. "It seems that I made a mistake from the beginning." Ling Yuling sighed lightly. Fortunately, her 20 years were not wasted. It was because of her existence that Wen Shanren was prevented from shaking the Crossing Palace. I also know that Brother Zuo has a set of ancient treasures called the 5-element flags, which is very likely to be used to refine the 5-element Divine Thunder. Therefore, I misunderstood that Brother Zuo hid in the outer sea in order to realize the supreme magical power of Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Good man, it turns out that it was because of it that I was struck so badly by the thunderbolt. Luo Hong was finally able to prove a guess that had been hidden in his heart since he entered the holy land of the demon clan. However, the huge system of the heavenly Dao seemed to have loopholes in this regard. After Luo Hong was struck by the red thunderbolt, not only was his life safe, but the purple thunderbolt of the Niwen Palace Bell absorbed the power of the thunderbolt and became stronger. Luo Hong thought about it for a moment, and felt that the logical relationship was like this. First of all, because of chance, I had a purple thunderbolt that should not be controlled by a cultivator. The heavenly Dao naturally wanted to wipe me out, but the only coercive means of the heavenly Dao in the human world was thunderbolt. It just so happened that the purple thunderbolt was the most powerful of the thunderbolts, and it could absorb the power of other thunderbolts to strengthen itself. And based on the rules of thunderbolt, the intensity of the thunderbolt can only increase gradually, and the purple thunderbolt cannot be dropped right away. This makes it difficult for me to be killed by thunderbolt now. In other words, as long as I can control a large amount of Purple Sky Divine Thunder, at least in the human world, I can do whatever I want. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. At present, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder is in the Niwen Palace, and it seems to be indifferent to Luo Hong. It is obvious that there is still a long way to go before it can be refined and controlled. However, Luo Hong heard the meaning behind Ling Yuling's words. She took the risk to come to Xingluo Island to wait for her because she misunderstood that she was practicing Purple Sky Divine Thunder. In other words, the key to practicing Purple Sky Divine Thunder that Luo Hong lacked was on Xingluo Island, and Ling Yuling knew it very well. This matter cannot be asked directly, so she has to be led to say it indirectly. Luo Hong's eyes flickered, and he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Fellow Daoist Ling, Zuo has something unclear. Since you don't care about the location of the Zushanding, why did you ignore the war in the inner Star Sea and run to the outer sea to look for Zuo for many years? To be honest, I thought that brother Zuo's conversation in Suyuan's Hay that day was completely to deceive me, so that I would take you and brother Han to the outer sea. In fact, there is no such thing as acquired spiritual roots in the world. Brother Zuo now knows that I'm the young master of the Star Palace, and he should understand my relationship with the twin saints of the heavenly stars. The matter of acquired spiritual roots is related to whether the twin saints can break through to the God transformation realm, so I naturally have to find out. But now, I no longer have any doubts. Brother Zuo, can you tell me where your wood element spiritual roots came from?" Ling Yuling was very ashamed. She had misunderstood the other party and took measures that could be considered hostile, but she was saved by the other party and now she still asked for advice. Even in her own opinion, it was a bit too much, even ungrateful. But for the sake of the twin saints of Xiangxing, she could only beg shamelessly. There is nothing to hide. Zuo used the cultivation method from the 3 acquired spiritual root cultivation methods that I had discussed with fellow Daoist Ling. Fellow Daoist Ling, don't rush to ask for it. This cultivation method has 5 attributes. Only cultivators with 4 spiritual roots can barely practice it. For you, it is useless. Luo Hong told the truth. If cultivators with 4 spiritual roots, or above use external objects, to forcibly practice the great 5 element Tang Shengju, their power will be greatly reduced. In the end, even if they practice to the first level, they will most likely not be able to refine acquired spiritual roots. So that's it. I was greedy. Ling Yuling lowered her head in disappointment, but soon clenched her fists and raised them up. I'm satisfied to be sure that there is a way to go. Luo Hong looked at Ling Yuling with a sharp look in her eyes and felt a little guilty. She wouldn't really figure it out. Chapter 245. The Great Sage Who Strikes the Sea. There are always more solutions than problems. With the vast resources of the Crossing Palace, plus Ling Yuling's thinking and determination, it is possible that she can really create a secret technique to cultivate acquired spiritual roots. By then, if the 2 saints of Xiangxing really break through to the God transformation, Han Lao's Yuanxi Divine Mountain will be in danger. Although this is a hidden danger, the probability of it happening is extremely small, and even if it happens, it will take hundreds of years. Therefore, Luo Hong only felt a little guilty and returned to the present. Fellow Daoist Ling, now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, can you tell me where this place is? I don't know much, but I caught a glimpse of a description in the ancient books about the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. According to the records of the first generation of the Palace Master of our Crossing Palace, the one who led the Chaos Star Sea Monster clan in ancient times was not the current Swanee royal clan in the Jianalang clan, but the Sea Ape clan. Ling Yuling looked at the huge stone lamp in front of her and explained. The Sea Ape clan. The demon king of this clan is only a level 6 or 7 demon beast. How can he lead the demon clan of the entire Chaos Star Sea? Luo Hong was very surprised. Low-level demon beasts like sea apes are captured in large numbers by cultivators every year and used to guard the house after being tamed. It is simply a shame for demon beasts. If they were really a royal family in ancient times, it would be too ironic. The great sage of Smashing the Sea naturally aroused hostility from all races, and was eventually besieged and killed by many transformed demon cultivators at the critical moment of his cultivation. I think the legendary demon clan Holy Land is here. Listening to Ling Yuling's story, Luo Hong nodded slightly. This legend was probably true. This great sage of the sea was really biased. The blood of his own people could activate the teleportation restriction of Kyanjin Road, while the monsters of other tribes could only die if they failed. However, he certainly didn't expect that after his death, the C8 tribe would be suppressed by other monster tribes until it became the miserable state it is today. After sighing for a moment, Luo Hong pointed at the huge stone lamp and said, "Fellow Daoistling just said that this lamp is a spiritual transformation lamp. What magical power does it have that made Wen Shinran boast that he can win the war with this lamp? The stone lamp itself is not rare. The spiritual flame in the lamp basin is the key. It is said that this flame can greatly open the spiritual intelligence of monsters, allowing them to have the same spiritual intelligence as human cultivators without having to reach the transformation stage. This process is called awakening the spirit by the monsters. When the spirit is awakened, no matter how powerful the monster is, it will fall asleep and its soul will be completely defenseless. What Wen Shinran is thinking must be that, after obtaining this spiritual awakening demon flame, he will attract a large number of high-level monsters to awaken their spirits and take the opportunity to set up forbidden magic to control them. If he succeeds, he can raise an army of high-level monsters in just a few years, and our Xingan will definitely be defeated. After Ling Yuling explained in detail, she suddenly turned to Luo Hong and bowed respectfully. "Brother Zuo, this flame is of great importance to our crossing palace. If Brother Zuo is willing to give it up, I'm willing to agree to any of Brother Zuo's requests. Fellow Daoistling, don't be anxious. Let's see what the current situation of the spiritual flame is. After all, after tens of thousands of years, anything can happen." Based on the concentration of spiritual energy here, Luo Hong didn't have much expectation for the current situation of the spiritual flame. I was impatient. "Brother Zuo, please go first." Ling Yuling came to his senses and extended his hand gracefully. Luo Hong didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He immediately took off and flew towards the spiritual lamp. Ling Yuling fell behind and followed closely. When he flew closer, Luo Hong looked into the lamp basin and saw a ball of pink flame only the size of a fist, burning quietly. How could this be? The power of this demon flame is less than 1% of the legendary. Ling Yuling frowned. This demon flame could only open the spirits of 5 or 6 demon beasts at most, and it was completely powerless to change the situation of the battle. Although the lamp has the effect of absorbing spirits and nourishing the flame, it is too inefficient to control the monsters in a long-term manner. After all, according to legend, only more than 10 monsters are awakened by this flame every 100 years, and that was when there was sufficient spiritual energy in ancient times. Ling Yuling sighed lightly and lost interest in this flame. "Fellow Daoistling, don't worry too much about the war. The two saints are both talented and strategic people. I believe they have already made plans." Luo Hong knew the plans of the two saints of Xiangxing. If the 6 Path Saints were not too cunning, Xingan would not have to use Han Leomo's invincible backup. Since fellow Daoistling looks down on this flame, then I, Zuo, will not be polite. Luo Hong was about to cast a spell to collect the lantern, but suddenly stopped and said, "This lantern is located in the center of the formation. I think if I take it, I will be able to control the formation and let us get out of here. However, if we return to our original place, the thunder tribulation on Xingluo Island is probably at its peak. We'd better avoid it. Brother Zuo, now that you know about the purple sky divine thunder, do you have any idea of refining this great magical power?" Speaking of the thunder tribulation, Ling Yuling hesitated for a moment, then took out a jade slip, handed it to Luo Hong solemnly, and said, "Brother Zuo has saved my life this time. This jade slip contains the first palace master's idea of refining and controlling the purple sky divine thunder. I will use this to repay Brother Zuo's kindness. I also hope that when Brother Zuo's magical powers are perfected in the future, he will not be an enemy of the Star Palace." What Luo Hong did not expect was that Ling Yuling handed over his own method of practicing great magical powers to him so easily. In fact, in Ling Yuling's opinion, with Zuo Bufan's current ability, as long as he advances to the nascent soul stage, he will be a big shot. One more magical power is not much, and one less magical power is not much. Instead of putting the secret technique aside, it is more practical to use it to make friends with Zuo Bufan. Besides, the magical skills in the jade slip only exist in theory, and no one has ever really practiced it. In exchange for Zuo Bufan's goodwill, this deal is definitely worth it. As long as fellow Daoistling is in Xingan for one day, Zuo will not take the initiative to attack Xingan disciples. Luo Hong readily agreed and took the jade slip and put it on her forehead. What does "as long as I'm in Xinjiang for one day" mean? Although Luo Hong's guarantee was a little different from what Ling Yuling proposed, she felt quite useful in her heart. Heavenly Eye. No wonder fellow Daoist Ling came to Xingluo Island. It turns out that he wanted to use the Thunder Wei to lure Zuo into the trap. Luo Hong said with a smile, and Ling Yuling turned her head away from his sight. While appreciating Ling Yuling's interesting expression, Luo Hong's heart sank slightly. He had previously deduced that the Jianalang clan set up this situation not to simply trap and kill high-level cultivators, but for another important goal. Now it seems that the Jianalang clan must have the same misunderstanding as Ling Yuling. The person that King Jinjiao really wants to deal with is Luo Hong himself. After all, the restraint of Zixio Divine Thunder on the Demon Clan is as serious as the restraint of Exorcist Divine Thunder on the Demon Cultivators. Once the Demon Clan finds the slightest sign, it will inevitably kill it mercilessly. Thinking of this, it is not surprising that King Jinjiao went out for this. Knowing that he has been targeted, Luo Hong will naturally not take any more risks. Whether it is the Creation Thunder Liquid or the Thunder Wei, I don't want them all. Once the Thunder Tribulation is over, I will take Ling Yuling and her group and use the 4 symbols moving talisman to escape. Chapter 246. Dragon's Great Harvest. After several spells were cast, the dozens of feet tall spiritual demon lamp shrunk to a size that could be held in one hand. As if it had absorbed Luo Hong's magic power, the pink flame in the lamp began to dance joyfully, and then it rolled and turned into a pink little monkey, scratching its ears and cheeks very smartly. The spirit flame has transformed. Brother Zuo, this demon flame has actually developed intelligence. Ling Yuling's eyes widened, and a sense of regret suddenly arose in her heart. This transformed spirit flame was extraordinary, and it could provide considerable help in refining pills and weapons, or in fighting against enemies. This demon flame has the effect of awakening the spirit, and it must have a very deep spiritual charm. It is not surprising that it has swallowed the demon energy here for tens of thousands of years. However, fellow Daoist Ling, don't be fooled by this fire monkey. In ancient times, countless high-level demon beasts were crushed to death on the Kyanjin Road, but the demon energy here does not contain any resentment. There must be something strange. Haha, do you think Zuo is right? As soon as the voice fell, the pink little monkey changed its obedient look, and the flames around it rose. It showed its sharp teeth and roared, spitting out a fireball at Luo Hong's face. Luo Hong had been prepared for it, and his face turned black immediately, holding up the lightless shield. However, unexpectedly, after this pink fireball, which was only the size of a chicken egg, fell on the lightless shield, it spread like kerosene, not only sticking to the lightless shield and continuing to burn, but also slowly swallowing and absorbing the spiritual energy in the lightless shield, making its own fire more and more intense. It's really a trick to let a demon saint build a holy place to keep it. Luo Hong nodded slightly, and a black-red flame suddenly ignited on the lightless shield, intertwining with the spreading pink flame. Before long, the former engulfed the latter. The pink monkey was furious, and with a look of resentment on his face, he wanted to do something weird. Luo Hong exhaled lightly, and circled around the lamp, and instantly turned into a layer of black-red light shield, trapping the pink monkey in it. The monkey tried to forcefully break through the fire shield, but as soon as his fists touched the fire shield, he shrank back, as if he had encountered a branding iron, and screamed miserably. Knowing that he was unable to escape, his ferocious nature remained unchanged, and his monkey eyes stared at Luo Hong, obviously ready to cause chaos and retaliate at the first opportunity. This demon flame has absorbed the resentful and evil spirits of countless demon beasts that died tragically on this Kyanjin Road. The spirits it has transformed into have long been covered, and are now no different from evil ghosts. If it weren't for Brother Zuo's caution, this ordinary cultivator would have easily been deceived by this transformed spirit flame under the fluctuation of his mind. Ling Yuling shook her head with regret. This transformed spirit flame can be said to have been polluted by the resentful and evil spirits. It is not only extremely difficult to refine, but also has greatly reduced effects. Even in a battle, one must be careful of the flame's backlash. This monkey is very fierce. Zuo has no intention of raising it, so let's make the best use of it. Before that, Zuo will invite Ling Daoyao's 3 subordinates to come up. After Luo Hong finished speaking, he cast a spell on the lamp. The next moment, a teleportation light array lit up at the feet of the 2 not far away. After the light dissipated, the figures of the 3 gentlemen in white were revealed. After ensuring that the people were teleported up, Luo Hong took the demon lamp and jumped down to the 98th floor. Looking at the more than 10 level 7 dragons on the upper and lower floors, Luo Hong smiled, like he did when Fang Hua Garden had a great harvest in the past. Many cultivators may have never seen so many dragons in their entire lives. Unfortunately, the number of places is limited, otherwise I would also like to make a 9 dragon coffin. Pulling a coffin seems a bit unlucky, so let's just pull a cart. At the top of Kyanjin Road, the gentleman in white appeared and hurried to Ling Yuling to apologize. Young master, are you okay? It's because of my poor protection. Please punish me. I'm fine, and there's no need to punish me for this. Ling Yuling looked at Luo Hong, who was knocking out the wooden dragon that was biting him with one punch and checking its teeth, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. No, young master, I heard you screaming miserably from below. Are you really okay? The bald strong man among the 3 asked with concern. Hey, you heard me wrong. I'm fine. You all go and meditate to recover your magic power. There might be another fierce battle after you go out. Ling Yuling blushed and waved her hand to send the 3 away. Because there was plenty of time, Luo Hong carefully selected these dragons. Although the lack of cooperation from these dragons affected his efficiency a little, they would all be obedient as long as they were hit with a punch. In the end, Luo Hong selected 5 dragons belonging to the 5 element, activated the prohibition on the demon lamp, and forcibly separated 5 groups of demon flames from the pink monkeys to forcibly open their spirits. As soon as the demon flames entered the skulls of the 5 dragons, they fell into a deep sleep. Everything was exactly as Ling Yuling said. Luo Hong cast a forbidden magic on them at the right time, so that the 5 dragons could not disobey his orders. Due to the separation of a large amount of demon flames, the pink monkey could not maintain its own form, and turned into a flame seedling again, but now it was only the size of a thumb. This demon flame was already seriously injured, and could not cause any trouble, but just in case, Luo Hong still put it into an empty storage bag. After doing all this, Luo Hong cast his eyes on the unsuccessful dragons, and it seemed as if he saw a mountain of spiritual stones. A nuclear explosion almost used up all of Luo Hong's savings, but with the contribution of these dragons, he would not have to worry about spiritual stones for a long time. The materials of the 7th level dragons are a more powerful hard currency than spiritual stones. After working hard for a few days, Luo Hong also returned to the top of Kyanjin Road. According to Ling Yuling's speculation, there were still a few days before the end of the Thunder Tribulation, so Luo Hong also took the elixir, sat cross-legged to restore his magic power, and quietly waited for the opportunity to leave this place. Outside the gate of the Holy Land, when Shanren suddenly appeared. Although he looked furious and clenched his teeth, he did not dare to act recklessly under the Thunder Tribulation cloud that had reached the late stage of the Thunder Tribulation. He had to fly out of the Thunder Tribulation cloud with a sullen face. After he flew out of the range of the Calamity cloud, he turned around coldly, gnashing his teeth, and said to the gate of the Holy Land, "Zuo Bufan, don't rush to be complacent, we don't know who will win yet." After leaving a harsh word, when Shanren dived into the seabed, propped up the spirit shield to create a waterless space, then took out a golden talisman with a look of regret, and spoke to it with his lips moving silently. After a moment, when Shanren, who had completed the spell, threw it over his head. As soon as the golden talisman left his hand, it turned into a golden thread and instantly escaped to the horizon and disappeared. After casting this talisman, when Shanren took several pills in a row, sat cross-legged on the seabed and silently refined it, and a sharp corner slowly drilled out from his brow. 10 days passed like this, and the Thunder Calamity had reached its end. The Calamity cloud gradually shrank, and the intervals between the Calamity thunders became larger and larger. As the Calamity cloud weakened, the Demon cloud gradually approached. The Golden Dragon King is back, leading the Dragon clan of the Chaos Star Sea. Chapter 247. This is the person. The fierce wind blew the Yuanying cultivator trapped in the dragon's claws, causing his white hair to flutter and his skin to roll. He was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at him. This person was the Yuanying demon cultivator who desperately used poison skills to hold back several level 7 dragons. He was captured this time because he misjudged the power of the dragon clan around Luo Island. He didn't expect that he would be besieged by 2 transformed dragons after just a short delay. One of the extremely rare jade dragons had a powerful innate forbidden magic power, which made the Yuanying demon cultivator unable to escape and was captured alive. At this moment, the dragon clan surrounded him again, and the jade dragon was about to hand him over to the golden dragon king for punishment. Flying to the vicinity of a golden-robed figure, the 100-foot-long jade dragon flashed with light and instantly transformed into a demon cultivator with a dragon head and a human body, with a graceful figure. The Yuanying demon cultivator also fell into her slender jade hands. Clan leader, this man led people to break into Luo Island and was captured by Yuren. Yu Jiao spoke in a childish tone and was very proud to take credit. You did a good job this time, and you have finally made some progress. Have you searched his soul? King Jinjiao showed a kind look on his face, nodded slightly and asked. No, there is a strange restriction on this man's soul. Once Yuren's consciousness touches it, it will be bounced away. Even if Yuren uses his innate magical powers, he can't do anything about this restriction. I think it was placed by a very powerful cultivator, so I came here to hand this man over to the clan leader for punishment. At this point, the human-shaped jade dragon frowned and shook the nascent soul demon cultivator in his hand twice in displeasure, almost shaking him out of his last breath. So, this person's origin is quite complicated. I want to see it myself. King Jinjiao thought that the cultivator who could be captured by his niece should have nothing to do with his main target this time, but unexpectedly there was a secret. He stretched out his palm, which was no different from that of an ordinary person, and the head of the nascent soul demon cultivator was captured in his palm. The golden dragon king probed with his consciousness and sensed the restriction on the other part his soul. Just as the jade dragon said, the restriction was very powerful. After several attempts, except for weakening the breath of the nascent soul demon cultivator, the restriction did not move at all. It was not that the golden dragon king could not break the restriction, but if he broke it by force, the soul of this person would be destroyed, and it would be meaningless. Judging from this restriction alone, the person who imposed the restriction must be a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and it is very likely the person this king is looking for. At this moment, a beam of light flew over in a hurry, turning into a human-shaped dragon covered with red scales, and then shouted angrily, "Patriarch, Bixio is dead." As he said that, he showed a charred half-human half-dragon arm, which was the remains of Bixio. Brother Bixio is a natural thunder dragon. How could he be killed by thunder? The humanoid jade dragon didn't believe it, but the thunder power left on the broken limbs could not be faked. Yurong, you said this person once led people to break into Luo Island. Who did he lead? The golden dragon king's expression did not change, but he was extremely angry. He had just asked before that the blue dragon that went to chase the 2 human cultivators had not returned yet, and he was afraid that he had met with an accident. In addition, Bixio, who had been confirmed to have died tragically, had lost to level 8 dragons before they even saw the shadow of the target. This was a huge blow to the dragon clan, which had no more than 100 members above level 6. My subordinates reported that there were only 6 giant and stage cultivators, so Yuren thought of letting brother Bixio deal with it, so as to prevent another Yuanying cultivator from breaking in after Yuren left. Could it be? The humanoid jade dragon realized something as he spoke, and his face gradually became ugly. Yuren, don't think too much. This matter has nothing to do with you. We may have to deal with a great cultivator of the human race this time. Such a powerful person can easily avoid your detection and sneak through the blockade. Bixio must have been reckless this time. Tell them that except for the members of the tribe who have transformed into a human form, the rest of the tribe must not approach Luo Island within 300 miles. The opponent is a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. King Jinjiao has so many members of the tribe who have transformed into a human form to help him. However, those dragons below the transformation stage are slightly vulnerable in such a fierce battle. Anyway, they can't help, so it's better to arrange them in a farther place so that they can block the opponent when he escapes. After King Jinjiao gave the order, he threw the useless nascent soul demon general to the human-shaped jade dragon. This is a good tonic, so whoever catches it will naturally own it. The human-shaped jade dragon knew what the patriarch meant. After catching the nascent soul demon cultivator, he couldn't help but smack his lips, and a greedy look appeared on his delicate dragon head. No, I can't eat him. This person practices poison skills, which is most suitable for replenishing Brother Wu's body. I have to hold back. Thinking of this, the jade dragon spit out a breath of evil wind mixed with white jade fragments, rolled up the Yuanying demon cultivator, and instantly wrapped him in a large piece of white jade. Then, the human-shaped jade dragon transformed into its true body again, grabbed the white jade, and went to pass on the order. Not long after King Jinjiao made the deployment, the calamity clouds on Xingluo Island began to shrink rapidly, and the thunder calamity was over at this moment. Two human-shaped dragons flew towards Xingluo Island together. They were baits sent by King Jinjiao. In order to make it easier for people to be fooled, there were two human-shaped dragons hidden in the sea, following closely behind, pretending to be the backup. As for King Jinjiao himself, he was still hiding in the dark. If you can't severely injure a cultivator in the late Yuanying period in a short time and let the other party notice that something is wrong, it is very easy for him to run away. Even if the four transformed dragons are no match for the great cultivator in the late Yuanying period, they can protect themselves in a short time with their combined efforts. When the four bait dragons flew to a distance of 50 miles from Xingluo Island, a powerful breath suddenly erupted from the seabed dozens of miles away. The two humanoid dragons in the open looked at each other and immediately became alert. They stopped their escape light and released their spiritual sense to explore the source of the breath. A figure rushed out of the sea, wantonly emitting his powerful mana breath, which made people recognize him as a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. But what was shocking was that this person was none other than Wen Xianren, who was being forced out of the demon clan Holy Land by Luo Hong. After a few breaths, the breath on Wen Xianren's body stabilized, and the spiritual energy no longer leaked in large quantities. The momentum seemed to be greatly reduced, but the spiritual pressure faintly transmitted from his body showed that this person's cultivation had not fallen. At this time, Wen Xianren no longer had that rebellious temperament, but his eyes were so deep that they made people feel scared, and a golden horn 1 finger long grew on his forehead. He glanced at the two humanoid dragons dozens of miles away, and then lowered his gaze to the sea below. He had obviously discovered the two hidden ones. However, his eyes and expression did not change at all. He immediately turned his gaze to the gate of the Holy Land, and flew over at full speed. This sudden change made the four humanoid dragons a little at a loss. They were not sure whether this person was the target of their clan's elite troops. If so, his behavior was too strange. At this time, the voice of the Golden Dragon King suddenly came. It is the same breath as in the ban. It is this person. Follow him quickly. Chapter 248, Spirit Possession. On Xingluo Island, the three-eyed thunder whale was lying on the beach weakly. The thunder tribulation of 10,000 years was stronger each time, and his cultivation had long been stagnant. Every time he overcame the tribulation, he was almost dead. But every time he overcame the tribulation, he would benefit greatly, such as the fortune thunder liquid that was being nurtured in his third eye. Before the three-eyed thunder whale took shelter under the King Swani, every time the fortune thunder liquid was born, it would be fought over by many monsters. However, judging from the breath coming from the other side of the island at this moment, he might be able to have a quiet time this time. The demonic vortex in the gate of the Holy Land suddenly stopped, and then reversed, and several figures flew out from the center. They were Luo Hong, Ling Yuling and the other four. There was a clear sky above his head, and Luo Hong's heart was relieved. As long as he was not struck by the thunder tribulation, no one could stop him from running away. His spiritual sense sensed several powerful auras approaching rapidly, and Luo Hong did not dare to neglect it. He took out the four symbols moving talisman, and was about to take Ling Yuling and others away. Because they had discussed this matter before coming out, Ling Yuling and the other three consciously stood behind Luo Hong, when they saw him take out the talisman, so there was no delay. However, just when the 4-color light ball was about to wrap everyone up, a familiar voice came from a distance. "Young friend Zuo, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't thanked you for helping me teach Shinran, this useless kid, a lesson yet." Along with the voice, a gray magic light column hit the top of everyone's head, and bang spread out, turning into a huge gray magic net. The 4-color light ball hummed twice, and turned into a light spot, and disappeared in Luo Hong's ugly face. This magic net is a space forbidden method, which cuts off the connection between the 4 symbols transfer talisman and the marker. Are you Shinran? How can you have a cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul? The gentleman in white couldn't help but shout in horror after seeing the face of the person who made the move. The gap between the late stage of the core formation and the middle stage of the nascent soul is a world of difference, which cannot be crossed by any secret technique or magical power. He is not Shinran. Senior Liu Dao, you are so strong in infusing power, aren't you afraid that your successor will be crippled? Luo Hong led everyone to slowly fly backwards, chatting with Shinran, and buying time to think of countermeasures. Spirit attachment technique. He is using the spirit attachment technique. After Ling Yuling saw Shinran's temperament change drastically, as if he was possessed by another body, she also thought of the reason why his cultivation base soared. The spirit attachment technique is a magical power that can transmit mana and consciousness to blood relatives who practice the same kind of exercises across a very long distance. It must be that Shinran was unwilling to fail, and after escaping from the Demon Clan Holy Land, he contacted the 6 Paths Extreme Saint with means such as the Wanli Talisman. After receiving the news, the 6 Paths Extreme Saint used the spirit attachment technique to attach part of his cultivation base and consciousness to Shinran. Therefore, what they are dealing with at this time is not a Shinran whose cultivation base has soared, but the 6 Paths Extreme Saint, the first demon cultivator and the Chaos Star Sea whose cultivation base has dropped to the middle stage of the nascent soul. This was undoubtedly a hopeless opponent. The 3 gentlemen in white immediately decided to die. They said in a voice transmission, "Brother Zuo, take the young master away quickly. The 3 of us will do our best to hold this demon back. Don't act rashly. The opponent is not as strong as you think." Luo Hong replied in a voice transmission. They must not lose their composure now. After all, the opponent is not the real 6 Paths Supreme Saint. The soul attachment technique can only bring part of his secret techniques. As long as they can resist for a while, Shinran's body will not be able to bear it, and the soul attachment technique will be automatically lifted. Little friend Zuo, hand over the Void Heaven Cauldron and the Kaling Demon Flame, and I can spare your lives. Shinran did not intend to answer Luo Hong's question. He stood in the center of the magic net and put forward conditions. Zuo has never touched the Void Heaven Cauldron. Senior has found the wrong person. Luo Hong had led his men to retreat to the edge of the magic net, but the 6 Paths Supreme Saint looked like he didn't care if they left the range of the magic net, which made him hesitate. So Luo Hong summoned several blood puppet flying ants and ordered them to fly to the edge of the magic net. As soon as these blood puppet flying ants flew to the edge, the magic net above their heads dropped a ray of light, teleporting them to the front of the 6 Paths Supreme Saints. Everyone's faces suddenly became even uglier. Unless there is a way to break the magic net, they will inevitably have to fight Shinran head on. In this case, I will take the trouble to search his soul. After Shinran said this, his whole body of magic energy rose, and he pointed at the magic net above his head, and the majestic magic energy was injected into it. Then, a giant spider with red eyes and grey body drilled out from the center of the magic net upside down. After this red-eyed grey spider appeared, its abdomen bulged and sprayed out a grey streak. Disperse. With Luo Hong's roar, everyone immediately dispersed in all directions. No one wanted to taste the power of Shinran's secret technique. Since there was no way to escape, they could only delay time as much as possible. Luo Hong believed that they didn't have to wait until Shinran couldn't hold on. After all, the strongest person here was the Golden Dragon King who had not yet appeared. Chief, those human cultivators are fighting. The red-scaled flood dragon looked at the almost one-sided battle scene under the grey magic net in the distance, and was very confused. These cultivators did not deal with the Thunder Whalers bait, but were killing each other. What on earth did they come to Xingluo Island for? Kylin, you take your tribesmen to guard the 4 sides of the magic net outside, but don't take action. I want to see what these cultivators are doing. The Golden Flood Dragon King, who had disappeared, transmitted the message. He was also very confused at this moment. Normally, the demon cultivator who suddenly appeared was the main target of his setting up this time. But the other party did not kill the whale to take the eye, but instead attacked a group of giant cultivators knowing that there was an ambush by the dragon. Could it be that the group of giant cultivators also had the purple sky divine thunder slab? The more the Golden Flood Dragon King thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Compared with the materials for cultivating the heavenly eye, the purple sky divine thunder was naturally more important. After all, the former could still be replaced, but the latter did not. We must not let him get more purple sky divine thunder. It is completely different if such a divine object falls into the hands of a giant stage cultivator and a Yuanying stage cultivator. The latter may have some way to drive the purple sky divine thunder. After King Jinjiao muttered to himself, he made a decision. Back under the magic net, the gray streak was like a living thing, chasing Luo Hong relentlessly, and its escape speed was slightly faster than Luo Hong. Even if Luo Hong tried his best to dodge, he was still caught up after a few breaths. In desperation, he had to hold up the lightless shield to take the blow. However, the gray streak was neither sharp nor powerful, and after hitting the lightless shield, it stuck to it. Then, the gray streak was retracted, and Luo Hong was entangled into a ball. Seeing this, Ling Yuling and others wanted to use means to rescue him, but when Shenron did not give them a chance, he casually shot out several pale moon rays, forcing the 4 people to be unable to take care of themselves. The reason why the 6 Paths Supreme Saint targeted Luo Hong was because of what Wen Shenron reported in the Wanli Fu. This kid has the magical power of space transfer, which can be said to be slippery and unrelenting. I don't know what kind of body refining secret technique he has practiced. He is extremely powerful. Even after being possessed by himself, Shenron can't withstand a punch from him. Therefore, he must be trapped with a powerful space prohibition method, and then killed with thunder, not giving him a chance. After forcing the annoying Xingang monks to retreat again, the phantom of an ancient demon appeared behind Wen Shenron, which was the sharp claw ancient demon that was trampled to death by Luo Hong before. It turned out that, although the 6 Paths Supreme Saint was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, after he performed the spirit attachment method, he could not immediately raise Wen Shenron's cultivation from the late giant stage to the middle nascent soul stage. Normally, if it can be raised to the early nascent soul stage, it is considered that the two have a high degree of fit. However, after practicing the 6 extremes true demon art to the nascent soul stage, not only can it summon a more solid 6 Saints Phantom, but it can also fuse the 6 Saints Phantom with itself, obtain the corresponding magical powers, and greatly improve its cultivation. Originally, with Wen Shenron's body, at most he could fuse 1 6 Saints Phantom, raising his cultivation to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. But there is a tricky way, which is to first fuse the undead true demon among the 6 saints, obtain the magical powers of its immortal body, and then have the spare power to fuse another 6 saints phantom. After doing this, Wen Shenron can now use the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul to perform the strongest killing magical power among the magical powers possessed by the 6 saints phantoms, sky-splitting slash. In the sphere, wrapped in grey silk, Luo Hong seemed to be trapped in an independent space, completely isolated from the outside world, so he could not sense the terrifying demonic energy that Wen Shenron was accumulating. But he knew very well that, if he didn't escape, he would be in great danger. So when he found that the grey streak contained the power of space, he kept trying to escape. The first thing he cast was the forbidden breaking talisman that had performed many miracles before. Unfortunately, Wen Shenron's forbidden secret technique was very advanced, and the forbidden breaking talisman did not work. Then, Luo Hong kept spraying a black and red flame at the grey streak. This was all the nuclear black flames he had refined. However, although the nuclear black flames could quickly dissolve the grey streak, its volume was too small after all. To reach the level that could allow Luo Hong to escape, the time required was unacceptable to Luo Hong. In less than 2 breaths, both methods of escaping failed. Luo Hong realized that he had no time left, and there was only one risky method left. That was to forcibly perform the 5-element escape technique. Under normal circumstances, when Luo Hong performed the 5-element escape technique and moved, the feeling was like his body breaking through a layer of water curtain. When he was shrouded by the space restriction of the magic net, Luo Hong could still perform the 5-element escape technique. But his spiritual sense told him that once he performed it, he would be like a bug that crashed into a spiderweb, letting the other party control the landing point. This was a self-destructive act. Now, trapped in this space cage, Luo Hong felt like he was surrounded by a steel wall. If he forcibly performed the 5-element escape technique, he would have to use his physical body to break through the steel wall composed of the power of space. The danger was not only whether his physical body could withstand it, but also the unknown landing point. But obviously, Luo Hong had no choice but to take the risk. Chapter 249 Senior Lei Jing has worked hard. Under the magic net, Wen Qianren raised his right arm high, then swung it down fiercely, and a pale moon blade several feet long shot out from his fingertips. It almost teleported to the grey silk group, but just after it cut into it for more than a foot, the silk group exploded, and the power of space raged out, and Luo Hong was nowhere to be seen. Brother Zuo. Seeing such a tragic scene, Ling Yuling thought it was the effect of Wen Qianren's magical power, and Luo Hong had been torn to pieces in the violent space force. But Wen Qianren knew that his magical power would not cause such an effect. The sky slash should have cut the silk group smoothly and killed Luo Hong trapped in it. Obviously, something must have gone wrong. Wen Qianren released his spiritual sense and concentrated on scanning Luo Hong's position just now, trying to find the other party. At this moment, his heart jumped suddenly, and his spiritual sense frantically sounded the alarm. I saw a golden light shooting out from the ground, and its speed was no less than that of the sky-splitting slash, and it arrived in front of Wen Qianren in an instant. Because he didn't notice it at the first time, Wen Qianren had no time to dodge. Almost at the moment he realized something was wrong, he was slashed straight from his crotch to his crown by this golden light. After a successful attack, the golden light escaped to the side and turned into a man in a golden robe, who was surprisingly the Golden Dragon King. After this attack, the magic energy around Wen Qianren suddenly dissipated. A bloodline appeared in the center of his body, and his left and right bodies gradually staggered. At this time, Wen Qianren couldn't even maintain the art of floating in the air, and began to fall faster, not to mention the complex space restriction secret art. So, the grey magic net above Ling Yuling and others collapsed in an instant. But the next moment after the Golden Dragon King made a move, the humanoid dragons that blocked the magic net all around pressed forward. The target was Ling Yuling and the other 4. You protect the young master and run. The bald man among the 4 shouted and rushed towards the nearest humanoid dragon, slapping his own lantern with his palm. Violent spiritual energy vented out, and cracks gradually appeared in the red and blue golden elixir. With a loud bang, the bald man blew up his golden elixir. Even the dragon in the transformation stage was blocked for a moment by this decisive attack. Ling Yuling and the other 2 did not waste the bald man's sacrifice. They each took out a talisman, activated it and disappeared instantly. The Great Relocation Talisman? The Golden Dragon King swept his consciousness and found the figures of Ling Yuling and the other 2 more than 10 miles away. He was about to personally capture these seemingly powerful human cultivators, but was dissuaded by a faint breath. King Jinzhao frowned and looked at Wen Qianren, who should have been dead. He saw that his body, which was almost half an inch apart, not only did not spurt blood and his organs flow out, but many flesh buds emerged from the broken ends, connecting with each other to put the body back together. Then, a shadow of an ancient demon with 2 horns emerged from behind him and spit out rolling grey demon flames from his mouth, wrapping Wen Qianren's body. Burned by this demon flame, the vertical crack on Wen Qianren disappeared in the blink of an eye, and his upturned eyeballs returned to their normal position. Immortal body. You, a human cultivator, actually have such a magical power. King Jinzhao was greatly shocked. Even among the demon race, which is known for its physical body, the immortal body is a rare great magical power. However, although he was surprised, King Jinjao was not slow to act. He raised his right hand, and hundreds of golden rays condensed behind him. Then, as he waved his right hand, they shot out like a rainstorm. When Shinran below flashed, and the light of escape almost became a white line, and he flew upwards against the golden light rainstorm. It was seen that the white light of escape transformed by when Shinran was not only extremely fast, but also extremely sensitive. The golden light rainstorm was not even touched by it. King Jinjao, you dare to break the contract. When Shinran shouted angrily, feeling extremely surprised and angry at King Jinjao's move. Humph. Why don't I dare? Are there any divine transformation cultivators among you humans now? If you know what's good for you, hand over the stone slab to me. The purple sky divine thunder is not something that you cultivators can possess. King Jinjao looked extremely cold, and his whole body was shining with golden light, and he was about to use his tricks again. What is Ixio divine thunder? I don't know anything at all. The Six Paths Saint who took over when Shinran's body was immediately furious. In front of him, barbarian beard led people to Liuji Island to ask for Zushending, and in the back, King Jinjao attacked for no reason and asked about Zixio divine thunder. Did you all agree to come to me after losing anything? This is really intolerable. Seeing that King Jinjao didn't listen to his explanation at all, when Shinran immediately fought with him in anger. Although the difference in cultivation was one level, when Shinran was not completely powerless to fight back with many mysterious magic techniques. For a while, the demonic energy and the demonic energy collided violently in the sky above Luo Island. Ling Yuling and the other two who used the great teleportation talisman to leave the battle group sacrificed a chariot pulled by two bronze horses and started their escape journey. How could this be? Brother Zuo actually fell like this. Everything happened too fast. Ling Yuling grabbed the edge of the car tightly, but she still didn't believe it in her heart. Alas, young master, if you don't reach the nascent soul stage, you will always be an ant. No matter how amazing you are, when you form a pill, if you don't reach the nascent soul stage, you can't really show your talents in the world of immortal cultivation. The gentleman in white shook his head and sighed. He was talking about Luo Hong and himself. Brother Zuo was killed by the Six Paths Supreme Saint this time. In the final analysis, it was because he offended Wen Shinran by rescuing us. Although he has fallen, we must complete what he had told us before. Ling Yuling was not an ordinary person after all. The grief was quickly buried in his heart. He looked at her with a fixed gaze. We will never forget to find Brother Zuo, but for now, please concentrate on escaping. Seeing that Ling Yuling was so excited that he forgot to transfer his magic power, the gentleman in white could not help but remind him. Time went back a moment. The moment Luo Hong forcibly performed the 5-element escape technique, the whole person seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, and his body suddenly became numb. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, and he finally broke through the iron wall formed by the force of space. When he saw the sun again, Luo Hong found himself in midair. He just wanted to gather his magic power to fly away, but his whole body was in pain, and the spell failed. So, Luo Hong fell straight from the air, and fell on a piece of sand with a bang. This was undoubtedly a double whammy for Luo Hong's current body. He didn't catch his breath and almost fainted. After taking 2 deep breaths, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out a bottle of elixir from the treasure bag. He raised the bottle to his mouth with difficulty. Just as he was about to bite off the cork, he caught a glimpse of 3 huge demon eyes staring at him. Even though Luo Hong had seen a lot of storms, he couldn't help but be shocked. Looking closely, he found that he was lying in front of a huge whale head that was dozens of feet high. My goodness, isn't this the 3-eyed thunder whale that has passed the tribulation? Humans and demons cannot coexist. After understanding the situation, Luo Hong subconsciously wanted to distance himself from them, but his body had not recovered yet. He could only crawl, and crawl very slowly. Just when Luo Hong thought he was going to go around in the whale's stomach, he found that the 3-eyed thunder whale seemed unable to move, otherwise it would have eaten him long ago. After sniffing the burnt smell in the air, Luo Hong realized that the other party had not recovered from the thunder tribulation, and he was simply a pair of brothers in distress. Since there was no danger for the time being, Luo Hong could not help but look at the vertical eye of the three-eyed thunder whale at the center of its eyebrows. The thunder tribulation had ended for a while, but its vertical eye was still flashing with lightning and was slowly closing. The reason for this was that a drop of clear blue liquid was being nurtured in the lower corner of its eye. Obviously, this drop of tears as big as a fist was a legendary thunder liquid of creation. It seemed that Luo Hong's gaze towards the creation thunder liquid had angered the three-eyed thunder whale. After the monster let out an angry groan, 2 blue thunder balls condensed on its cheeks. Wait, I don't mean that. Luo Hong's face changed, and he argued without any persuasion. The next moment, 2 lightning dragons shot out and easily swallowed Luo Hong. After a few breaths, the place where Luo Hong was lying had been burned into glass by the high temperature, but Luo Hong exhaled a breath of hot air without any injury and felt much more comfortable all over. It was not as difficult to raise his hand as before. Just like when he was struck by the robbery thunder before. Although the momentum of the lightning dragon was fierce, most of the power was actually absorbed by the purple line between Luo Hong's eyebrows. The remaining ones not only did not hurt Luo Hong, but seemed to recharge him, allowing his injuries to recover a lot. Luo Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, the trouble now was the internal injury of the meridians. Once this injury healed, he could use the Chanking Gong to recover quickly. So, he shouted very arrogantly, "Monster, haven't you eaten?" The three-eyed thunder whale was furious. He took refuge under the command of King Swanee not only to gain a backer, but also to borrow the dragon bloodstone passed down by the ancestors of the Swanee royal family, to practice the dragon energy emitted by it. For this, he paid the price of the fortune thunder liquid obtained after the previous tribulation. King Swanee can live to this day, and he has contributed a lot. It is precisely because he did not swallow the fortune thunder liquid in the previous few times that he is now in such a dangerous situation in the tribulation. This time, the three-eyed thunder whale agreed to be a bait for King Swanee because King Swanee promised that the fortune thunder liquid obtained this time would belong to him. Therefore, for any person or monster who covets the fortune thunder liquid, the three-eyed thunder whale will not hold back. Not to mention that the other party is so arrogant. So, while Wen Shanren was fighting with the Golden Dragon King and Ling Yuling, and his party were escaping, Luo Hong was lying comfortably on the beach enjoying the electrotherapy. Oh, it feels so good. I want to have a toast with someone. After a while of electrotherapy, Luo Hong's meridian injuries were healed. Needless to say, when Luo Hong stood up in the lightning with his neck twisted, his physical injuries were healed. Senior Lei Jing, you have worked hard, take a rest. Since you have healed my injuries, I will not hurt you. But I still want to take this fortune lightning liquid. Luo Hong bowed politely. Chapter 250, Master One's Old Tricks. Although Luo Hong was very excited about the purple sky divine thunder, he had to cultivate the heavenly eye to use it. The heavenly eye was also a great magical power, and there were many different methods to cultivate it, both in Taoism and demonism. But no matter what method it was, the material used was what determined the power of the heavenly eye. The three-eyed thunder whale was an ancient alien species with high cultivation level, and it was compatible with the purple sky divine thunder. It was perfect for Luo Hong to use his third eye to cultivate the heavenly eye. However, it was precisely because of these benefits that he could subconsciously think of that Luo Hong finally chose to give up killing the whale to take the eye. Now the matter on Xingluo Island was very clear. Although the monsters that appeared here were all dragons, the three-eyed thunder whale would cooperate so well. Obviously, the royal family of Swanee was also involved, but it was just because of some exchange of interests that it did not really end. Therefore, the one who was currently hunting down the owner of the purple sky divine thunder was actually the entire Chaos Star Sea monster clan. The turmoil caused by this incident was equivalent to the chaos caused by the emergence of a piece of golden thunder bamboo thousands of years ago in the inner star sea. Because of the transformation thunder tribulation, the demon race is extremely sensitive to thunder magic. The purple sky god thunder is the last punishment thunder among the heavenly tribulation thunder. It is believed that the demon race will never let it fall into the hands of the cultivators. Luo Hong simply changed his position and thought about it. If he were the Swanee king, he would have to consider defeat before victory in order to make his plan foolproof. That is, he would consider the defeat of the Golden Dragon King and the seizure of the third eye of the three-eyed thunder whale. From the perspective of the Swanee King, if he wanted to prevent the worst from happening, he would naturally have to make some arrangements for the third eye of the three-eyed thunder whale. Thinking of this, Luo Hong believed that the third eye of the three-eyed thunder whale had been tampered with by the Swanee King a long time ago, and this third eye itself was the biggest trap this time. Of course, the reason why he could decide to give up killing the whale and taking the eye so quickly was because Luo Hong had other plans for the cultivation of the heavenly eye, and he did not have to use the thunder whale demon eye. After being mocked by Luo Hong, the three-eyed thunder whale finally recognized the reality and stopped the useless thunder strikes. He watched Luo Hong take away the creation thunder liquid and couldn't control the murderous intent on his body. Luo Hong had no mercy on him. This monster killed and devoured countless human beings when it attacked the island, most of whom were mortals. Luo Hong didn't kill him just because he didn't want to cause trouble and attract the attention of the Golden Dragon King. When chatting in the Demon Clan Holy Land, Luo Hong asked Ling Yuling how to use the creation thunder liquid. The other party told him that this spiritual liquid does not need to add any auxiliary medicine, and it can be swallowed directly after it is obtained. It's just that it takes a lot of time to refine, at least 20 to 30 years. This kind of spiritual objects that can improve the physique of immortal cultivators are mostly time consuming to refine, which is not uncommon. Moreover, Luo Hong is also very interested in the process of the creation thunder liquid transforming the body, and it is not all bad to go slowly. So, as soon as he got the creation thunder liquid, Luo Hong slurped it all up and immediately felt a tingling sensation all over his body. At this time, the demonic energy in the distant sky suddenly shrank. Luo Hong knew that this was a sign that Wen Xianren was going to run away. He did not dare to delay any longer and took out the 4 symbols moving talisman and activated it. Luo Hong had thought about it. After he escaped, he would go to meet Ling Yuling and his party. After saving them, he could use the power of the Star Palace to find his apprentice and then practice treasures while waiting for the fast bus back to Xianan. Hiss before the 4-color light ball completely wrapped him. Luo Hong's eyebrows suddenly hurt for no reason. On the other side of Xingluo Island, after several rounds of fighting, the strength of the 6 Paths Supreme Saint was greatly limited, and Wen Xianren, who was possessed by the spirit, gradually fell behind. In addition, the golden horns on Wen Xianren's forehead were almost completely retracted, and the time limit for the spirit was about to expire, so he wanted to retreat. However, it is not easy to retreat from the hands of King Jinzhao. Just as Wen Xianren was trying to get out, the humanoid Swanee who had been hiding in the sea gradually became unable to hold back. He had seen this fight from the beginning to now, and he noticed the thought of Wen Xianren retreating as soon as he had it. Although the cultivation of the man behind the scenes was much weaker than he and King Swanee had expected, and he failed to fight King Jinzhao to a draw, but after fighting to this point, King Jinzhao would never let the other party escape. Therefore, when the man behind the scenes used his means to escape, King Jinzhao would definitely do his best to stop him, thus revealing an empty door. At that time, it would be the best time for him to attack. For this reason, he had to make some preparations now. With a flip of his two hairy and scaly palms, a round mirror with ancient green patterns and the divine thunderstone slab floated on his 2 palms respectively. The human-shaped Swanee used his innate hidden magical power to the extreme, and at the same time, offered the sign round mirror on the stone slab, silently reciting the formula. After a moment, a strange vertical pupil opened in the mirror of the sign round mirror, and then a sign light shot out, covering the stone slab. At this time, the human-shaped Swanee's chanting suddenly became faster, and the sign light became more and more intense, which caused purple arcs to emerge on the surface of the stone slab. After a long spell, the human-shaped Swanee's forehead was sweating, and he barely pulled the Zixio Divine Thunder out of the stone slab and put it into the sky survey mirror in his hand. King Jinzhao, today is your death. The human-shaped Swanee threw the useless stone slab away and continuously sent mana into the sky survey mirror to control the Zixio Divine Thunder in it from exploding, waiting for the final opportunity. At this time, King Jinjiao was still unaware that he had fallen into King Xuan's scheme. He repeatedly used his magical powers to force Wen Xianren into a desperate situation, but the opponent's methods were endless, and he could always avoid danger. Wen Xianren also secretly groaned in his heart. King Jinjiao was shrewd and scheming, and bit him very tightly, so he had no chance to escape, even if he wanted to use secret techniques. Seeing that Wen Xianren's body was about to collapse, the Six Paths Supreme Saint decided to take a risk. The phantom of the clawed ancient demon emerged from behind him again. Wen Xianren waved his hand and chopped out a pale moon blade and shouted, "Split the sky." King Jinjiao had seen this magical power before the sneak attack and knew that it had great power to cut through space. Although his golden dragon body was extremely strong, he did not dare to try it easily. So when he saw the pale moonlight coming towards him, King Jinjiao flashed and dodged dozens of feet away. But after calming down, King Jinjiao discovered that the so-called sky-splitting slash had a completely different aura from the previous one, and it was just a show. King Jinjiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he looked at Wen Xianren fiercely, and saw that his cheeks became thinner in the blink of an eye, and the bright blood light enveloped him. "You actually cheated me like this, don't even think about running away." Seeing that Wen Xianren was about to perform a secret technique to escape, King Jinjiao couldn't help but get angry, and his whole body flashed with golden light, and in an instant, his true body of 1,000 feet appeared. A huge golden dragon claw appeared above Wen Xianren's head, whistling and slapping him. "My brother bought a car, and we are going to drink tonight, and today is just one chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.